Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Changed Your First Day at UA? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Thunder rumbled in the distance as you fastened your school-issued tie around your crisp white-collared shirt. It was your first day at the prestigious UA Academy, and the weather was already gloomy. You sighed, hoping to make it to school before the rain started. "Mom, I'm leaving for school now," you called out. "All right, but make sure to bring your umbrella," she replied, but you were already out the door and sprinting down the street. Your feet pounded on the pavement, and your breath became ragged after just a few minutes of running. You realized you needed to work on your stamina if you were going to become a pro hero. After all, your super strength quirk felt simple compared to the flashy abilities of your classmates. Lost in thought, you didn't notice the darkening clouds and the steady rain beginning to fall. "Oh no, I better hurry," you thought. It was still a few blocks away, and the rain was pouring down. You took cover under a bus stop, deciding to wait out the storm. It seemed you were going to be late for your first day after all. You groaned and kicked the ground, frustrated that you had even passed the entrance exam only to make a bad impression by arriving late. That was when you saw him. He rounded the corner, holding an umbrella in one hand and a notebook in the other. His green hair bounced with every step, reminding you of a head of broccoli. What caught your attention was his UA uniform, which matched yours, except for the skirt and tights you wore. At least he was prepared for the first day, you thought enviously, crossing your arms tightly. As he passed by under the bus stop, he glanced your way, and his calm expression turned flustered. You realized you might have been glaring at him. "Do you go to UA?" he asked nervously, clutching his notebook closer to his chest. "Yeah, it's my first day," you replied. "And it's not really turning out the way I expected." You looked at the ground, unsure of what to say next. If he kept talking to you, he would be late too, and the storm was getting worse. He stepped under the bus stop with you and closed his black umbrella. "It's my first day too. Do you have an umbrella?" he asked, seeming to relax a bit. You chuckled and shook your head. He looked away for a moment, thinking of a solution. "Well, we can share," he suddenly exclaimed, startling you. "All right, but we better hurry." "What's your name?" you asked awkwardly as you both started walking quickly toward the school against the wind and rain. "Oh, it's Midoria Izuku." "What's your name?" he asked tentatively. "It's YN. "Nice to meet you, Midoria," you said, smiling brightly. He returned your smile, and you felt a blush creep onto your cheeks. You turned away before he could notice. As you both approached the grand entrance of the school, you stopped for a moment and looked at Midoria seriously. "Midoria, thank you for helping me and let's do our best at you exclaimed loudly enough for anyone nearby to hear. "You got it, YN, he replied, smiling. This was going to be an interesting first year for sure. Your breath was becoming ragged and your knees were shaking. Beads of sweat rolled down the sides of your face as your vision started to fade. You were in the UA gymnasium, sparring against one of the strongest students in your class, Katsuki Bakugu. You had suggested this match, thinking it would be a good idea since your quirks were completely opposite. But now that the match was underway, you couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. No matter how much water you summoned from the air, he countered it with explosive bursts that turned your attacks into steam. He definitely wasn't holding back, and you never expected him to. You exhaled and took a few tentative steps forward, ignoring your trembling legs and charging toward Bakugu. "Oi, UBS30, I guess you're still alive after all," Bakugu shouted as he launched himself toward you, explosions trailing behind him. "Then let's keep fighting, YN. Wow, he called me by my name. He never does that." Despite your surprise, you focused on the fight. You conjured a large amount of water around your arms and upper body to act as a shield. You were too exhausted to create a full-body water shield. "Oh man, I hope this works," you thought as you ran closer to Bakugu. "These simple attacks won't work on me, UBSRD. Are you underestimating me, huh?" Bakugu bellowed as you two finally collided in a whirlwind of fire, water, and smoke. You felt your water shield evaporate just as your fist connected with Bakugu's face. Unfortunately, his explosions reached your legs, causing a sharp sting. Bakugu stumbled back from the impact of your hit, and you collapsed onto the ground. Adrenaline coursed through you, dulling the pain in your legs and the ache in your lungs. Coughing, you sat up slowly and caught a glimpse of Bakugu. His nose was slightly bleeding, and his crimson eyes were wide, looking both fierce and surprised, almost proud. You wheezed more violently than before and began to feel the burning sensation in your legs. Bakugu, I'm sorry. I think I've reached my limit, you managed to say before closing your eyes and sinking back down. But you never hit the ground. Instead, you felt strong arms lift you up and carry you in a gentle embrace. Despite your exhaustion, your eyes fluttered open to find Bakugu's chest close to you. Your face warmed at the proximity. Bakugu, what do you think you're doing? You asked as he started walking out of the gymnasium. Even though it was a bit embarrassing to be carried like this, you felt grateful not to have to walk. Duh, I'm taking you to recovery, girl, he said, his tone matter-of-fact. You managed to get a solid hit on me, so that counts for something, he explained, avoiding eye contact. Oh, was that a compliment I heard? You teased, trying not to wheeze this time. As if I would compliment you. Shitty YN, he yelled, nearly overwhelming your eardrums. You chuckled and closed your eyes again as fatigue finally took over. When you woke up, harsh white light greeted you in Recovery Girl's office. You groaned and rolled onto your side, noticing that the burning pain was gone, replaced by a dull soreness. The door opened and Recovery Girl walked in, her expression stern. YN, you need to be more careful, she said. Your quirk takes a lot of concentration and energy. You really overdid it in this match. I healed your legs, but you should probably rest here a bit longer. Thank you so much, Recovery Girl. I'll be more careful next time, I promise, you replied, though your enthusiasm was half-hearted. You rolled onto your back just as the door swung open quickly. Startled, you sat up, expecting a visitor. Maybe Uraraka brought me some food, you thought excitedly. Instead, Bakugu stomped into the room, glaring at you. You gulped and wrung your hands together, wondering if he was mad at you for hitting him and if he was there for payback, even though he had done worse. Hey, Bakugu. What's up? You asked nervously. His glare intensified, making you feel like you were staring directly at the sun. YN, next time we fight, I'll make sure you won't land a hit on me at all, you little sheet, he yelled, turning on his heel and slamming the door behind him. Wait, what? There's going to be a next time? You thought, your heart racing. You felt scared but also excited at the prospect of proving him wrong. Maybe this time, I'll get to carry him, you pondered as you chuckled and began to drift back to sleep. You sighed as you walked home, contemplating various strategies for using your water quirk. Technically, you should be able to neutralize fire quirks, rendering them ineffective. But for some reason, when you faced Bakugu, your water attacks didn't perform as well as usual. Maybe his explosions are hotter than regular fire? Or is it just his relentless determination that throws me off every time? You pondered this question throughout your walk home, and it lingered in your mind late into the night. Wow, you look rough, Bakugu bluntly remarked when you entered class the next morning. Piss off, I'm really tired and I don't feel like dealing with your attitude today. You shot back through gritted teeth as you plopped down in your seat in front of him. You could almost feel the anger radiating from Bakugu, but you kept your gaze forward. You were frustrated with him for winning your sparring match, and you were annoyed that you had spent the entire night thinking about him. You wondered if he thought of you after the match. Maybe he saw you as strong too. That doesn't matter now. I just want the day to be over so I can sleep. Homeroom began with a pop quiz on hero laws, but thankfully, you had recently skimmed a few books on the most important laws, so you probably managed to pass with an average score. The class time flew by, and before you knew it, you were seated in the cafeteria, eating lunch with Midoria, Uraraka, and Iida. For a pop quiz, there were way too many questions. Uraraka complained, slurping her noodles with a mix of frustration and determination. I know, right? Pop quizzes should be short and straightforward, you added, not as angrily as Uraraka. Midoria and Uraraka chuckled, while Iida took it upon himself to explain the history of quizzes. You were only half listening when suddenly, a hand slammed down dangerously close to your unfinished lunch. You looked up to meet Bakugu's intense crimson gaze. "Hi Bakugu. Come here, I need to talk to you," he interrupted, roughly nudging your arm with his elbow. "Hang on guys, this won't take long," you said to your friends, who were watching you with slight concern. You quickly got up and followed Bakugu out of the cafeteria. Bakugu led you to an empty hallway and finally stopped. "Oi, what was that this morning? Are you mad at me or something?" he asked, a quiet anger seeping into his rough voice. "What do you mean?" you replied, fully aware of what he was referring to. "You know what I mean. You yelled at me this morning, so what's your problem?" he asked, clenching his fists at his sides and furrowing his brow. He looked genuinely upset, which surprised you. Who knew he could be sensitive about these things? You instantly felt guilty for yelling at him without explaining yourself first. After a moment of thought, you decided to speak your mind. "I'm sorry, Bakugu. I was just really frustrated with myself. Well, because our sparring match was fun but also really challenging. My quirk didn't work like I wanted it to, and then Recovery Girl lectured me, which was embarrassing." You blurted out your feelings, unable to hold back. "I mean, I got accepted into UA, so that must mean I'm somewhat strong, right? But I don't feel strong. I feel like I'm stuck while everyone else is improving. Just stagnated." Tears began to form in your eyes and rolled down your cheeks. You reached up to wipe them away, but before you could, Bakugu's calloused hands gently brushed them away for you. You choked back a sob as he wiped your tears. His face had softened, replaced with mild concern. His crimson eyes locked onto yours as he wiped away the last of your tears. His hands lingered on your face for a moment before he stuffed them into his pockets. "Why? You landed a hit on me, so doesn't that count for something?" he asked, his voice quieter than you had ever heard it. "It was just one hit." "Only one," you exclaimed, the tears threatening to spill again. "Why? You can deny it all you want, but I think you're strong, all right," he yelled back, his hands shooting out of his pockets to shake you by your shoulders. It was such a cartoonish moment that you felt the tears subside, and you couldn't help but start laughing as he shook you back and forth. "Bakugu, stop shaking me," you said, growing dizzier from his rough shaking. He immediately let you go and awkwardly placed his hands at his sides. You continued to laugh softly while he stared at you intensely. "What the hell's so funny?" "You were just crying," he exclaimed as your laughter grew stronger. "You just have a really funny way of trying to cheer me up, Bakugu," you replied. "I should get back to the cafeteria now, but thank you." His crimson eyes widened, and he looked away, a blush creeping onto his face. You chuckled softly and started to walk away. Suddenly, you felt Bakugu's hand firmly grasp your wrist, and his other hand turned your face toward his. You gasped in surprise as his lips met yours. He cupped your cheek, and you instinctively leaned into him. He felt impossibly warm and smelled like ash, which was surprisingly comforting. He broke the kiss only to turn his head slightly and connect with your lips again, deepening the kiss. He gently nipped at your lower lip, and you let out a quiet sound of surprise. You felt his breath against your face as he pulled away, a slight smirk on his lips. "Oi, Wyan, you better feel better now," he said gruffly as you leaned your arms on his broad shoulders. You were breathless and shocked but also immensely happy with how the day had turned out. "Yeah, I definitely feel better now, Bakugu." Lately, you had been wondering if UA Academy was the right school for you. Ever since you got in, you had your doubts, and it was barely the first day. You had always thought your quirk was boring and outright dangerous. It was a stereotypical super strength type quirk, but you had trouble controlling when you could use it. Because of this unfortunate issue, you had accidentally broken many plates, remotes, and even some bones, not your own. Being at UA reminded you of all these unlucky events in your life due to your quirk and made you question whether you could ever truly be a hero. Being a hero had always been your dream, no matter how distant that dream felt. Your lack of control with your quirk was what led you to apply for UA's Department of General Education in the first place. When you made it in, you felt a sense of pride, but it didn't bring you the happiness you expected. You didn't feel excited about being placed in the general education department, but you figured you should at least give UA a chance. After all, you could be placed into the hero course if you impressed the right people. You shuffled down the enormous school hallway, craning your neck as you tried to find Class 1C. Finally, a large door with a sign reading 1C caught your eye. Wow, he is really something, you thought, almost bursting out laughing. You entered the classroom cautiously, eager to find a seat in the middle of the room. Obviously, the middle is the best spot to sit in a classroom. Your eyes scanned over a few empty seats, and you decided to take one closer to the door. As you took some notebooks out of your backpack, you glanced around at your classmates. They all seemed pretty normal looking, definitely not as flashy as some of the other kids you had seen in the hallway. Kids in the hero courses must have to stand out, you mused. Just as you finished laying out your pencil, notebook, and water bottle on your desk, the door to the classroom opened slowly. Thinking it was the teacher, you hurriedly opened your notebook and grasped your pencil. But it wasn't the teacher. Instead, an aloof-looking, tall boy with purple hair sauntered into the classroom and took his seat right in front of you. He was the most striking person you had seen yet. Maybe it would be a good idea to tell him that. You felt your arm extend towards his back, and you poked his shoulder softly. He quickly turned around and stared at you. His light purple eyes had dark circles underneath them. Hi, I'm YN. But shouldn't you be in the hero course? You asked half-jokingly. I mean, come on, you definitely have the looks. Wow, what a great conversation starter, you thought to yourself. His tired eyes widened for a moment before his aloof expression returned. Hi. Thanks for the compliment, he said, abruptly turning away and leaving you momentarily speechless. You became irritated and poked him again. He turned around more slowly this time, his purple eyes showing a hint of annoyance. You know, I want to join the hero course. Maybe we could try to join it together. If you want to. I don't know, you blurted out, starting to lose confidence in your conversational skills. No thanks. I'd rather join the hero course by myself, he said, smirking at you. And my name is Shinso Hitoshi. Thanks for asking YN. This snarky little. Fine. I was planning on going in alone anyway. That's fine. I just thought we could be friends or something, you exclaimed, your face growing warm from embarrassment. He raised his eyebrows and seemed to ponder for a moment. Well, I never said we couldn't be friends, did I? He mumbled, a slight blush tinting his cheeks. You gaped at him, suddenly feeling your own cheeks heat up. You almost wished he would look away and turn around. Almost. He regained his composure and smirked. Well then, nice to meet you, Shinso, you said. I hope we can both get into the hero course. Together, you added. I guess I could live with that situation, YN. Maybe UA wasn't going to be as bad as you thought after all. The day started just like any other normal fall day. You were heading out to meet up with Kirishima so you two could train together at USJ. Kirishima had first approached you during lunch, complimenting your impressive telekinetic quirk. He thought that since you could throw heavy objects, it would be good practice for him and his hardening quirk. It would also help you gauge your limits. You exchanged numbers and decided that USJ was the perfect place to spar and train. You smiled to yourself contentedly as you walked, enjoying the tranquil weather. You had always admired Kirishima from afar ever since you first saw him during the team combat training segment of class. He seemed so brave, exactly the kind of person you thought would make a great hero one day. You never imagined someone as strong as him would ever approach you, even if you both were in the same class. As you turned the corner, you spotted USJ in the distance. Your heart began to race with excitement at the idea of sparring against Kirishima. You quickened your pace when suddenly a high-pitched scream caught your attention. What was that? You started to run toward the direction of the screaming. As you got closer, your eyes began to sting, as if something was irritating them. You halted abruptly, the scene in front of you halting your thoughts. A woman was kneeling on the ground with dark burns on her thighs and arms, while a man lay unconscious next to her. Your heartbeat quickened as you took in the menacing figure of a villain looming over the victims. Their back was turned to you, but you could faintly make out a green mist-like substance oozing from their body. With lightning speed, you took your phone out of your pocket and sent a message. You? Kirishima helped now point 8th Street and Mountain Drive. Villain. You wondered if any pro heroes were around to help. You guessed they would have shown up by now. This was it. As a hero in training, it was up to you to try and help these people. Hey villain, what do you think you're doing? You yelled nervously, hoping to stall until Kirishima arrived. The villain turned slowly and eyed you. Your knees began to shake as you got a good look at their face. It was covered in jagged scars, and their eyes were completely black. Their hands were enveloped in the green mist, which you assumed was responsible for the woman's injuries. They stared at you and then began to laugh. This doesn't involve you, child. Leave now and I won't have to hurt you, they growled threateningly. The green mist spread across their arms, revealing their readiness for a fight. You scanned the area for anything you could move with your quirk. You spotted a stop sign that could work and 3 cars, but that might be pushing your limits. Hey, if you don't leave, I'll make you regret it. You want to fight me that badly? The villain roared. You yelped in surprise but stood your ground. No, I won't leave. These people need my help and you're in my way. You shouted with determination as you activated your quirk. Your eyes glowed red as you willed the stop sign to launch at the villain. If you could get those people to safety, maybe you could defuse the situation. The stop sign spun rapidly toward the villain. At the same time, you summoned a car door to act as a shield. You took a running start at the villain with the car door in tow. They laughed and released more of their green mist, aiming it at the stop sign. Within seconds, the stop sign was corroded and destroyed. Their quirk is that strong? Then they aimed their mist at you. You threw the car door at them, distracting them for a moment while you dodged the acidic mist. While they were distracted, you picked up the woman and reached for the unconscious man. You barely grasped his shirt before the green mist reached your arms. You winced in pain as your skin burned, momentarily letting go of the man and nearly dropping the woman. Save yourself, please. You heard the woman mumble, suddenly becoming dead weight in your arms, causing you to stumble backward. No, I can't. I won't, you yelled, trying to put some distance between you and the villain. This can't be it. YN. Kirishima's voice pierced through your thoughts as you saw him sprinting toward the villain at breakneck speed. What the villain began to say as Kirishima's hardened fist slammed into the back of their head. The villain stumbled back, startled by Kirishima's bold fighting style. Kirishima bent down and swung his fist up, delivering a swift uppercut. You know, attacking innocent people isn't very heroic of you, Kirishima lectured. The villain went down but not before they expelled a wave of their acidic green mist toward Kirishima. Kirishima, watch out for the mist. It can corrode even metal, you yelled from the sidelines. Don't worry about it, he called back, seemingly unfazed. You quickly yanked your phone out of your pocket and dialed the police. Meanwhile, Kirishima squatted down, taking a fighting stance and activating his hardening quirk. His shirt ripped as his skin became jagged and sharp. You gasped as he bravely charged through the mist and launched himself at the villain with a battle cry. You felt so helpless, all you could do was protect the civilians. In reality, Kirishima's fight with the villain was short and straightforward. But as you watched the two collide repeatedly, it felt like an eternity. Kirishima kept pushing forward, and in the end he stood victorious but also badly burned. The sound of police sirens broke through the tension, and 3 ambulances arrived soon after. The 2 civilians were taken away first in separate ambulances while you and Kirishima shared one. Kirishima lay on the stretcher while you sat beside him. In the ambulance, you and Kirishima began to chat. Honestly, this isn't what I expected training with you would be like, he said playfully. I thought it would be more fun. You laughed, but a wave of guilt washed over you for dragging him into the situation. Kirishima, I'm really sorry for what happened. I should have called for help first, and because I didn't, now we're both hurt, you said, feeling tears welling in your eyes. If it weren't for you stepping in, those people could have been in serious trouble. It was really brave of you to intervene. At least, that's how I see it, he replied, his voice softening with sincerity. You paused for a moment, leaning down to give him a gentle kiss on the cheek, where a bruise was starting to form from the fight. Sitting back up, you noticed the deep blush spreading across his face. You smiled brightly, wiping away your tears. You weren't too bad yourself, Kirishima. Chapter end. This is a request piece for the lovely at Vampetsu. I feel like Enji will gain popularity now that he's fully introduced in the anime. For this one-shot, the reader will have a teleportation quirk. Thanks for the request and enjoy. Todoroki. How could you assign me to the 13th district? Nothing ever happens there. I'm so overqualified for this. You shouted at the pro-hero Endeavor, who was glaring at you from behind his desk. Your voice echoed throughout his spacious office, likely audible outside if anyone was listening closely. You slammed your hands on his desk and glared at him. In the entire history of this agency, you were the only one he allowed to express such anger. I've worked at this agency since the beginning, and now you're assigning me to patrol the 13th district for an entire month. Lives could be lost because of this. The 13th district is too far away from everything. This is basically a demotion as far as I'm concerned. Endeavor remained silent, which only fueled your irritation further. Say something. One more word out of you and you lose your job here, and I'll make sure you never get another one. Ever, he interrupted, his icy blue eyes glinting dangerously. You gulped, feeling the weight of his words. Fine, but at least explain your reasoning, Endeavor. Please. There are rumors about an illegal black market in the 13th district. According to my sources, this black market is real and specializes in illegal arms dealing and shipping. There are many abandoned buildings in the 13th district, and while not much crime happens there, it's the perfect place for heavy-duty smuggling. I want you and only you on this case, YN, he explained. Because you're right. You are the most qualified out of everyone at my agency. Excluding me, of course, he added with a dry smirk. Thank you for entrusting me with this endeavor. I will do my best, and I'm sorry for losing my temper, you said, bowing quickly before leaving the room. I guess this could be interesting. 24 hours later. You were patrolling the 13th district, carefully inspecting all the listed abandoned buildings in the area. Frustration began to build as it seemed you weren't going to find anything today. Maybe they are in an abandoned building, but they could be going underground for all I know. You pondered, scanning your surroundings. It's not like Endeavor gave you a lot of information about these people either. You sighed, already chalking this up to a wild goose chase. You started walking back to where you first began, hoping to spot something you might have missed. But as you walked, you heard a strange echo to your footsteps. Almost as if you were being followed. You stopped and turned around just as a random villain appeared out of nowhere. They were taller than most, but their movements were uncoordinated and awkward. They attempted to kick at your legs, but you sidestepped, grabbed them by their shirt, and threw them down to the ground. They tried to get up clumsily, but you swiftly incapacitated them with a well-placed knee to the face. It's obvious that this person isn't trained in combat at all. So why would they even bother? You handcuffed the unconscious villain and called the police, a bad feeling creeping in about the whole situation. Maybe I should call Endeavor, this whole place gives me the creeps. You were so lost in thought that you didn't even hear more footsteps approaching. Back at the Endeavor Hero Agency, POV change. I want 3 teams patrolling the downtown area today. There's a lot of heavy traffic too, so watch out. Go now. Endeavor ordered his underlings gruffly. Yes, sir, they chanted, leaving hurriedly, eager to avoid any further confrontation with him. Endeavor returned to his desk when his office phone began ringing abruptly. He quickly picked it up, thinking it might be an emergency. Endeavor Hero Agency, what is it? He asked bluntly. Endeavor, it's the police calling from the Tatooine station. There is a major situation in the 13th district. So far, there is only 1 pro-hero and 6 police cars facing at least 100 armed and dangerous villains. I guess the rumors were true after all, the policeman said in a monotone voice. The pro told us they are from your agency, so we are asking you to go down there and help. All Might is nowhere to be found either, he added. Of course I'll go. I'm a hero after all, Endeavor replied briskly before hanging up and preparing to leave the office. Why? Just hold on until I get there. The 13th district. You hissed in pain as another bullet grazed your arm before you ducked behind a police car. Why are there so many of them? You muttered to yourself. Peeking out from behind the car, you spotted an opening in the villain's formation. Seizing the opportunity, you activated your quirk and teleported right into the midst of a large group of villains. You began taking them down one by one, using hand-to-hand combat. You managed to incapacitate 8 villains armed with pistols before having to retreat back behind the police car. Your body ached from the constant teleporting, and your knuckles were sore and bleeding. There's just too many of them. I can't do this by myself, and the cops aren't prepared for this kind of fight either, you thought. If only. Why and police. Duck down. You heard a deep voice bellow, prompting you to duck under the police car along with several others. The air suddenly grew warm, and the surroundings brightened with flames. Endeavor's flames. From your hiding spot, you watched as many villains attempted to flee, only to be taken down by Endeavor's signature, Hellfire. You crawled out from under the car to join the fight. 30 minutes later. By the end of the day, you and Endeavor had apprehended 79 villains, all involved in illegal arms dealing, and handed them over to the police. It turned out you had stumbled upon their hideout, cleverly concealed beneath one of the many buildings you inspected. The villains had panicked, thinking you would call the police, which led to their reckless attack on you. The case remained open mainly because you had a strong feeling that you and Endeavor hadn't apprehended all of them. After the confrontation, you were sent to the hospital for minor injuries while Endeavor returned to his agency. The next day, you decided to go to work since your injuries were manageable. You had certainly experienced worse. However, your main motivation for going was to see Endeavor. The close call with danger had stirred up some unfamiliar feelings within you. As soon as you arrived at work, you headed straight to his office. You knocked on the door firmly and heard a gravelly voice say, "Come in." Approaching the Flame Hero's desk, you felt a wave of nervousness wash over you, but it wasn't fear, which surprised you. His eyes widened as you got closer. "Iida, I'm glad that you're safe," he interrupted. "I don't want to lose someone like you. You've been with me since the beginning, which means you're very important to me," he said, stumbling over his words in a way that felt uncharacteristic for him. He seemed a bit flustered. Thanks. Todoroki, you replied, deciding to use his real name in this rare, NTMT moment. He smirked and looked away, his flames flickering with intensity. "Just get back to work, YN, he said, still avoiding your gaze, his flames partially obscuring his face. You smiled and left the room, feeling your cheeks warm as you walked away. It had been a few weeks since the battle at the 13th district. Things had somewhat returned to normal, and you resumed patrolling the more populated areas of the city with Endeavor. However, ever since that battle, Endeavor seemed a bit distant. Although you patrolled together, he barely spoke to you. Whenever you suggested going alone to confront a villain, he would glare and insist it wasn't a good idea. You hesitated to ask if he was all right, sensing his tension. You hoped that with time, he would return to his usual self, but unfortunately, that was not the case. Today was particularly quiet. No major incidents had been reported, and everyone seemed to be taking it easy, you included. Even Endeavor was unusually quiet. He assigned you some busy work, filling out reports, but it was still a lazy day. You sighed and leaned back in your chair, stretching your arms overhead. Suddenly, Endeavor's office door swung open, and he shouted orders. "There's been an attack downtown. 10 villains, all armed and dangerous," he announced, prompting everyone to suit up and prepare to leave. "I want 3 groups of 5 to surround the downtown area. Let's move out now," he commanded as people began to file out of the office. "Why, and you're coming with me." "Let's go," he ordered gruffly. "Yes, sir," you replied, jumping out of your chair, excited to finally be able to do something. Downtown, you and Endeavor arrived on the scene quickly and assessed the situation. The 10 villains had turned a violent confrontation into a hostage situation, having captured 3 civilians and barricaded themselves in an abandoned 3-story office building. They were refusing to communicate with the police and demanded to speak only with Endeavor. "What are they armed with? And what are their quirks?" you asked a nearby policeman. "We don't know their quirks, but they have guns that can neutralize your quirk," he explained tersely. Guns? The villains at the 13th district had also used firearms. Could they be the same group? Did some manage to escape? I am Endeavor, a pro hero. Let the hostages go, and I won't have to fight you. Endeavor shouted through a police megaphone, his booming voice snapping you back to reality as you tried to devise a strategy. Suddenly, you heard screams from the third floor of the office building. The policeman gasped as a woman was pushed out of the window. I've got this, you yelled, activating your quirk. Before anyone could react, you teleported beneath the falling civilian, catching her in your arms and teleporting back to safety. Are you all right? You asked the trembling woman as you guided her to a nearby ambulance. Why yes, I'm fine, but there are still 2 more people in there, she stammered as you helped her into the ambulance, where a paramedic gently placed a shock blanket over her. Don't worry, ma'am. We are pro heroes, and we won't let anything happen to you or them, I promise, you assured her, squeezing her hand. Her eyes widened, and she offered you a small smile before you hurried back to Endeavor. Endeavor was staring at you with wide eyes and furrowed brows as you approached him. Why, we're going to breach the building now. I want you to teleport to the 2nd floor and take them by surprise. It's clear these people can't be reasoned with, he instructed, standing firm. By myself. Yes, I'll be right behind you. Let's just do this, he said, turning away quickly, his mouth set in a tight line. You quickly grabbed his arm, and he turned to face you again. Endeavor, one of the policemen said they are armed with guns that can neutralize your quirk. If I get shot, I won't be able to help you after that. Don't worry, Wyan. As I said, I'll be right there, he replied, his dark expression softening for a moment as his piercing blue eyes met yours. All right, let's do this. You activated your quirk and teleported to the 2nd floor. You heard Endeavor running behind you as you dashed up the stairs toward the 3rd floor. You smiled to yourself, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Things might be getting back to normal. This felt like old times. Endeavor glanced at your smile with curiosity before quickly looking away, his flames flickering around him. He raised his leg and kicked the door open as you both rushed into the room. Watch out, it's the pros, yelled one of the villains, pointing his handgun at you. You teleported behind him, swiftly disarming him and delivering a quick strike before he fell to the ground. Suddenly, you felt a sharp pain as a bullet grazed your left thigh. You ducked behind a pillar, scanning the room for other villains. Endeavor was engaged in a fierce battle with 5 opponents, trying to keep his flames low to avoid igniting the entire building. He's incredible, you thought as you peered out from behind the pillar. You noticed the remaining 4 villains surrounding the hostages, who were tied up and vulnerable. This will be easy. You teleported right into the center of the group and began your assault. You managed to disarm 3 of the 4 villains before feeling a sudden, intense pain in your right shoulder. You gasped, looking down to see a wound bleeding on your shoulder. Behind you, the villain who shot you wore a smug grin, aiming a large handgun at you. I didn't even have to use my quirk. These weapons are really something, he taunted, still pointing the gun squarely at you. Your heart raced as you attempted to activate your quirk, but nothing happened. Help me, you yelled at Endeavor desperately. YN was the last thing you heard before the entire room was engulfed in bright orange flames. Your eyes opened slowly, met with harsh fluorescent lighting. You turned your head and observed your surroundings. You were in a dreary hospital room. The only colorful thing was a vase of sunflowers on a tiny table near your bed. A dull pain throbbed in your shoulder as you sat up. Your thigh was also wrapped and bandaged, as were your hands. I don't remember injuring my hands, though. You groaned as you tried to get out of bed, but before you could, the door to your room opened suddenly. Endeavor walked in and gruffly greeted you. Are the civilians all right? What happened back there? You asked him before he could say anything else. Why, and don't worry. They're all fine. Even the villains, he explained as he sat down in a tiny chair near your bed. Do you like the flowers? He asked. Oh, why yes, of course. Thank you, Todoroki, you replied, caught by surprise. He smirked slightly before looking down at your bandaged hands. His expression darkened, and his flames simmered down. I got a little carried away at the end. Your hands, he started to say, but you leaned over and placed an injured hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it. Injuries are a part of the job. I'm not naive, I know the risks involved, Todoroki, you said, meeting his gaze. But you lost so much blood. It's fine. Let's just drop it, okay? You said as you leaned back into your uncomfortable hospital bed. With unexpected gentleness, Endeavor took your hand and brought it to his lips. His lips were rough but warm. He lingered there for a moment before kissing your wrist and palm. His blue eyes were closed, but yours were wide open. NG, what are you doing? Ish, just let me do this for you, he said calmly, beginning to kiss up your arm. He reached your shoulder and left a gentle mark, his touch both tender and firm. You sighed softly, relaxing into his gentle gestures. He kissed up your neck swiftly, cupping your face with his rough hands. Finally, his warm lips met yours in a soft kiss, accompanied by a slight embrace. A quiet sound escaped your lips, and Endeavor pulled away slowly. You gazed into his bright blue eyes, and he smirked back at you, a playful glint shining in his gaze. Yep, things are definitely back to normal. Today we will be taking a trip out of town, students. We will be touring UA High to see what the best hero course in the world has to offer, your teacher excitedly announced one Monday morning. For all of you who want to work behind the scenes in hero support, this should be a great learning experience. Today you will get to see what heroes go through every day, which will hopefully inspire you on how to assist them. You perked up, thrilled that today would be a relaxing tour of a world-renowned school. You and your classmates piled into the bus and embarked on the 2-hour journey to UA High. You pulled out your favorite book from your backpack, trying to read over the noise of your classmates. I hope I get to see what kind of costumes the UA students wear. There was a hero course at your school, but they barely provided training grounds, let alone top-of-the-line costumes and a full sports festival. However, the fact that your school's hero course was lacking didn't really matter to you since your passion lay in designing and updating costumes to suit all types of quirks. Time flew by, and before you knew it, you and your class were approaching the massive gate known as the UA barrier. Behind it, you could clearly see the impressive H-shaped glass building you had seen on TV. Holy cow, this is incredible! UA is on a totally different level, someone in your class exclaimed, and you couldn't help but agree. You knew that UA would be impressive, but this exceeded all your expectations. Now students, make sure you have your visitor passes because if you don't, the barrier will close and the school's state-of-the-art alarm system will be activated, your teacher said, oddly cheerful about that fact. You fumbled for your pass and walked with your class under the giant UA barrier. The class representatives from Class 1A in the Hero course will be giving us the general tour, and then you'll be free to explore on your own, your teacher explained as you all walked. But 2 students from the next generation of pro heroes will be giving us a personal tour. So cool. Once you and your class reached the front door, you were greeted by 2 students. One was a tall boy with dark blue hair and glasses, and the other was a girl with black hair tied up in an elegant ponytail. Her striking stormy eyes were captivating. You gaped at her beauty, and when she glanced over at you, you gasped in surprise at the sudden eye contact and quickly turned your head away. She did the same, her cheeks slightly flushed. You had definitely been caught staring. Oh no, I've barely been here a few minutes and now I've embarrassed myself in front of a stunning girl. A girl who's going to be a hero. Hello, my name is Bnha Iida, Class 1A's president, and this is my vice president, Momo Yaoyorozu. Welcome to our school, the boy said, bowing to your class. Wow, he seems like an elite student. The tour consisted mostly of walking around inside UA and exploring its vast hallways. You also visited Ground Gamma, Gym Gamma, the sports stadium, and the Hero Support Labs, all of which left you highly impressed. And to your left, you can see Ground Beta, a training facility mostly used for the hero courses and classes, Yaoyorozu explained to your awestruck class as you continued the tour. You were only half listening, eager to explore the massive school on your own and maybe talk to some students in the hero course. Unfortunately, you won't be touring the USJ facility because it is located off campus, but feel free to have lunch at the Hero Lunch Rushes cafeteria. Iida stated. This concludes our personal tour, but your visitor passes last for 3 more hours, giving you plenty of time to eat lunch and explore UA to your heart's content. Thank you for listening to us for so long and for taking the time to look at our school, Yaoyorozu said, giving a small bow. Thank you very much, your class replied in unison as you all lined up to get food. UA is so fancy that they even have a pro hero serving lunch. This is amazing, you thought to yourself as you stood in line. Suddenly, you felt a light tap on your shoulder followed by a soft, "Excuse me." You turned around and came face to face with two beautiful dark eyes. Oh, hi, Yaoyorozu. Thanks for the tour, by the way. Your school is really amazing, you said, nervously rubbing the back of your neck. What's your name? She asked you directly. Wow, she's straight to the point. It's YNLN, you replied. Well, Wine, would you like to eat lunch together? It's my lunch break anyway. I mean, if that's okay with you, of course, Yaoyorozu asked softly. You smiled at her, thinking her idea sounded great. While you ate, you mostly discussed each other's classes, school life, and literature. You shared your aspiration to work behind the scenes in costume engineering, and you also talked about her quirk and its applications. My costume is a little revealing, to be honest. It's so embarrassing, she admitted, cupping her hands to her face and blushing. But your quirk is easier to use if you have more skin showing, that's just how it is. Your quirk is really amazing, even if it requires that. Plus, I'm sure you look fantastic, you said, smiling at her across the table. She beamed, her dark eyes sparkling with excitement. We still have a little time before I have to get back to class. After lunch, can I show you my absolute favorite part of UA? She asked, her eyes shining brightly. You felt your face heat up as you kept looking at her. Of course, you can, you replied, unable to hide your enthusiasm. You both finished eating and walked out of the cafeteria together. Yaoyorozu led you down hallway after hallway until you finally ended up outside. It's just past this courtyard, YN, she said with a smile. You started to hear something in the distance. What is that sound? Is it water? Here it is. My favorite place in the whole school, she said, gesturing to a huge ornate water fountain. The fountain was surrounded by wildflowers and grass, with a tiny bench next to it. Parts of the fountain looked weathered and green, but the water was so clear and clean that it was surprising. In the center stood an intricate statue of a very tall woman holding a gourd that poured out water, while 4 fish at her feet sprayed water from their mouths. What do you think? She asked, smiling widely. You thought it stood out against the ultra-modern backdrop of UA, but perhaps that was what made it special. It's really beautiful. Incredibly beautiful, you breathed out as you took a seat on the tiny bench. Yaoyorozu sat next to you, clearly pleased that she had impressed you. It might have been the way she looked at you or how your hands brushed against each other on the bench, but you felt a strong urge to lean in closer. You leaned forward, gently pressing your lips against hers. She gasped at the unexpected closeness, but soon leaned into the moment. It was a brief connection, yet it felt like an eternity before you pulled away. Your face felt warm, and you tried to contain the overwhelming joy bubbling inside you. You both sat in silence for a while, foreheads touching and hands intertwined. Wow, she said softly, breaking the silence. That was amazing. Yaoyorozu, can I have your cell phone number? You asked, trying to keep a straight face despite your own nervousness. How could you kiss her without even having her number? Of course you can. And then maybe we can have a proper date, she said, laughing as she leaned forward to give your cheek a gentle peck. You blushed even more and held her hand tightly as you both headed back inside you, eager to make the most of the remaining hours you had together. The wind nipped at your cheeks and bare legs as you hurried toward the beach. It was a little colder than you had anticipated, but it wasn't terrible. You had packed a small bag full of essentials for a day at the beach. This was the first day of your entire school year that you had nothing planned. The only intention for today was to completely lose yourself in relaxation and peace. At least that's what you thought after setting up your umbrella and blanket on the sand. You took off your shorts and a loose t-shirt, leaving you in just your simple black one-piece swimsuit. It seemed like you were the only one there, and you believed it was your lucky day. Just when you were getting comfortable, resting on your back with your sunglasses on, you heard loud laughter. Huh? You groggily asked yourself as you removed your sunglasses and sat up. You caught a glimpse of a yellow-haired boy splashing playfully near the rocks by the shore. He was accompanied by a spiky red-haired boy standing with his hands on his hips, thigh-deep in the water, and a black-haired boy with unusual arms who was also splashing around. They were all very loud, and you pouted as you lay back down on your blanket. So much for my relaxing day at the beach, you thought as you fished your phone and earbuds out of your bag and scrolled through your music playlist. Maybe if you could drown out their laughter with music, you might still be able to sleep. Hey, Kirishima, why don't you go talk to her? Maybe she could hang out with us, you heard the black-haired boy say loudly. Nah, I don't know, Shiro. Would that be manly or not? The red-haired boy Kirishima asked tentatively. Of course it's manly. Manly enough. Shiro replied. Who even are these guys? You thought as you stopped scrolling through your phone. I'll talk to her then if you don't want to, Kirishima, the yellow-haired boy said as he started walking toward you, clad only in his swim trunks. You sat up quickly, trying not to blush at the sight of the shirtless boy approaching. He was smiling goofily, and his yellow hair was damp and shiny. Hi. My friends wanted me to say hi. I'm Denki Kaminari by the way, he said, still beaming at you. What are you listening to? He asked. You decided he seemed harmless and started to relax. I'm YNLN, nice to meet you, you said, but if you don't mind, I'm going to go back to lying down. You dodged his question. This is my first free day in a long time, so. Oh really? Do you go to an elite school or something? He asked as he plopped down in the sand near your blanket. I guess he didn't take the hint. Well, it's not really elite. My school focuses mostly on academics, so there's a lot of work involved, you said aloofly. Now that Kaminari was closer, you realized you had seen him somewhere. Did you see him around the city? Wait a minute. You're the electric guy from the UA Sports Festival. And you're asking me if I go to an elite school? You is the best of the best, Kaminari, you exclaimed, finally realizing where you had seen him. You remembered that he made it pretty far in the festival too, which had impressed you. Yeah, it's pretty cool being a UA student. After the festival, we all kind of got famous, I guess, he said, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. You sensed that he was proud of being a UA student but that he tried a bit too hard when he talked to people. Well, I think it must be amazing to be a UA student, you stated loudly so his friends, who were eavesdropping stealthily, could hear you. To be accepted into a school like that. You must be really talented. Kaminari looked away from you, gulping and blushing deeply. Thanks, that means a lot, YN, he finally said as he met your eyes. You stared back at him, getting lost in his mesmerizing dark yellow gaze that almost matched his hair. You weren't aware that you were staring until Kaminari broke the silence by snapping his fingers near your face. Sorry, your eyes are just really cool, Kaminari, you said awkwardly as you started to stand up. Oh, are you leaving already? He asked as you stood up and stretched. No, I'm just going in the water now, and I think your friends are waiting for you anyway, you explained, gesturing toward his eavesdropping buddies who were still by the rocks, watching you too. Do you want to join me? You asked with newfound confidence. Of course. Kaminari said, a bit taken aback by your boldness. He shot up quickly, brushing sand off his slim body. You took his hand in yours and led him to the water. He grinned and followed you, his yellow eyes shining brighter than the sun. This free day is off to a great start so far. You huffed and adjusted your black shirt as you scrutinized yourself in the mirror. You wondered if you looked professional or too corporate, and sighed, starting to doubt yourself. After a drastic career change from an unfulfilling office job, you had returned to college to study education. You pursued multiple internships at different schools, driven by your passion for teaching, but had yet to find a school that excited you. On a whim, you decided to apply for a one-semester internship at UA High School. You thought they would turn you down due to your lack of experience, but to your surprise, they called you back the next day. The principal set up your internship and mailed you your UA ID card. You walked toward the train station. You recalled Principal Nizu's words over the phone. I will be your supervisor, but you will be studying under Mr. Aizawa for the duration of the internship. He's a bit strict but also a bit sleepy, so it won't be that bad. He's one of our best teachers. Stepping onto the train, you wondered what he meant by sleepy. Did Aizawa sleep during class? Did that mean all the teachers at UA could do that? Lost in thought, you got off the train and walked toward UA High. You pulled your ID from your pocket and walked under the huge front gate, arriving half an hour early to meet Aizawa. You climbed the steps toward a giant glass door and walked in. Principal Nizu said Aizawa's class is homeroom 1A, you thought as you wandered down hallway after hallway. Finally, you reached your destination and found yourself staring at another enormous door. You knocked on the grand door and waited for Aizawa to answer. Instead, you were met with dead silence. Well, I guess I should just let myself in, you said as you quietly opened the door. Hello? I'm YNLN, I'm here for my you started to say before you were cut off by a loud groan. Your eyes widened as a tall figure emerged from behind the podium at the front of the classroom. Your mouth dropped open when you realized it was a tall man with long black hair, completely encased in a bright yellow sleeping bag. Are you Mr. Aizawa? Because if you're not, I want you to know that I have a brown belt in karate, you said to the strange man, a bit louder than you intended. He unzipped his sleeping bag and stepped out carefully, glaring at you with dark, tired eyes. Of course I'm Aizawa. I wouldn't be able to make it past the UA gate without an ID, he said calmly in a monotone voice. You seem to lack reason and intuitiveness. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry Mr. Aizawa. I'm the new intern here at UA, and I'm going to be working mostly with you. Just call me Aizawa. Okay. Well, I'm here now, and my name is YNLN. It's a pleasure to work with you at this incredible campus, you said, bowing slightly. Now that formalities are out of the way, I'm going back to sleep, he said, zipping up his sleeping bag again and flopping down on the floor behind the podium. But Aizawa, class starts in nearly 10 minutes. We should greet the students and tell them who I am. I thought you were an intern, so stop telling me what to do and let me sleep, he replied, drowsiness creeping into his deep voice. Well, this is going to be interesting. 3 weeks later, you and Aizawa had developed a routine. You stayed out of his way and worked hard while he slept, and he was generally tolerant of you. To you, the routine seemed a bit one-sided, but it was working so far. Today, you and Aizawa were staying a bit late to help Present Mike grade some essays. Present Mike had to go on patrol that night, so you both volunteered to help him. You were sitting in the teacher's office with the lights dimmed slightly. Aizawa was a faster grader than you, but the dimmed lights and quiet atmosphere were making you nod off slowly. Aizawa looked up from his stack of papers and smirked at you. You doing all right, Wyan? He asked politely, albeit a bit coldly. Yet it's just that there are so many papers. Does Present Mike wait until the last minute or what? You asked in frustration as you wrote corrections in the margins of the essay you were grading. To your surprise, Aizawa got up and went to the mini fridge near the door. He returned and handed you a cold bottle of water. Here, it's all they had in the fridge, he said briskly. You thanked him and took the drink gratefully. As you did, your fingers brushed against his slightly, and you felt a flutter of nerves. He smirked at you again, obviously noticing your reaction. You cleared your throat awkwardly and hunched over your papers quickly to avoid eye contact. Aizawa leaned closer to you as you continued to avoid looking him in the eyes. He huffed and leaned in even closer until you could feel his warm breath on your cheek. You're acting weird, is everything okay? He asked, genuine concern in his raspy voice. If you were being honest with yourself, everything was not okay. Lately, Aizawa had been creeping into your everyday thoughts more and more. You worried for his safety, felt different around him, and realized that beneath his cold exterior was a kind and selfless man you might be falling for. I'm fine, Aizawa. I'm just not tired, you said, finally meeting his jet black eyes. He shook his head, obviously not believing you, and started to turn away. Minute. What do you have to lose, YN? You snatched his hand and turned his face toward you. His stubble tickled your hand as you gently pressed your lips against his. He tensed for a moment before relaxing into the kiss. You broke the kiss for a moment, and he gently cupped your face in his rough hands, kissing you with renewed intensity. His lips brushed against yours, and you gasped in surprise. Your hands found their way into his long hair as he kissed you with fervor. His enthusiasm caught you off guard, especially considering how laid back he usually was. Not that you were complaining, of course. He pulled away to catch his breath, and you chuckled softly to yourself. You don't know how long I've wanted to do that. Shoyuta, you confessed, meeting his serious gaze. Trust me, you have no idea how long I've wanted to do that too. YN, he replied, his nose gently bumping against yours as he spoke, his eyes locked on yours. Needless to say, the grading did not get done that night. You had a major problem. This was the sort of problem that was extremely hard to get rid of and couldn't be solved overnight. The good thing about this problem was that you knew the cause of it. It was none other than Bnha Iida. Every time you were around him, you felt butterflies in your stomach, and your hands became warm and clammy. Whenever he made his enthusiastic gestures, a rush of excitement coursed through you. At first, he had intimidated you to no end, but after he started talking to you more, you realized that he was an incredibly earnest and funny guy. Once you discovered these aspects of his personality, your feelings became even more confusing. All it took was for him to say your name with a special glint in his steel blue eyes, and your heart would race. You decided to confront him about your newfound and very confusing feelings. You just didn't want him to see you in a different light because of how you felt about him. So, instead of confronting him directly, you chose to write him a letter that would express your feelings without the embarrassment of confessing in person. When he wasn't looking, you placed your letter into his backpack, hoping he might write back, and that would solve everything. As soon as you got home from UA, you started carefully crafting your letter. Dorita, lately, I have been feeling differently towards you, but it is a positive feeling. Trust me. It is very confusing, but I think we should be more than just friends. I was wondering if you wanted to do something outside of school sometime, if the feelings are mutual. Love, YN. You thought happily that it was shorter than you expected as you carefully placed your letter into a white envelope. You sealed it, feeling ready to enact your plan the next day. The following day, you sat next to Iida at lunch, engaging him in a conversation about different hero family dynamics. While he was distracted, you secretly placed your letter into his backpack, hiding it among his many notebooks, hoping it would take him some time to find it. You felt quite satisfied with yourself for successfully pulling it off. After that, the day went on as usual and ended quicker than you thought. Just as you were leaving campus, you heard a familiar voice call out your name. You turned around and saw Iida running towards you. YN, wait for me please, he said politely and loudly. Iida, what's going on? Aren't you going to walk with Midoria and Uraraka? You asked when he abruptly stopped in front of you. No, not today, YN. I actually wanted to discuss the contents of the letter that you placed in my school bag, he said, motioning to his backpack. Your heartbeat quickened, and you felt a wave of nervousness wash over you. He wasn't supposed to find it today. Oh, really? When you stated in your letter that you wanted to be more than friends, I believe I understood what you meant, he said, interrupting your stuttering. Really? You asked, holding your breath in anticipation for what he would say next. YN, do you want to be rivals instead of friends? He asked with a booming voice, his glasses glinting in the sunlight. Your mouth dropped open, and your heartbeat returned to normal instantly. What just happened? Was my letter too vague? Is he serious about this, or is he trying to make a joke? You froze in place, and Iida began to shift his eyes around. What? You eventually said, breaking the awkward silence. In your letter, you said you wanted to meet up sometime. Like, to train and spar against me? He explained quickly and matter-of-factly, a small smile gracing his face. Isn't that what you meant, YN? Oh boy. You snapped out of your state of surprise and immediately decided to clear things up with Iida, even if it meant making things awkward between you two. No, Iida, you're wrong. I want you to listen to me carefully for a bit, please, you said, rubbing the back of your neck and looking down at the ground in nervousness. My letter, it was a casual sort of love letter. Lately, I've been feeling differently around you, and I've finally realized why. I like you a lot. I have a crush on you. My letter was supposed to be a romantic confession to you, Iida. You were surprised at your own vulnerability. You glanced at Iida and almost gasped. He was beet red, and his hands were fidgeting uncontrollably at his sides. His glasses were sliding down his sharp nose little by little. He gulped and adjusted them roughly before looking you square in the eyes. You had never seen Iida look so flustered and confused before. You had to admit, though, it was a good look on him. YN. Oh boy. I am please. Oh geez, just say it already. Why? Please accept my humble apologies regarding this misunderstanding, he finally exclaimed as he bowed his head, showing how deeply sorry he was. Iida, it's all right. Really, it's fine because my letter might have been too unclear, you know, you said, trying to ease the tension. YN, now that I know that your letter was coming from a place of affection, I want you to know that the feeling is indeed mutual. Iida confessed, his blush darkening even more as he placed a hand on your shoulder. Your knees felt weak as you looked deep into his dark blue eyes. You could feel your face getting warmer by the second, but at least you didn't feel sick anymore. Instead, the nervousness you had once felt had been replaced by an intense feeling of happiness and joy. You leaned forward and gave him a quick peck on the cheek before retreating quickly, smiling giddily at him. Iida, do you want to do something now? Like go on a proper date? You asked, reaching out your hand to him. His hand that had been on your shoulder dropped and grasped yours. I would love to, YN, Iida said, and with that, the two of you walked off campus, both lost in each other's presence for the rest of the day. This piece takes place after Todoroki graduates from UA, marking a time skip. The reader is quirkless. Since Todoroki's hero name is still Shoto, I will refer to him as such. You weren't even supposed to take this road. It wasn't your usual route to work, but you thought a change of pace would be nice. However, as you found yourself face to face with a large villain sporting a shark-like face, you reconsidered your decision. Give me all your money and I won't have to hurt you, he snarled, revealing razor-sharp teeth that looked like they could chew through steel. You gulped, your throat dry. Reaching into your jacket pocket, you fumbled for your pepper spray. I don't have any money, villain. Please just leave me alone, I just need to get to work, you cried out, your hands shaking as you gripped the spray. I'm not letting you off that easily, he yelled, lunging at you with malice in his eyes. You quickly stepped back to avoid his grasp, whipping out the spray and aiming it at his eyes. Thank goodness it's not windy today, you thought, grateful for the calm. Being quirkless didn't mean you couldn't defend yourself. Your spray hit its mark, and the villain screamed in pain. You swiftly kicked at his knee, knocking him down. Stay down, villain. Or I won't have to hurt you, you said, chuckling at your own bravado. Just then, a calm voice interrupted your moment. Don't worry, civilian, I will help you, the voice called out. You turned to see a young man with red and white hair sprinting toward you. He raised his hand, and the villain you had subdued was instantly encased in ice, leaving only his mouth exposed for breathing. No way. It's the young hero Shoto. Todoroki Shoto. Endeavor's son. You never expected him to show up. Hi Shoto, don't worry, I had the situation under control, you said with a smirk as he checked you for injuries. But thanks for showing up, now you can take him to the police instead of me. I have to get to work now. Good luck, you added, preparing to leave while he stared at you in disbelief. You sighed and tucked your pepper spray back into your jacket. Wait. But that means I will get credit for this when I didn't even do anything. That's just not right, he protested, his bicolored eyes flashing with intensity. You had seen him on TV and in magazines, but seeing him up close was captivating. Still, you thought he had some nerve challenging your request. You were the one who had taken down the villain. Please, Shoto, I'm not a registered hero or anything. Do you know how much paperwork I'd have to fill out with the police? I don't even have a quirk, so just cut me some slack, okay? Either way, I'm running late for work, so I have to go now, you told him, turning to walk away quickly. Wait, he called after you, glancing down at the frozen villain. You looked back to see Todoroki leaning down, applying warmth to the villain with one hand while calling the police with the other. My boss is going to be so mad at me, you thought, frustrated. 1 week later. Your feet ached from standing all day at your job at the neighborhood coffee house, and you wished time would move faster so you could go home. But you still had 1 more hour until your shift ended, and time seemed to stand still. At least business is slow today, you thought, fiddling with your hands as you glanced at a young couple holding hands near the door and an older man sitting by the books. You closed your eyes for a moment and leaned against the counter when suddenly the front door opened, accompanied by the jingle of a bell. You opened your eyes to find familiar bicolored eyes staring back at you. You stopped fiddling with your hands and gulped. Todoroki looked aloof, but being in the presence of a hero was strangely intimidating. "Hi, can I help you?" you asked him, noticing the 3 other customers in the coffee house whispering and pointing at him. The young woman near the door walked over and lightly tapped Todoroki's shoulder. "Excuse me, Shoto. Can I please have your autograph?" she asked, offering a pen and a piece of paper while her boyfriend smiled from across the coffee house. You rolled your eyes as Todoroki gave a small smile, signed the paper, and thanked the woman for her support. Once she returned to her table, Todoroki turned back to you, his expression becoming aloof again. "Did you know what you want?" you asked politely, ready to take his order. "Yes. I want to know your name," he replied. "Wow, that was smooth. It's YNLN. How did you figure out where I work?" you asked, curious about his answer. "I checked every business in this area for a quirkless employee, and then I found you," he said nonchalantly. "Why?" "You defeated a villain by yourself, and I want to know what your deal is, to be honest. I know how to defend myself, that's all. Now, have you figured out what you want?" "Do you have cold soba?" "No. I'll just have water then." "All right, that'll be $2 even." "That's expensive." "Well, our specialty is coffee, you know? Because this is a coffee house." "I hate coffee." One water coming right up then," you said, taking the $2 from Todoroki briskly. You poured him a cold glass of water and handed it to him over the counter. "Here you go, thanks for the business," you said, giving him a small smile to ease the awkwardness in the air. "Thanks. And where did you learn how to fight?" he asked as he calmly sipped his water. "I trained a bit in high school at a dojo, then in college I took Krav Maga and some practical self-defense classes too," you explained, leaning forward on the counter. "It was pretty fun, actually. A lot of hard work, but it definitely paid off." "I see. That's very impressive, he replied. You felt yourself blush and tried to hide it by looking at the floor. He was the registered hero here. He was the impressive one. "It's not much compared to you. I mean, you're a pro hero. That's so cool. You must have worked really hard to get where you are today, Shoto." "It's truly admirable," you told him, finally starting to feel less awkward around the young hero. His eyes widened for a moment, and his mouth opened slightly as if he wanted to say something important. Instead, he quietly thanked you for the praise and took a seat near the counter. "He's so humble compared to other pro heroes these days," you thought to yourself as you observed him quietly. Everything about him was striking, which you found ironic. His piercing eyes, his quirk, his scar, and his red and white hair were all so eye-catching. Suddenly, Todoroki reached into the right pocket of his pants and pulled out his phone. His expression turned serious before he quickly got up and turned to you. "I have to go now. There's a situation developing downtown. Thank you for the water. It was delicious," he said as he briskly walked to the counter and handed you his empty glass. You smiled widely, leaning closer to him despite the counter digging into your side. In a spontaneous moment, you gave him a quick peck on the cheek and watched as his face turned a shade of red. You couldn't help but smile even wider at the sight of a flustered Todoroki. "Go get him, hero." I am so glad he's in the anime now because there is just not enough content on the big 3. Also, since there's no confirmation about where his scars on his arms came from, I will just make up where I think they came from. Enjoy. Togata, how did you get that answer? I divided the number by 0 and then. A number can't be divided by 0 because it's undefined. There's no value. Well, that makes more sense, YN. Thanks. This was how many of your study sessions with Togata went. He may have been ranked among the top 3 students in UA, but that didn't negate his struggles with grades. His less-than-stellar performance used to annoy you, but his radiant smile was infectious, and you admired how hard he worked at training his body. After you two became fast friends, you decided to help him with his studies. Every Friday afternoon, while everyone else was at clubs or cram school, you two would go to your house and you believed Togata had the potential for great grades. It was just that his demanding quirk consumed a lot of his free time with all the training it required. His quirk used to terrify you not just because he would phase through his clothes, leaving little to the imagination, but because you worried he might phase too far into the ground and never be able to come out. It was a silly thought, and you had slowly gotten over that fear, but it still crossed your mind from time to time. You never told Togata about your worries, but every time he beamed at you like the sun, you felt your chest tighten. You had never experienced such intense sadness before. You couldn't even imagine what life would be like without him. Wyan, you okay? Togata's voice broke through your thoughts suddenly, and you jumped slightly. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking. About food, you said lamely. Togata seemed to like your answer, chuckling and going back to organizing his flashcards. You shifted your eyes back and forth, unsure of what to do next. Unlike Togata, you had pretty high grades and were already done studying for now. You sighed quietly and allowed your gaze to drift over Togata's form. He was hunched over, sitting cross-legged on the floor, while you were comfortably lying on your stomach on your bed. You admired his bright blonde hair styled in a cute cowlick. His cartoonish oval-shaped eyes were glued to his notebook as he tried to focus on studying. Your eyes eventually traveled down to his arms, which were uncovered by his form-fitting white t-shirt. You noticed the jagged scars on his arms, and your chest tightened at the sight. Togata, what is it? He asked, unintentionally interrupting you. IW was just wondering. About your scars, you said, quickly averting your eyes. You could hear him chuckle softly and shift a little on the floor. I got them during training, you know that, he replied. Yeah, I know how you got them. You just never told me if it was painful or anything, you explained. Wyan, that was such an obvious question. Wyan, of course, they hurt. I mean, isn't that kind of obvious? He asked, obviously straining to suppress a laugh. I knew that. Never mind, it was a dumb question. Just forget about it, Togata, you said as you sat up on your bed and walked toward the door. You needed to get out of there fast before you lost control of your emotions. Just when your hand was on the doorknob, Togata's face appeared through the door, making you sharply inhale. Why and what's wrong? It's okay, you can tell me, he said, his dark blue eyes piercing into yours. He was smiling softly, but it wasn't his usual beaming smile. He looked slightly worried. Geez, Togata, get out of my door, you lectured. I'm fine, just go back to studying, please. Why? You're acting really weird. Let's talk about it. No, you yelled as you forcefully opened the door with Togata still half inside it. Oh. Wyan, stop, hang on a minute, he exclaimed as you roughly moved the door forward and then back. He lost his footing and fell backward, and as you swung the door back and forth, his hand reached out and grabbed your wrist in an effort to steady himself. Instead, he brought you down with him onto the floor of the hallway. You closed your eyes, bracing for the landing. You landed on top of Togata with a grunt as he cushioned your fall somewhat with his body. You opened your eyes, and Togata's gaze was the first thing you saw. You felt a strong squeeze around your body, which you quickly realized were his strong arms wrapped protectively around you. Sorry for making you fall too, Wyan, he said, smiling at you with closed eyes. You felt heat rush to your face as you realized your hands were on his sturdy chest. Wait a minute. He phased a lot of his body through my door. That means, Togata, why you're not wearing your clothes, you exclaimed, immediately shooting up. You were straddling Togata now, which made your face feel like it was on fire. You quickly rolled off of him and covered your eyes with your hands as you knelt on the floor. Sorry, Wyn. Togata shrieked as he ran into your room to retrieve his clothes. He slammed the door shut, and you waited on the floor for him to come out. Eventually, you heard the door open, and Togata shuffled out. You removed your hands from your face as he knelt in front of you. His face was a deep red, and he bowed his head. Wyn, I'm deeply sorry. For that little mishap, he mumbled softly. You tried to form words, but your breath hitched in your throat. Come on, Wyn, just tell him what's wrong. Togata, I've been having these thoughts lately. Well, to be honest, ever since I met you, I've had these thoughts. You explained. They're not good thoughts, they're fears, Togata. I fear that you'll get hurt when you're fighting villains. I fear that one day you won't come back. YN. I just want to make sure that you're safe out there, you know? It's scary to think about. You continued while Togata looked at you, his smile fading away. You looked down and played with your hands as you waited for him to speak. YN. I can't promise you anything, Togata began, and your heart dropped for a moment, but I will always try my best to make sure I come back to you every time. I can promise you that. YN. Your eyes widened as he tightly held your hands, bringing them to his lips for a gentle kiss on your knuckles. His smile returned, and you chuckled quietly, feeling a warmth spread through you. He always loved making you laugh. Thank you, Mirio, you said, leaning over to give him a quick peck on the cheek. He was impossibly warm, and when you pulled back, his face was flushed with color. And no problem, YN. Don't be nervous, YN, it's just a date. With Kaminari. Just the two of us. Together. You scrutinized your outfit in the mirror. Was your dress too formal? Should you bring a jacket in case it rains? You should bring extra money in your purse, right? You groaned loudly and decided to stop overthinking it. You and Kaminari had hung out alone together a lot since you met at the beach. Before leaving that day, you exchanged numbers and made plans to hang out whenever you were free. This date was Kaminari's idea, and even though you agreed to it, it felt like added pressure. You wanted everything to go perfectly. You actually wanted to impress him. Deciding against bringing a jacket, you rushed out the door. Kaminari had texted you the restaurant address yesterday, and your stomach churned with nerves. What if it turned out to be a terrible first date, and he never wanted to see you again? You frowned at the thought as you approached the restaurant. Just as you were about to text him that you had arrived, you heard a sharp whistle behind you. Wow, YN. Stunning, Kaminari said, a faint blush evident on his face. You felt yourself relax instantly as you thanked him, and together you walked into the restaurant. The lunch began with a brief awkward silence, but Kaminari quickly broke the ice with a joke to ease the tension. Soon, you were both lost in conversation, even engaging in a light-hearted debate after the food arrived. No way. You think the hero killer is cool? But you're a UA student, Kaminari. Shouldn't you be against that sort of thing? Kaminari paused before responding. I mean, the video made him look really cool, you know? The editing was slick. Did you see it? Nah, I didn't want to give views to a video of that murderer, you replied bluntly, twisting your hair with your finger as you watched him scramble for a clever comeback. It seemed he was more nervous than you. After lunch, you decided to walk around the neighborhood for a bit. The area was lovely, filled with old trees and charming houses. Flowers peeked through the cracks in the sidewalk, making you smile to yourself. As you walked, your hands brushed together multiple times, causing your heart to race. You glanced at Kaminari a few times and noticed his face was bright red. You both walked in comfortable silence for a while until you decided to take the lead. You sneakily grabbed Kaminari's hand and held it tightly. His hand was a little cold, but you warmed it with your own. He kept looking straight ahead as you walked along the uneven sidewalk. YN. I'm really glad we did this today, Kaminari. It's been a lot of fun. I was actually pretty nervous before the date, but it's been really great, you said, tightening your grip on his hand. You felt incredibly happy just being close to him and began to wonder if he felt the same. YN, see, can I kiss you? He asked, letting go of your hand. You turned to look at him, his question echoing in your ears. He met your gaze with a seriousness that surprised you. Yes. You can? You breathed, stopping in your tracks. He leaned closer, and your lips met in a gentle kiss. You gasped softly, feeling yourself melt into the moment. He pulled you closer, wrapping his arms around you until you were practically hugging. He broke the kiss only to lean in again, this time more gently. Your fingers found their way through his soft hair, and you felt him shudder slightly at your touch. You pulled away, gazing at Kaminari in wonder. He was flushed, his breathing a bit faster than before, but he wore a soft smile. You leaned in again to give him a quick peck on the cheek. He looked at you with bright, loving eyes. After the kiss, he embraced you again, burying his face in the crook of your neck. You could feel his warm breath tickling your skin as you wrapped your arms around his lower back. After what felt like an eternity, Kaminari let go and took a tiny step back, a silly smile still on his face, which made you suppress a laugh. He looked so adorable. Wine, that was. Very good, he said, stumbling over his words, his face still slightly flushed. You smiled widely and took his hand again, lacing your fingers together. Yeah, it was nice, but I didn't really feel a spark. Maybe you could try again, you said playfully, wrapping your arms around him. Geez, wine. If I have to, I guess I will, he joked, leaning down to place another sweet kiss on your lips. Thanks, you're my hero, Denki. Chapter end. This is a request piece, and since Amajiki is such a cutie, I felt obligated to write this. This is a female reader story because that was specific to the request. Also, your favorite color is noted, and yes, the reader and Amajiki are on a first-name basis. Enjoy. Can you kiss me? And not right now. What about later? No thanks. Come on, Tamaki, it can just be a little quick kiss if you want. Why and IJJ just don't know. What if I mess it up? You sighed loudly but decided not to push him. So, you said to forget about it, and you two went about your day at UA like normal. But you were definitely doubtful about Tamaki's feelings for you. You and Tamaki had been dating for a month and a half now, but there was one simple problem that was bothering you. His lack of physical affection toward you. A simple peck on the cheek would be fine for you, but Tamaki didn't even want to do that. In fact, ever since you two started officially dating, he had become a nervous wreck around you. Well, if you were being honest, he was always a bit awkward with you. That was just his nature. But it seemed like the added pressure of being your boyfriend made his anxiety triple what it once was. You didn't want to be too pushy or selfish, you just wanted to show that you appreciated him, and you wanted to feel like he appreciated you. Maybe if I sweep him off his feet with a romantic dinner, he might start to feel more comfortable. You thought while simultaneously taking notes in class. You thought it was a great idea. A nice dinner, just the two of you in a nice setting with no one else to cause Tamaki to be anxious. And you knew just the person to help you. Wow, Wyan, you really went all out with the candles. And the flowers. And the food. Nijire exclaimed loudly. You turned to her and smiled proudly. You had completely transformed your entire living room into a romantic dinner setting. You had placed small candles everywhere that you thought were safe, different flowers were placed strategically on the table that you had moved into the middle of the room, and you had hung up white fairy lights around the windows. And the best part, in your opinion, was that your parents had to go on a hero mission that night, so the house was completely empty. Not to mention you also made all of the food with Nijire's much-needed help. You had even ordered special butterfly cookie cutters just for the occasion since you knew Tamaki adored butterflies. You placed the plate of cookies on the counter and drummed your fingers against the cool surface. Nijire, do you think it's too much? Nijire pondered for a while, tapping her pointer finger against her chin as she walked around the room. No, I think it looks amazing, YN. Tamaki will absolutely love it, I'm sure of it. You sighed in relief at her positive review. Thank you so much, Nijire. I don't know what I would have done without you. Probably would have failed. Yeah, probably. Thanks. Now hurry up. You have to get dressed and be ready before 6. Nijire had left after you got dressed, so now you were just waiting for Tamaki to arrive. You had on a dress in your favorite color paired with black chunky heels. You left your hair down, deciding that it looked better that way. You twirled your hair around your finger as you watched the clock on the stove. Tamaki doesn't know anything. This will be a fun surprise, right? But doesn't he hate surprises? No, not if they're this nice. But where is he? It's almost 6:30. Suddenly, you heard a faint knock on the front door. Your heart skipped a beat as you walked quickly toward the door. You patted down your dress as you opened the door and greeted Tamaki with a smile. His eyes widened as he took in your form, and a fiery blush erupted on his face. Sorry I'm late, Fat Gum wouldn't let me leave until I helped him find his favor. Tamaki stopped talking as his eyes processed what you were wearing. Wow, you look beautiful, YN, he said, his dark eyes still drinking in your form. You smiled even wider and chuckled. He's gonna love this surprise. Come in, I have something to show you, you said, beckoning him. I really hope you'll like it. He walked in and you led him by the hand to the living room. You tried to gauge his reaction to the romantic setting, but it was hard to tell because he was turning away from you. Tamaki, what do you think? My idea was to just have a nice dinner together so we wouldn't have to go out, you told him, but he was still turned away from you and now he was leaning forward against the wall. Tamaki? What did I do to deserve you, YN? He mumbled, his body still turned to you. You hadn't expected him to react like this to your surprise dinner, but you were also extremely flattered too. You walked over to him and gently placed your hand on his shoulder. He tensed and turned around quickly, the space between you two becoming smaller and smaller. Tamaki, I think I love you, you stated as he stared at you, open-mouthed, with eyes as wide as saucers. You're amazing, and you deserve so much more than I can give you, and suddenly your words were cut off by a soft kiss on your lips. It happened so fast that your eyes were still open when Tamaki's lips left yours. You opened your mouth to say something before you were cut off again by Tamaki's lips. This time he pressed against you more confidently, his hands reaching up and gently cupping the sides of your face, and then finally resting on your back. You shifted closer to him until there was hardly any space between your two bodies. You broke the kiss first, as you were out of breath and your heart felt like it was going to explode, but you really didn't want it to end. When you opened your eyes, you were met with a completely flustered Tamaki. He was fidgeting with his hands and averting his dark eyes. A major blush was evident on his face, and you were sure that you looked the same. After so long, he had finally kissed you, and it was more amazing than you had thought it would be. You reached for his hands and grasped them gently in yours. He was shaking slightly and you spoke softly to him. Tamaki, that was incredible, you said almost in a whisper. I mean, how could you even think that you would mess it up? You're amazing. Your voice grew slightly louder, and you noticed his blush deepening. Why, Annette, you're the one who's amazing, he replied, clutching your hands tighter. Did you really mean what you said before? About that loving me? It's all right if you're not ready to say it, Tamaki, but yes, I definitely meant it, you replied without skipping a beat. You needed him to know how much he meant to you, even if you couldn't quite explain it with words. I just need you to know that I do love you, and I don't know that I just want you to know that because it's really important to me, you said, feeling your face heat up. You looked at Tamaki and were surprised to see the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly in a soft smile. I'd love you too, YN, he said, looking you directly in the eyes, his dark eyes reflecting the fairy lights beautifully. Your heart leapt in your chest as you started to lead him toward the dining table. Let's hurry up and eat, sweetie. The food's probably cold by now. You had always imagined the day you graduated from UA High. It was only one day away, and after that, you were free to become the best hero you could be. Of course, there were a few things you hadn't expected at UA. You hadn't expected to get to know Todoroki Shoto, to like him, to date him, and then to slowly fall in love with him. You two had met when you transferred to UA after the first sports festival, and you were intrigued by his quirk and personality. You figured he would never even talk to you, but you were extremely glad to be wrong. You smiled at the thought, even though you were starting to feel a bit nauseous. Maybe it was something I ate? You thought as you walked quickly toward the bathroom just in case. The next day, Todoroki checked his phone for the third time in 10 minutes. You hadn't texted him since yesterday morning, which was very unlike you, but he tried not to worry. It was graduation day after all, maybe you were just nervous. He sighed and put his phone away slowly, hoping you would contact him soon. Suddenly, he felt a hand gently brush his back, signaling him to turn around. He expected to see you, beaming and happy that it was graduation day, but instead, you looked pale, tired, and unwell. He immediately furrowed his brows, sensing that something was obviously not right. YN, are you all right? What's wrong? He asked, worry already etched into his soft voice. You averted your eyes and swallowed, your words catching in your throat. Shoto, you uttered, tears welling in your eyes at what that meant. Todoroki's eyes widened, and he paled immediately. He gaped at you, obviously at a loss for words, but he couldn't help feeling slightly elated. You were PR'd in T, wasn't that supposed to be amazing? Why and we can? Shoto, and I can't do this not to you, you said, a sob making your voice crack. I mean, you are going to be a hero. We are both going to be heroes. We can get through this together, why and please. No, you know there's a reason why most pro heroes don't have kids, it's too hard, Shoto, you said, your voice growing stronger as the tears stopped forming in your eyes. Some people nearby were starting to stare, but you could care less. This was between you and Todoroki. Why and that I don't understand, Todoroki replied, his voice becoming almost a faint whisper. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that I have to do this alone, that I can't drag you down with me. Shoto, I'm sorry, you said as you turned away and started walking as fast as you could. Your feet slapped the cold tile hard as you walked, willing yourself to just keep going and not look back. Wyn, you heard Todoroki call before you were completely out of earshot. 6 months later, you groaned softly as you tried to stretch your aching back. Lately, it had been hurting more and more as the PRDY progressed, and your belly became more rounded and full. You had been making regular trips to the doctor and had even enrolled in a maternity class for young mothers. You had postponed your hero work indefinitely, and you weren't sure if you even wanted to be a hero anymore. There was so much work that still had to be done to prepare for the baby-proofing the house, buying more supplies, saving more money, and researching parenting articles. Your parents had given you some money, but there was only so much they could do. You were supposed to be providing for them with your hero work, not the other way around. You decided to take the day off from work to start buying necessary supplies for the baby. You were working at a hero agency in the marketing department, and you had definitely noticed the funny looks your coworkers had been giving you. Didn't she graduate from UA? The hero department? Why is she here? You sighed and ran your fingers through your hair, trying not to think about your job for the time being as you shuffled out of your house. While at the store, you bought diapers, some baby clothes, a car seat, and a stroller. Then you remembered that you needed some food for dinner, so you decided to run into the grocery store near your house. The harsh white lighting of the grocery store pierced your eyes as you looked for some pre-washed salad. As you rounded the corner to the produce section with your shopping cart, your blood ran cold. Standing near the salad was none other than Endeavor, his signature flames lighting up his body, and you swore you could feel the heat from where you were. You turned around, abandoning your cart, but not before you felt a brawny hand roughly grab your wrist, stopping you in your tracks. To think that we would meet again like this. Yn, Endeavor said, his voice striking fear into your heart. Todoroki had told you what Endeavor did to him, and everything else he did. He intimidated you, that was certain, but you were stronger now and wouldn't let him get to you. It's definitely been a while, Endeavor. How are you? You replied coldly, shaking off his grip on your wrist, a frown beginning to form on your face. I'm fine, but my poor son is not. It has been a while, but how could I forget the woman who broke my son's heart? He snarled, his eyes trailing down your body before landing on your round belly. His blue eyes widened for a moment, and you could almost feel him piecing together the situation. Endeavor, is it his? He asked gruffly. You swallowed and nodded. There was no point in lying to him. Shoto didn't tell you? I told him about it on the day of graduation. I told him that he should continue his hero work and that I should do this alone. You're not working as a hero then? Not right now, no. I don't even think I want to, you replied, your frown slowly disappearing. It felt like Endeavor was approving of your decision to keep Todoroki out of this, perhaps thinking it would have been a major roadblock for him on his path to becoming the #1 hero. That's very sensible of you. I'm glad you thought ahead like that. I'm glad you protected Todoroki, he told you with a slight smirk. You glared at him, even though he had given you a somewhat decent compliment, and decided you were done talking. I have to go. It was nice talking to you though. But I hope we don't have to talk again soon, you said through gritted teeth as you turned away. I hope we don't have to either. You left the store without buying anything, too shaken up to even have an appetite. You went out to eat that day. 2 years later. My ball. Don't worry, sweetie, I've got it, you said, scooping up the runaway bouncy ball with one hand. Everything's fine. You handed the bright red bouncy ball back to your daughter, and she beamed up at you so brightly that you almost had to look away. She giggled, her beautiful laugh sounding as clear as bells. You smiled at her and looked around your house absent-mindedly. After your encounter with Endeavor, you had requested to be transferred to another hero agency in a different city. You didn't want Endeavor to track you down, and you still wanted Todoroki to continue his work, so when your boss agreed to the transfer, you packed up as quickly as possible and left. Suzu was born 3 months after that, and she was considered a late baby. But you thought she was perfect. You two were playing inside the house because it was the middle of summer, and it was far too hot outside. The scorching heat made both you and Suzu extremely tired, but that didn't mean she wanted to skip playtime. Lunchtime was approaching, and your stomach grumbled faintly. Suzu, are you hungry? Yes, Suzu said, nodding her head vigorously as she dropped her red ball on the floor again. You smiled at her and walked into the kitchen, Suzu following you excitedly as she hopped from foot to foot. As she hopped, her long red hair swung back and forth, and you couldn't help but think of Todoroki. Her striking red hair resembled his so much that you almost felt like he was in the room with you too. But her enchanting eyes were almost identical to yours, and the jury was still out on what her quirk would be. Mama, pasta! Suzu exclaimed, throwing her little arms in the air dramatically. Coming right up, sweetie, you said, patting her on the head and bringing her closer to you. She was incredibly warm, and you had a sneaking suspicion that she would have a fire quirk. Only time would tell. The water began to boil, and you tossed the spiral-shaped pasta in, careful not to spill anything. Suzu, while we wait, why don't we get one of your coloring books out, You asked her sweetly, stirring the pasta with a wooden spoon. Suzu looked up at you with her beautiful eyes and trotted away, her tiny feet hitting the wood floor with a soft thud. Mama. Sleepy, she told you, rubbing her eyes. You started to follow her into her bedroom until you heard a soft knock on the front door. Who could that be? You placed Suzu on her tiny bed carefully and made sure the fan was running in her room before you quickly walked to the kitchen to turn off the heat on the pasta. You heard another knock. Hang on, I'll be right there, you yelled as you drained the pasta quickly. After that was done, you rushed to the door and opened it. Your eyes met intense bicolored eyes and striking red and white hair. Your heart nearly leaped out of your chest with surprise at seeing Todoroki standing in your doorway. You could see his lips moving, but you were too in shock to process what he was saying. And then you transferred, and I truly thought I'd never find you. I feel kind of guilty, but I had Endeavor look into it, so he was kind of the one who found you, you finally heard Todoroki say as your shock slowly subsided. Shoto. You started to say before Todoroki grasped your hands in his and pulled you closer. You thought you had forgotten how mesmerizing he looked, but now you were just realizing how much you missed him. I want to see my child, he said bluntly. And before you can say anything else, I want you to know that I am all in. I am ready to take this on, and you were right in the beginning. I don't think I could have become a pro hero with the added responsibility of a child. You sacrificed so much for me and I want to pay you back, he confessed, still holding your hands tightly. I'm different now. I have a foundation and a steady income as a hero. I can do this. We can do this. I still love you, and that's not going to change, not now and not ever, he said with an intensity in his voice that you had only heard a few times before. What do you say? Come inside, Shoto. I want you to see something, you said, leading him into the house, his hands still locked in yours. You made a beeline to Suzu's room and finally let go of his hands, even though you didn't want to. Shoto. Her name is Suzu. He peeked in, and an audible gasp escaped his lips, his usual calm demeanor shattered. A small tear rolled down his cheek, but he quickly wiped it away with the sleeve of his shirt. I have a daughter. Suzu, he finally said, breaking the heavy silence. Her name fell so naturally from his lips, and he continued to gaze at her with affectionate eyes. She's so beautiful, and her name is so beautiful. She even has my hair, he said, his mouth agape with wonder. He turned to you, embracing you in a tight hug. You exhaled and buried your head in the crook of his neck. I love you, Shoto. Let's do this, let's be together. Just how are we going to explain it to Suzu? Maybe we should say all kids don't get to meet their fathers until after they're 2? he suggested seriously. You suppressed a laugh but felt assured that you two would come up with something before she woke up. You and Todoroki stayed embraced for what felt like forever, and you couldn't have been more comfortable. So, this is what I've been missing all this time. The room was scorching. Everything looked hazy. You were sitting cross-legged on the floor of Aizawa's apartment, right in front of the short black fan, but you still couldn't beat the intense heat. You could feel a layer of sweat coat the back of your neck, making your hair stick to it. You sighed and turned around, now your back was facing the fan. It did little to relieve you, and you started to get irritated. If Shoto had just fixed the air conditioner like I asked him to, then this wouldn't be happening. You couldn't stay angry at him, though, because you knew how hectic his schedule was. It was a miracle that he even made it home at night, as far as you were concerned. But you had needs too. The front door swung open, and Aizawa shuffled inside the hot apartment slowly, still wearing his black hero costume. He seemed to walk slower than usual. You guessed the heat must have been getting to him too. You grunted a hello, and he responded with a wave in your direction. You wanted to get back at him for not fixing the air conditioner when suddenly an idea popped into your head. You approached Aizawa slowly, swaying your hips gracefully, a sly smirk pulling at your lips. He was washing his hands in the bathroom sink, leaning down slightly, his jet black hair covering the side of his face. You wrapped your arms around his waist and whispered in his ear, "Shoto." He quickly broke the hold your arms had on him and turned to face you. He was smirking when he said, "Someone's a bit excited? What's the occasion?" "Revenge," you said as you grabbed him by the shirt and your lips met in a brief clash. He pushed you away quickly, breaking the moment, and you pouted. "Not so fast. I'm not doing this in the bathroom," he said, grabbing your wrist and leading you into the bedroom across the tiny hallway. He playfully pinned you down on the bed, and with quick movements, he began to kiss you softly and methodically everywhere his mouth could reach. You gasped as his mouth found a sensitive spot on your neck, and he looked up at you grinning, already pleased with himself. "Wait, this was supposed to be my revenge," you thought, slightly annoyed. With newfound courage, you pulled at his shoulders in an effort to pin him down under you. He pouted slightly because he usually liked being in control, but he complied with your needs this time. You straddled him as his hands traveled under your shirt, gently exploring. You leaned forward and let out a soft sound, urging him to take off your shirt. He unbuttoned your shirt in no time, and in one swift motion he unclasped your bra, the warm air hitting your skin directly. You sighed at the sweltering feeling, but you were soon distracted by Aizawa's mouth exploring your collarbone, making you gasp in surprise. Shoto," you murmured, tempted to just pull his shirt off now. But you controlled yourself, expertly gliding your hands underneath his shirt, feeling every inch of his toned muscles. He let out a quiet sound, and you could feel his excitement pressing against you. "Shoto, take off your shirt," you commanded him impatiently, wanting to get to the next step. He raised his eyebrows but complied silently. He lifted his shirt from the sides and pulled it over his head, tossing it aside. You immediately leaned in, your lips crashing against his in a playful battle. Your tongue explored his mouth eagerly as your hands ran through his thick black hair. He let out a sound of approval, which made you work your tongue even faster in excitement. You pulled away to take a breath, hovering over him for a moment. He was looking up at you with a raised eyebrow and a playful glint in his eyes. His whole demeanor just screamed, "Show me what you got." "Shoto, you ready?" you asked, flipping your hair over your shoulder as his hands reached behind you, teasingly caressing your back. "I was born ready, babe." "Doesn't know what'll hit them," your mom told you encouragingly as you both stood in front of the only full-length mirror in your apartment. "Because once you're there, the stakes will be raised tenfold." I don't know. It's a really elite school. I don't even know how I got in," you said modestly, though you were honestly confused. Your quirk, energy drain, did not work on robots, so you had relied on stored energy for the entrance exam. "I must have gotten really high marks for my written exam. Ugh, I'm so nervous." Your reflection looked extremely flustered and anxious, but your mom gave you a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder. "Don't worry, sweetie, you'll do great. Now let's go, I don't want you to be late for your first day." "Alright, let's do this." "Oh no," This was a mistake. That I want to go home already, was your first thought as you stood in front of the huge front gate at UA High. It was intimidating, and you could feel your stomach churning with nervousness. This was the famous school that countless pro heroes graduated from, including All Might. Did you deserve to stand in the same place they did? You gulped and decided to at least try your very best. My class is 1A.1 at first class homeroom and then general heroics, you muttered to yourself as you navigated through the crowded hallway. There were so many people. You knew that not all of them were in the hero course, but they still intimidated you. You bumped into many people on the way to your classroom, which only made you feel more embarrassed. Excuse me. Oh. Sorry, I'm sorry. You apologized as you maneuvered through the crowd. You looked up and spotted the Class 1A sign in the middle of the hallway, which looked like a shining beacon of hope. Finally, I can get out of this cramped hallway. You stumbled into the classroom, and even though you barely made it out of the hallway, you were still 5 minutes early to class. Your eyes scanned the room and your new classmates. You saw an angry-looking blonde yelling at a serious-looking guy with glasses. A nervous-looking guy with green hair was observing them carefully, obviously hoping that a fight wouldn't break out. Your gaze fell on an empty seat in front of a boy with red and white hair, who also had a serious expression on his face. You breathed out and made your way to the back of the classroom to sit down. You pulled your chair out and gave a quick smile to the boy. Hi, I'm YNLN, nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Todoroki Shoto, he responded with an aloof expression. He looked at you for a moment longer, his piercing eyes boring into yours. You gulped and looked away, quickly taking your seat. I wonder who our teacher's going to be. If you're here to make friends, you might as well leave now. A sleepy voice cut through the classroom chatter. A humanoid figure wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag rolled into the classroom, almost making you jump out of your seat in surprise. My name is Aizawa, and I will be your homeroom teacher, he said as he unzipped his sleeping bag and stepped out. I want everyone to change into your hero costumes right now and go outside. We are going to have a fun little test. But the person with the lowest overall score will be expelled. Good luck, he added, leaving you all to process what he just told you. Expelled. As you changed into your hero costume, you couldn't help but feel like you made a serious mistake with the design. Your costume was a simple FC jumpsuit, with a loose pant portion and a fitted top that resembled a tank top. The back was open, cut in a sleek V-neck shape, but at least the design team didn't make it too revealing. Your arms were exposed since you needed as much mobility as possible for your quirk. Your black combat boots were heavier than you expected, but they were comfortable, so you couldn't complain. You were just worried about the test. What if your quirk was completely incompatible with the test and you got expelled? That would be so embarrassing. You followed the rest of the class outside, making sure to steer clear of the angry blonde guy, and you all stopped at what looked like a baseball field. You inched closer to where Todoroki was, since he was the only one you had talked to so far, and you gave him another small smile. He glanced over at you in your form-fitting costume, then looked up, seemingly fascinated with the sky. You raised an eyebrow, and you could have sworn you saw a faint blush tinting his pale skin. Aizawa spoke up, interrupting your thoughts. You all took physical exams in middle school that forbade you from using your quirks. But this is UA High, so today, I will be testing each of your quirks in various ways, like a softball throw, a short dash, a grip strength test, and so on, he explained in a low monotone voice. And of course, as you all know, the student with the lowest score will be expelled. First up for the softball throw is Bakugu. Bakugu? Who's that? You wondered before you saw the angry blonde guy saunter over to the throwing mound. Aizawa handed him the ball, and Bakugu gripped it firmly before shouting, "Die!" and launching it into the air with a powerful explosion. Everyone in the class gasped as Aizawa held up Bakugu's score, 705.5 meters. All right then, Aizawa said, "YN you're up." Oh, okay, you said, running up to the mound. Aizawa handed you the ball, and you clutched it tightly. All right, YN, just focus on sending energy to your arm to give you an extra boost. It'll be easy. Your throwing arm began to faintly glow white as you activated your quirk. Your grip on the ball became stronger, and you could feel intense energy coursing through your veins. Your classmates gasped as your arm glowed brighter and brighter as you prepared to throw. With a huge blast, you launched the softball into the air, and the wind around you and your classmates began to pick up. You slowly deactivated your quirk and looked over at Aizawa to see your score. The tiny screen read 809.7 meters. Your heart leaped with joy at your score. Maybe UA wasn't as intimidating as you had thought. All of your classmates' eyes were on you as you left the mound, including a certain aloof boys. Good job, Wyan. Who's next? I can't believe the expulsion threat was a lie. You exclaimed to Yaoyorozu as you plopped down in your seat. After the test, your class returned to the classroom to await more UA schooling. You and Yaoyorozu had started making small talk during the test, and you were impressed when she mentioned she got in through recommendations. You had taken a liking to her. Sorry, YN, I suppose I should have told you, she said, chuckling slightly. But it just seemed obvious. What about you, Todoroki? Did you think it was obvious? You asked him, turning around in your seat to face him. I guess it was pretty obvious to YN, he replied softly, looking down at his hands. Darn it. Well, you know what, Todoroki? I thought your ice quirk was pretty cool, pun intended, you said. If Yaoyorozu's quirk wasn't so efficient, you definitely would have won the quirk test. His multicolored eyes widened as he asked, Do you think so? Little did you know that he had a whole other side to his quirk as well. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm almost out of stored energy right now, so I really need to make my quirk more efficient. I thought it was really cool when your arm glowed like that, Todoroki said. Your quirk is really nice, it's clear you would excel at close combat. He stated it as if it were a simple fact. You had never considered such a specific application of your quirk, but it seemed so obvious now that Todoroki had mentioned it. What a thank you, Todoroki, that's really nice of you to say, you replied, warmth spreading across your face. Of course, YN, you're welcome, he said, lifting his head slightly as a blush crept onto his face as well. You were definitely glad that you had taken the first steps to becoming a hero at UA High. After all, it had led you to him. You were feeling a bit melancholic, so here's an angsty one-shot for you all. This is set a few years after Bakugu and you graduated from UA High. You also have metallic wings for your quirk that can act as a shield when needed. Why is this happening? You were supposed to be out of town on an important undercover mission. But here you were, lying in an impossibly small hospital bed in a blinding white room that had no color at all. You were hooked up to multiple machines monitoring your vitals, keeping you alive for the most part, and your hospital gown clung to your small frame as if it were trying to swallow you whole. Bakugu clutched your hand in his as he sat near your bed, silently pleading with you to come back to him. He knew that you probably wouldn't wake up, at least, that's what the doctors had said. The damage to your spine was severe, and it had already been over 3 weeks with no sign of you waking up. For 3 weeks, Bakugu hadn't seen your eyes, your smile, and he hadn't heard your beautiful laughter. Bakugu couldn't stand to look at you anymore. You weren't the happy, beaming person he had come to love. Instead, you were lifeless and broken. He let go of your cold hand and left the room, urging the tears welling up in his crimson eyes to disappear. About 3 weeks earlier, Katsuki, I'll just be gone for a few days, but I want to make sure that everything will be all right here. What? You think I can't handle protecting Japan without you, huh? He asked you, mock aggression in his deep voice. No, I know you can handle being a hero. I was kind of talking about our apartment. You sometimes forget to water the houseplants, or wash the dishes, or dust the furniture, or... All right, I won't forget about the plants, or the dishes, or the furniture. Bakugu responded, even though he actually liked the indoor plants you had lined up near the big windows in the living room. But he would never admit that to you. Thanks, babe. I have to go now, my plane leaves in an hour and a half, you said, grabbing your suitcase and walking towards Bakugu, who was standing near the door with his hands in his pockets. You pecked his cheek quickly and he scoffed. What? You asked. Come here, he said, pulling you closer and capturing your lips in a passionate kiss. You returned the kiss, thinking how sweet it was that he was going to miss you. Go out there and do your best, and have fun. Thanks, you said, opening the door to the apartment for the last time. The line at the airport was never ending, and by the time you made it to your gate, the plane was already boarding the first-class passengers. You hurried over to get in line when your phone suddenly started vibrating uncontrollably. What could it be? You swiftly took your phone out of your jacket pocket and saw 3 emergency notifications. Evacuate civilians, any pro-heroes get to downtown immediately. Swarms of villains. Hey look mommy, it's Bakugu. He looks so cool, exclaimed a little boy as he excitedly pointed to the TV screen on the wall. His mom gasped, along with you, at the scene the news was showing. Bakugu seemed to be the only pro-hero there, fighting at least 20 villains at once. With every villain he took down, another took their place. Your mouth felt dry as you walked closer to the TV, mesmerized by Bakugu's fighting but also terrified for him. Without hesitation, your legs moved on their own, and you dashed out of the airport. You tore out of there and hailed a cab, hoping that Bakugu would be able to hold out until you got there. Take that! Bakugu bellowed as his signature explosions burst from his hands at a group of villains. They all jumped back, and a few were knocked out by the sheer force of the explosion. Just as a few of them went down, more replaced them, which was becoming extremely frustrating for Bakugu. Plus, it seemed like these villains actually knew how to use their quirks in combat, which was a real challenge. Where is my backup? Bakugu thought as he leaped into the air, using his explosions to propel himself forward. You're not getting away so easy, one of the villains yelled as they wrapped a thin metal rope around Bakugu's ankle, pulling on it and slamming him to the ground. Once he was on the ground, the rope was released abruptly. Bakugu cursed, realizing that the rope had come from the villain's hands. Before they could close in on him, he unleashed a massive explosion, providing him with the cover he needed to escape and gather his thoughts. He ducked behind a pile of rubble and quickly devised several strategies to take down this small army on his own. But everything changed when he heard a familiar sing-song voice calling out to him from above. Bakugu looked up and saw you soaring towards him, your magnificent silver wings shimmering in the sunlight. You landed gracefully beside him, a smile on your face as your wings retracted slightly. I thought you said you could protect Japan without me, you teased. Seriously. I have the situation under control. Bakugu shot back, though he was secretly relieved to have you by his side. All right, so what's the plan? You asked earnestly. Bakugu's brows furrowed as he reconsidered his original strategy. We need to. Katsuki, look out. Everything after that became a blur for Bakugu. He remembered your wings shielding him, then saw them break, and felt you collapse on top of him, unconscious. That was all he could relay to the EMTs when they arrived, and it was all he could tell the pro-heroes who came after you had sacrificed yourself. He didn't even catch a glimpse of who had taken you down. His eyes glazed over after the fight ended, and no words escaped his lips. He didn't even know which hospital you were taken to until Todoroki found out and told him. In a hospital. It felt surreal to Bakugu until he saw you for the first time, one day after the battle with the villains. Your vitals were weak, and the doctors expressed little hope for your recovery. Strange. I just saw you. You were just talking to me yesterday, Bakugu thought as he gazed at your pale form. This is real. Tears streamed down Bakugu's cheeks, and he made no effort to wipe them away. He wanted everyone to see the pain he was in, even if it was just the two of you in the room. He stayed at the hospital with you for 2 days straight before finally returning to the quiet apartment you both once shared. Shoji was requested, and he's an underappreciated character, so of course, I was excited to write this. The reader will be female and also on the shorter side, which many people will poke fun at. Enjoy! Hey Shoji, I just realized something very important. What is it? You're the tallest person in class, even taller than Aizawa, but you're dating me. So do you just like short people or something? I have no preference about height, I just like you, Shoji told you, his dark eyes peering at you from above his blue face mask. Ah Shoji, you're such a softie, you said, gushing at his response, cupping your face in your hands. Unfortunately, you weren't the only one in Class 1A to notice the height difference between you and Shoji. Truthfully, everyone in the class had noticed. Shoji regularly gave you piggyback rides when you walked together, and if it was too sunny out, his dupli arms would hang above you, providing the perfect amount of shade. Kaminari and Kirishima were the first to start poking fun at the height difference, though. It was lunchtime, and you were sitting next to Shoji. Toru and Ojiro were sitting across from you too, but you were all engrossed in a martial arts story that Ojiro was sharing. Hey YN, how's it going? You heard Kirishima call out to you. Hey Kirishima. Then what happened, Ojiro? You asked, turning back to your other friend. YN, can we talk? It's really important. Kaminari said, poking his head out from behind Kirishima. You smiled and got up, following them to an empty table in the cafeteria. What's going on, you guys? Do you need help studying? You asked, taking a seat as they settled across from you. Well, we just wanted to ask if you were actually, dating Shoji. Kaminari asked, looking at his hands. Well, yeah, but he confessed to me recently, you said, looking down at your intertwined hands. We've been trying to be low-key about it. You felt your face heat up from explaining yourself to Kaminari and Kirishima, and you wanted to leave as soon as possible. Wow, YN. That's great. Kirishima exclaimed, raising his fists in the air. And it's so manly of him to confess to you. Did he have to lean down to do it? You huffed and folded your arms. Hey, what does that mean? You asked, feigning hurt. He actually picked me up bridal style, thank you very much. You quickly got up and walked away before you could hear their responses. I'm not that short, you grumbled to yourself, walking back to Shoji's table. You soon forgot about that minor incident as the day dragged on. Present Mike announced in English class that there would be a test, so you made a note to study extra hard. English was definitely your weakest subject, which annoyed you to no end. Hey YN, do you want to study at my house? Tokoyami and Toru are coming too, Shoji asked you as you packed up your school bag. Sure. I just need to get my book back from Ishido, she was borrowing it for today. Wait for me. You brushed past Shoji. You soon spotted Ishido's signature pink hair moving down the long hallway and sped up while calling out to her. Ishido! You still have my book, you said loudly enough to get her attention. Oh, YN, sorry, I almost forgot, she exclaimed, fishing through her school bag quickly. Here it is, and gosh, thanks so much for letting me borrow it. Even though I still didn't study, she confessed, averting her eyes. Huh, well maybe next time you will, Ishido. See ya. Hang on. I haven't congratulated you yet on dating the tallest guy in class. How's it feel, always having to look up to talk to him? Not you too, Ishido. I swear, it's not my fault he's so tall and I'm just not tall. She snickered, saying it was hilarious to watch you two navigate holding hands. It always kind of looks like he's leading you on a museum tour or something. She joked, and you tried to suppress a laugh. That is what it feels like, you thought to yourself as Ishido laughed. Whatever. I have to go. I hope you know that you have severely hurt me in more ways than one, Ishido, you exclaimed dramatically, covering your face with your arm like they do in old movies. She laughed even harder at you, and you took this opportunity to walk away, quickly waving goodbye. Maybe people will forget about it soon. You thought desperately as you, Toru, Tokoyami, and Shoji walked to his house. YN, hang on. I'll walk you home, Shoji said after the end of another long day at you. Alright, but did you want to stay for dinner? It's ramen night, plus my dad really wants to see how your quirk works, you explained, heaving your heavy school bag onto your back with a grunt. You had checked out multiple books from the school library for studying but hadn't realized how heavy they would be combined. I'd love to have dinner with, Shoji stopped talking as he noticed your struggle and kindly said, oh geez YN, I'll get that for you. Thanks, you said gratefully, handing him the school bag. He took it from you with ease, swinging it over his shoulder with one arm. You gaped at him in awe until he asked if you were ready to leave. Yeah, I'm ready. You stumbled over your words. Wow, I guess I never noticed how strong he is. As you two walked outside into the bright sunshine, you heard Ishido remark jokingly to Tsuyu that it was too bad Shoji was walking home all alone. You stopped in your tracks immediately and yelled, but I'm right here, Ishido. Oh hey YN, I didn't see you there. Uff. Oh my YN, I didn't see you there either. Did you want to walk home together? Shoji said, faking surprise and pulling you closer to him. Not you too, Shoji. What is this world coming to? It was a warm fall day, the perfect time to be outside, at least according to Midoria. School had let out for the day, and she was walking home with Uraraka when Uraraka suggested they grab a bite to eat. "Don't worry, it'll be my treat," the green-haired girl said cheerfully. "Isn't that a burden?" Uraraka asked bashfully, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of pink. "Not at all. Let's head downtown. There are more restaurants there." "Let me just text my mom to let her know where I'll be," Midoria replied, pulling out her phone. Uraraka's eyes sparkled with excitement as ideas began to form in her mind. "Hey, do you want to go downtown to see him?" Uraraka asked, a teasing lilt in her voice. Midoria immediately became flustered, stammering, "Wi.w.I'm.not.y. There, it's all right. Let's go before the dance studio closes. And more importantly, before all the good restaurants close," Uraraka said, grabbing Midoriya's hand and leading her toward the train station. "And no, Uraraka, why you got the wrong idea," Midoriya protested, but Uraraka just laughed and continued to pull her friend along. Downtown, Uraraka twirled around in excitement. "But we could eat anywhere for dinner, Deku." Not anywhere, I have a budget," Midoriya replied. "This is awesome, Deku. What are you craving?" Uraraka asked, gesturing to the bustling restaurants lining the street. "Oh wait, before we eat, how about we check out his dance class for a bit? I don't know. What if he doesn't want us there? It could be awkward, you know? I think it's best if we," Midoriya started, but Uraraka interrupted her by grabbing her wrist again and leading her to the nearby dance studio. Uraraka knew how much Todoroki meant to Midoriya, and she was determined to support her friend in this romantic adventure. Before Midoriya realized it, she was standing in front of the downtown dance studio. The windows were spotless, allowing a clear view of the dancers inside. That was when she spotted him. He was dancing with a partner, appearing to be in the midst of a waltz. Midoriya stood by the window, mesmerized by the sight before her. Todoroki looked calm and collected as always, but his movements seemed almost otherworldly. He wore a simple V-neck shirt that highlighted his athletic build. Wow, even after a long day at UA, he still had enough energy for a dance lesson. Wow, I didn't know he was a ballroom dancer. So fancy, Uraraka exclaimed, peering through the large window without a hint of shyness. As the dance concluded, Todoroki bowed politely to his partner before retrieving his water bottle. His bicolored eyes drifted to the window, and Uraraka waved excitedly while Midoriya offered him a soft smile. He waved back and walked over to open the glass door. "Sorry, guys, the class just ended, but the advanced ballet class is starting in an hour." Midoriya chuckled at the thought of trying advanced ballet, while Todoroki shifted awkwardly, looking down at his feet. Uraraka smiled and gently patted Midoriya's shoulder before announcing she would look around at the restaurants. Midoriya barely had a chance to respond before her energetic friend dashed off. "Were you two planning to eat around here?" Todoroki asked, leaning slightly toward Midoriya. "Well, yeah, but then Uraraka suggested we visit you here now, so here we are," she explained. "That's fine by me. Come in so you can finally see where all the magic happens." Sure, thanks," Midoriya replied nervously, feeling warmth spread across her cheeks. The inside of the dance studio was vibrant and alive. The light brown wood floors reflected the bright lights overhead, and a huge mirror lined one wall. "So this is where he goes after school, how cool," Midoriya thought as Todoroki led her around the studio. "And in that back room is where the camera equipment is stored. We sometimes film videos. Our teacher is really ambitious," Todoroki said, smiling faintly at her. As people began to leave and pack up their belongings, Midoriya and Todoroki found themselves alone in the spacious studio. "My teacher sometimes asks me to lock up when she goes to lunch before the ballet class starts." "Oh yeah, I was thinking about joining that class," Midoriya joked. "Really?" he asked, intrigued. "No. But seriously, this is a really cool place, Todoroki. I'm just surprised you have time for this kind of thing." "It's great," Midoriya said. Todoroki nodded, but his brow furrowed suddenly, as if he was trying to find the right words. Midoria, do you wanna dance with me?" he asked, his face slightly flushed. Midoriya twirled a curly tuft of her hair around her finger, pondering for a moment. Alright, but I don't know if I'll be very good, and I'm not. She trailed off as Todoroki bowed his head slightly, closing the space between them. Todoroki's hand rested gently on Midoriya's waist, while his other hand grasped hers, holding it up slightly. He leaned in until they were almost cheek to cheek. Let's just start slow, he said softly, his breath brushing against her face. Todoroki led the dance, swaying back and forth as Midoriya tried to match his steady rhythm. Her heart raced with nervous excitement. Suddenly, she felt something hard beneath her feet. Todoroki winced slightly but continued to dance smoothly without missing a beat. Sorry, Todoroki. Midoriya mumbled, gripping his hand tighter. He shook his head. It's fine, Midoriya. Is this nice? It's really nice, she replied as Todoroki extended his arm and spun her around. Her skirt billowed out gracefully, and she couldn't help but giggle. What is it? Todoroki asked, pulling her back toward him, concern evident in his voice. Midoriya paused, gathering her courage to finally ask the question that had been on her mind for so long. Todoroki, would you like to go on a date with me? She asked carefully, swaying gently with him. Todoroki's face turned a bright shade of red, breaking his usual calm demeanor in an instant. He kept his feet moving, his gaze locked onto Midoriya's green eyes with intensity. Iida would love that, Midoriya. Thank you, he replied, and Midoriya's face broke into a full, bright smile at his words. Who would have thought that slow dancing with the right person could be so uplifting? It had been a few days since you had seen the kind girl at the grocery store, and you wondered if you would ever run into her again. Probably not, after all, it is a pretty big city. You sighed and continued walking toward your school. The best part about your school was its proximity to your house. However, the worst part was that even though it was strictly academic with no hero courses, you were still the only quirkless student there. Being quirkless had never bothered you until others started pointing it out when you were little. After that, you toughened up, determined that no one, even someone with a strong quirk, could mess with you. You trained your body, excelled in school, and even began reading a book called How to Survive Adulthood. That book led you to discover your true passion, money. Saving money, having money, and spending a little on yourself and others brought you immense joy, almost more than a good sparring session with your kickboxing teacher. You smiled at the thought as you walked, until a familiar voice interrupted your thoughts. Hi there. You're from the grocery store, right? You're the person I gave my coupon to. You turned around to see the kind, brown-haired girl jogging toward you excitedly. When she caught up, she was still smiling, not even out of breath. My name's Uraraka. What's your name? She asked, her smile warm. It's YN. It's kind of funny how we ran into each other again, you said, chuckling quietly. Yeah, you're right. I almost never take this route to school, but I felt like I needed a change of pace today, she told you as you started walking again, and she followed suit. The wheels turned in your head before you realized what she meant. There was only one other school nearby. Holy cow! Do you go to UA High? You exclaimed in surprise. She fidgeted nervously, clearly not used to the attention, and nodded. You gasped loudly, your mind racing with questions. Wow, what's it like? Are you in the hero course? Are all the teachers really pro-heroes? I heard that All Might is a teacher. What's he like? You blurted out, almost stumbling over your words. It's very fun and challenging. Yes, and he's pretty awesome, but you can tell he's still learning how to teach, she answered without skipping a beat. What about you? You're wearing a uniform, so I'm assuming you're going to school too. Well, my school's not that impressive. It's all academic, so it doesn't even offer hero courses, which is good for me, I guess, you explained, her large brown eyes focused on you intently. Why is it good for you? She asked softly. I'm quirkless, so, being a hero is off the table for me, you said, looking down as you walked side by side. She sighed and placed her hand on your shoulder with surprising strength. You turned to look at her. Her brown eyes sparkled with encouragement. I don't know what it feels like to be quirkless, but I think you can be a hero in your own way if you want, YN. You don't have to be a professional hero to be a great person, she said, clenching her fist and grinning at you. No one had ever told you that before, and she seemed so confident when she said it. Sure, you had taken it upon yourself to train, but the idea of being a hero in your own way was completely new to you. Thank you, Uraraka. That means a lot, you stammered, feeling your face grow warm from embarrassment. She was so bright and kind that you felt you couldn't look at her directly for too long. She chuckled and let go of your shoulder but kept walking beside you. You talked with her all the way to UA High, even exchanging numbers. You were late for your first class that day, but walking with her was the best part of your day, and you wouldn't trade it for the world. Whoa, Shoto! Don't you know how to hold back? You shouted as you narrowly dodged another ice attack from your boyfriend, Todoroki. It's not that bad, you know, he replied, preparing to strike with his left side now. After all, you're avoiding all of my attacks anyway. He aimed a large fire blast at the ground near your feet. You chuckled and somersaulted over the blast, trying to close the distance between you and him. His eyes widened as he took a few steps back, trying to avoid you. You laughed at his reaction when suddenly you felt an incredibly cold sensation creeping up your legs. You looked down and gasped. A thin layer of ice had formed all over your legs, restricting your movement. Guess I win this round, Todoroki said, obviously pleased with himself as he walked toward you. I'm still not done yet, sweetie. You extended your arms in a flash of movement and grabbed him by the shirt. Before he could freeze your arms, you playfully pushed him down onto the floor and quickly retracted your arms. He gasped for air, getting up slowly to face you. He looked mildly irritated, but that expression soon melted away when he saw your beaming face. I actually got you, Shoto. Also, I think I'm getting frostbite. Please unfreeze my legs. Todoroki immediately rushed over to you and warmed up your legs while you smiled at him. Sparring with Todoroki after school like this had always been fun, but it was even better now that he was comfortable using his fire side against you. He was still very careful, though, even though you were a formidable opponent with nearly flawless technique. Once he had unfrozen your legs, you both grabbed your bags and walked outside. Ugh, Shoto, I'm tired. Can we go somewhere to get some water or something? You asked him, your hand intertwined with his naturally. Sure, that sounds good, he said, leaning over and giving your cheek a gentle kiss. You giggled at the soft sensation and squeezed his hand tighter. Two boys walking by snickered at you, and one of them spoke up. Hey, is that a UA uniform? He asked, grinning lopsidedly. Yeah, it is, you replied, surprised that he recognized the uniform. Huh, I always thought that kids who go to UA were supposed to be athletic. Guess that school's gone downhill, he said as his friend erupted in laughter. Your throat closed up and your mind raced, trying to think of what to say. Why do complete strangers have to do stuff like this? I can't control my weight, you know. But before you could respond, Todoroki stepped in front of you, facing the two boys head-on. What is that supposed to mean? Why don't you say it again? Todoroki shouted, his voice laced with anger. You gasped, surprised at your boyfriend's sudden outburst. The two boys shrunk back slightly, but the one who had insulted you furrowed his brows and kept grinning smugly. Duh, I think you know what it's supposed to mean, he said. How about you do us all a favor and just be quiet? Because she can handle herself, and so can I. In fact, I can prove it right now if you want. Todoroki threatened, ice gathering at his feet and flames flickering to life on his left side. The two boys' eyes widened as they backed away quickly. They both screamed and bolted simultaneously as fast as their legs could carry them. You laughed and cheered Todoroki on from the sidelines. Woohoo! Yeah, you better run, you yelled at their retreating forms. Todoroki smirked before extinguishing his flames and melting his ice. You ran up to him and embraced him tightly, burying your face in the crook of his neck and sighing, relieved that the boys were gone. He returned the hug, gentler than you expected. You pulled away, expecting to see Todoroki smiling, but instead he looked like someone had just punched him in the gut. His eyes were dark, and his mouth was pulled into a thin, straight line. Shoto, what's wrong? You asked, reaching for his hand. He turned away before you could grab it and ran a hand through his red and white hair. Finally, he broke the silence. I don't want anyone to make you feel bad, he said through gritted teeth. You gazed at him, feeling concern wash over you. You're amazing, strong, and beautiful, and those guys don't know what they're talking about. His anger lessened as he slowly calmed down. I know, Shoto, it's fine though. You told him, pulling him into another hug. Thank you for defending me, it means a lot. He returned your hug fully this time, and you both began to walk again, hand in hand, as if nothing had happened. Kirishima was excited when Ishido approached him, bouncing with energy. Kirishima, did you hear the news? She asked, her enthusiasm palpable. Kirishima's mind raced with possibilities. Had he forgotten about a test? Was it a half-day? Had he failed another exam, and now everyone knew? No, I haven't heard anything. We're getting a transfer student. They'll be in our class for 3 whole months. Ishido exclaimed. Isn't that cool? Kirishima sighed in relief. Yeah, that is cool. Where are they from? They're from America. Mineta shouted, rubbing his hands together in excitement. A naive American transfer student. It's like something out of a manga, he muttered to himself. Stop it, Mineta, Kirishima said, rolling his eyes as Mineta continued to grin. He turned his attention back to the front of the class, wondering about the new student. I wonder if they're strong? After a few moments, Aizawa entered the room, and class began as usual, with Iida taking roll call. Then Aizawa spoke up. Some of you might have heard that we are indeed getting a transfer student for our class. They will be here for 5 months, so treat them with respect and show them what it means to be a UA student, Aizawa said, scanning the room. Yes, sir. The students responded in unison. All right, Wyan, come in, Aizawa called, opening the classroom door. Kirishima leaned forward in his seat, trying to catch a glimpse of the new student over Kaminari's hair. When you walked in, you smiled brightly, making Kirishima's heart skip a beat. Your hair shimmered in the sunlight streaming through the windows, and your eyes sparkled with excitement. Hello everyone. My name is Wyan, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me, you said, bowing politely. A whole 5 months, huh? This will be fun. For weeks later, you called out to Kirishima, check this out, as you stood up and activated your quirk. You focused, visualizing the form you wanted to take. Kirishima watched in awe as you transformed. I am here, you declared, shifting into all might. Kirishima nearly choked on his drink, amazed at how convincing you looked. If no one knew about your quirk, they would have thought you were actually All Might. Fear not, citizen, for I am here, you shouted dramatically before your form gradually returned to normal. Wyan, that was amazing. You looked super cool as All Might. Kirishima exclaimed as you sat back down across from him. But maybe just, don't transform in the cafeteria next time. I'll keep that in mind for next time, you replied, happily munching on your lunch. So far, UA had exceeded your expectations. The classes were challenging, and most of the students you met were inspiring and kind. Kirishima had started talking to you, though he was a bit shy at first. Eventually, he became more comfortable, and you both quickly became friends. Hey, Kiri, do you want to go to an arcade after school? You asked, taking a bite of your apple. Kirishima's eyes widened, and he nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, that sounds really fun, Wyan, he replied, and you smiled back. It felt like a date. After school, you and Kirishima took the train uptown. You had heard this arcade was the oldest in the city and had some rare game machines. The train ride was quiet, and you both found seats next to each other. You checked the directions to the arcade on your phone. Wyan? Kirishima began, breaking the silence. You looked up, meeting his bright red eyes. Yeah, what is it? You asked. I was just wondering. Never mind, it's nothing, he said, looking away. Before you could encourage him to continue, the train approached your stop. As the doors opened, a crowd rushed onto the train. You were pushed and jostled, losing sight of Kirishima in the throng. Kirishima, where are you? You called out, hoping he could hear you. Suddenly, you felt a strong hand grasp yours and pull you forward. You were quickly pulled out of the train car, and when you turned to see who it was, you found it was Kirishima. We can't get lost now that we've come this far, Wyan, he said with a bright smile. Releasing your hand. Kiri. There are still a lot of people here, you said, glancing around at the bustling station. You could still hold my hand if you want, you suggested, feeling warmth spread across your cheeks. Kirishima looked a bit flustered but took your hand, leading you through the crowd. Your heart raced. Why were you feeling this way all of a sudden? It was just Kirishima, your friend, right? All right, here's the exit, Kirishima exclaimed, quickening his pace. You lurched forward and grunted as he pulled on your arm with unexpected force. Oh, sorry, are you okay? He asked. You nodded and tried to match his fast walking pace, thinking how adorable he looked when he was excited. I think he's adorable? When did that happen? Did I always feel this way? You pondered these questions as the bright sunlight hit your face. You finally made it out of the station, thanks to Kirishima. He turned his head and looked over his shoulder at you, grinning widely, his sharp teeth on display, and his eyes sparkling beautifully in the light. Oh no. I think I have the answer to my questions. Kiri, hang on a sec. I need to talk to you. It's important, you said, letting go of his hand. You felt the need to sit down for this, so you walked toward a nearby bench and sat down quickly. Kirishima sat close to you, his face filled with concern. What is it? He asked, his gravelly voice unusually soft. You swallowed, trying to ease the dryness in your throat. How were you even supposed to confess? What if he rejected you? Would you still go to the arcade? With a deep breath, you summoned your courage and leaned forward dramatically. With your nose nearly touching Kirishima's, you leaned in for a quick peck on the lips. But you leaned in a bit too forcefully, and your teeth accidentally clashed with Kirishima's as you connected with his slightly chapped lips. You felt him tense at the sudden contact, but he quickly relaxed into it. Before the moment could deepen any further, Kirishima pulled away abruptly, blushing furiously, almost matching his hair. He seemed more timid than you had expected, but at least he had responded to the kiss. "Do you actually like me?" he asked breathlessly. You gazed at him lovingly, feeling your heart swell as you spoke the words you had been longing to say. "Yes, I do. I really like you. And this was my way of confessing," you explained. "I know it was unexpected and I'm sorry, but I just had to find out for myself. If you felt the same." "Actually, I've liked you ever since you first walked into class," Kirishima confessed, his goofy smile returning to his handsome face. "You looked so amazing. I thought, wow, I have to get to know them, because I would feel like I would miss out on something incredible if I didn't." Your heartbeat quickened. You had never felt this kind of emotion before. "Kiri, that was a beautiful confession," you exclaimed encouragingly, smiling at him. "It was so much better than mine." Thanks," he said sheepishly, blushing at the compliment. "Can I kiss you?" "Well, you might be better at initiating kisses than me." "Go for it, Kiri," you said as his hand gently cupped your cheek. The arcade would have to wait for another day. The gentle breeze blew past you and Tokoyami as you walked home after school. You smiled contentedly to yourself, but Tokoyami huffed and pouted. The sun was shining brightly, making him squint his large red eyes in frustration. He never did like the sunlight, not just because of his quirk, he simply wasn't fond of sunny days. "Wyan, your house is still pretty far away, isn't it?" You thought for a moment before responding. "It's quite a distance. I can go on ahead if you want." "I don't mind." Tokoyami averted his eyes, searching for the right words. Wyan, would it be alright if we took a slight detour just this once?" "What are you planning, Tokoyami?" you asked, curious about the sudden change of plans. Throughout your time together, he usually preferred to stick to schedules, so this was intriguing. "Just one of my favorite spots in the whole city." "I didn't realize it was so close to your house until now," he replied, boldly reaching down to hold your hand. You smiled and grasped his warm hand gently, hoping that Dark Shadow wouldn't mind sharing Tokoyami for a bit. You walked at a slightly faster pace, guessing it was because Tokoyami wanted to escape the sun. He led you down street after street until he stopped at a rustic-looking fence with a short gate. "Here it is. A lot of people don't know it because there's no sign, but it's actually a public park," Tokoyami said, holding the tiny gate open for you. The trees are very dense here," you commented. You couldn't see past the first few trees, it was so thick. Beautiful wildflowers dotted the dark ground, swaying in the breeze as you followed Tokoyami into the forest. Watch the tree branches closely, YN, Tokoyami whispered. You hummed in response and looked up at the large branches. You couldn't see anything unusual and frowned. Tokoyami, I don't see anything, you said in a hushed whisper. Am I missing something? Look, YN, there's one, Tokoyami said, pointing excitedly at a nearby tree branch. You squinted and gasped. Hanging onto the branch was an incredibly tiny bird. The bird hopped from one branch to another before landing on the trunk, gripping it with surprising strength. It then began to peck at the trunk in short, rhythmic beats. You laughed quietly at the little bird, and Tokoyami placed a gentle hand on your shoulder. It may not look it, but this park is home to hundreds of those birds. Wow, that's amazing. What are they? They're Japanese pygmy woodpeckers, I believe, he replied, continuing to walk. The farther you get into the park, the more birds you'll see. Do you feel more at home here, sweetie? You teased playfully. Indeed, he said, trailing off in deep thought. You laughed and continued to follow him through the woods. Suddenly, a tiny shape on the ground caught your eye. It looked like a baby woodpecker, but it was lying completely still. Tokoyami, hang on a second. I think there's an injured bird over here, you said, rushing to where the bird lay. Tokoyami's eyes widened, and he hurried after you. Without hesitating, you picked up the tiny bird and cupped it in your hands. You could feel it move slightly. It was still alive. You activated your healing quirk, and your palms and pupils began to glow a bright red. If I can just find the wound, then it'll be an easy. Tokoyami watched you in awe. He had always loved it when you used your quirk. The glow that emitted from your hands while healing was mesmerizing to him. YN, will you be able to heal it? He asked softly, still gazing intently at your hands. I can see the wound. It looks like a stomach injury. A broken bone, kind of like a wishbone, you said. Your healing quirk allowed you to see within living organisms, hence your glowing pupils. Then you were able to heal them with your palms. You held the bird, healing the broken bone slowly and carefully. You felt the bird stir, finally renewed with life, and your heart swelled with happiness. You gently placed the bird back on the ground, and it immediately flew back up to a nearby tree branch and chirped happily. You beamed at Tokoyami and threw your hands up in excitement. I did it, Tokoyami. Wow, I don't think I've ever healed a bird before. So awesome, you exclaimed proudly, and Tokoyami smiled softly at you. Good job, I knew you could do it, YN, he told you, pulling you into a warm embrace. You returned the hug enthusiastically and quickly pecked the side of his neck. He hummed and pulled away, still holding you close. Thank you for bringing me here, Tokoyami. This was amazing, you said quietly, resting your forehead against his and closing your eyes. You could feel his warm breath tickle your face, filling you with a warm sensation in your chest. Thank you for following me here, YN. You're amazing. You're such a softy, Tokoyami, you teased, laughing at him but blushing at the compliment. Let's keep exploring this place. I would love to, YN. One day later. It was patrol day for you and Shiro, providing a much-needed break from the endless files and questioning. However, your positive attitude was wearing thin, and Shiro had become increasingly irritable as the days passed, even during witness interviews. The witnesses all claimed that the villain hadn't used a quirk, which you found hard to believe. Did he possess a subtle quirk that went unnoticed? Perhaps a mental-type quirk? Or was he truly quirkless? As you walked, these thoughts consumed you, and Shiro seemed to pick up on your distraction. Are you okay, YN? He asked, pulling you from your thoughts. Yeah, I'm fine, you replied, stumbling over your words. Shiro smirked, knowing you were overthinking again. What were you just thinking about then? I was just thinking that it's your turn to do laundry once we get home. No fair. You two bickered playfully, but you remained alert to your surroundings. Many heroes had been attacked during patrols, making you particularly nervous. As you continued walking, you realized you were heading into a more isolated part of town. Few ventured here since there were no shops, and most of the houses were either for sale or abandoned. Hey Zero to Dio, we have to go down here? Why are you getting a bad feeling? He asked, always trusting your intuition. You definitely felt uneasy now. I think we should call for backup. You were suddenly cut off as a sharp pain shot through your arm. Looking down, you saw a throwing knife embedded deep in your right arm. You gasped in pain, and Zero instinctively stepped in front of you, ready to shield you from another attack. Gritting your teeth, you quickly pulled out the knife. Ripping off a piece of your shirt, you bandaged the wound as best as you could. Zero, where did that come from? You shouted, scanning the area for the villain. I don't know. I don't see anything. Call for backup, YN. Zero yelled, his voice slightly cracking as he continued to shield you. You fumbled for your phone and dialed the agency as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and the phone was shot from your hand, shattering on the ground. You winced at the pain from the pressure on your hand but were relieved the bullet hadn't hit you. Seizing the moment, you activated your quirk. Zero, get up in the air now, you shouted, and he obeyed, tape shooting from his arms in a flash. Once he was airborne, you froze the entire area with your ice. There's no use hiding, villain. I know you're frozen by now, you declared, bravely approaching the building you had encased in ice. They must be hiding somewhere, you just had to find them. YN, look out. Zero's voice rang out. You felt his tape wrap around your waist, lifting you off the ground just in time. You landed with a grunt at a safe distance, and as you did, the building you had frozen exploded in a shower of concrete and flames. Thanks to Zero's quick reflexes, you were unharmed. It became clear that you and Zero were not dealing with an ordinary villain. They must have planted the bomb before we arrived. Are they controlling it remotely? How did they know we would be here? Your mind raced with possibilities. Zero landed beside you, squatting down to meet your gaze. YN, we're a team. Whatever we do, we need to do it together. Any ideas? He asked, his dark eyes focused on you. You were about to formulate a plan when a loud laugh interrupted your thoughts. A tall figure emerged from the smoke of the burning building, and your eyes widened. They were dressed in what appeared to be riot gear, faintly glowing red. This was the same outfit worn by the villain who had attacked the bank. He was right in front of you and Zero. This was your chance to bring him to justice. What the hell? Zero whispered under his breath as his tape shot out, wrapping around the villain in an instant. You quickly froze the ground beneath their feet, creating a thick layer of ice to prevent the villain from attacking at will. But as your ice touched him, it began to melt at an alarming rate. Zero's tape started to smoke and catch fire, and you realized the truth. This villain, it's all in the suit. It seems to heat up on the outside without affecting the wearer. That's how he avoided my ice. With Zero's tape destroyed, the villain charged toward you both, exuding arrogance. We aren't pro-heroes for nothing, villain. Zero shouted, using his tape to catapult himself off the ground. At the same time, you closed the distance between yourself and the villain. While he was distracted by Zero, you landed a solid punch on the villain's jaw. Since your armor is a pain, I just have to aim for the spots that aren't covered, you yelled, fueled by determination. All you pro-heroes are too dim and simple-minded, the villain retorted, his voice strong despite the cloth mask covering his face. He drew a serrated knife from his hip and swung it toward you, but you dodged with ease. You and Zero had significantly improved your hand-to-hand combat skills throughout your careers, and defending against a knife felt instinctual. You stepped back as Zero seized the villain's arm, twisting it forcefully. The villain dropped the knife, but the armor on his arms ignited Zero's tape once more. Not so fast, you shouted, freezing his entire body. There had to be a limit to how much cold his armor could withstand, you just needed to exploit it. With each layer of ice that melted off the armor, you added another, fighting against the fatigue that began to weigh on you. The armor melted the ice more slowly now, and you paused for a moment. Zero out when the ice completely melts, wrap your tape around him and slam him into a building or something. I don't think I can keep going, you said, your eyelids growing heavy. You stumbled back, but Zero caught you, gently placing you on the concrete ground. Zero gave you a thumbs up, smiling widely as you began to close your eyes. I've always loved his smile. You woke up at home, sunlight streaming through the white curtains of the bedroom window. Feeling well-rested, you sat up with a groan. Your arm was properly bandaged now, and the dull pain was a welcome improvement. You noticed a yellow sticky note on the nightstand that read, "In case you wake up, I went out for groceries. Be back soon, smiley face." You smiled to yourself and made your way into the kitchen for a glass of water. It looked like Shiro had cleaned up while you were out. How nice. You were relieved that you wouldn't have to tackle the mess. The apartment was small and simple, but cleaning it was always a chore. Suddenly, you heard fumbling outside the door, followed by the slight tinkling of keys. Shiro opened the door with a grunt and walked inside. The front door had always gotten stuck, but neither of you wanted to fix it. "Hi, babe," you said as he made his way into the kitchen. He smiled, dropping the groceries on the floor and striding over to you immediately. He wrapped his arms around you tightly, almost lifting you off the ground. You stumbled back onto your tiptoes and leaned against the kitchen counter for support. "Sorry," he mumbled, "I'm just glad you're awake." "I'm guessing you caught the villain, right?" you asked, pulling out of his embrace to look at his face. "No, he escaped very easily." "Shiro." All right. Yeah, I captured him. Thanks to you and your plan, though." He leaned forward and kissed you softly on the cheek before capturing your lips in a sweet kiss. You smiled against his lips and gladly returned the kiss. "We are such a great team, aren't we?" you told him once he pulled away. "We sure are. What did you get for dinner?" Here is another one-shot for an underappreciated character. In this story, the reader has a quirk that can freeze anything within a 20 to 50 meter radius. However, the more ice created, the more fatigued they become. This takes place after Shiro and the reader have become pro-heroes and are working at the same agency together. Enjoy! So here are the eyewitness reports of the villain who attacked an uptown bank yesterday afternoon. And here's the police sketch. "Does this look familiar?" your supervisor asked as everyone seated at the large table reviewed the paperwork. He was a straightforward pro-hero with an intimidating quirk that allowed him to read minds. You gasped and nudged Shiro, who was sitting next to you. "Yeah, this looks like the same person who held up a bank a year ago. He got away clean. No pro-hero could ever find him." He definitely bears a striking resemblance to that same villain. Whether they are the same person or not is still uncertain, your supervisor replied, and you nodded in agreement. Plus, since he's not in the police system, we couldn't match the sketch with anyone. Shiro scratched his head, still examining the paperwork seriously. "Why end Shiro? I want you two on this case. Look into it, find out what you can, and do your jobs well." Meeting dismissed. Everyone simultaneously got up and walked out of the large, bright conference room, eager to return to their exciting jobs. Meetings were always a drag, and you usually came out of them with more work than before. "Hey Wayne, let's do our best to catch this guy. What do you say?" Shiro said as you both stood up from the uncomfortable office chairs. You smiled and quickly kissed his cheek, feeling a rush of warmth spread across your face. "Yeah. Let's get this guy, babe." A week later, researching the villain took a while, and you and Shiro had to sift through countless paper files at the agency. You both worked in your office, separating the files from oldest to most recent into different piles that were starting to resemble mountains. The hours passed slowly as you diligently worked. This is impossible. Even All Might didn't catch this guy. If it's even the same person, you thought as you examined another report that the bank had released yesterday. The villain's quirk was unknown, no family members had come forward, and there was no DNA left at the crime scenes. He might as well not exist. "Shiro, I finished looking through this pile." Shiro grunted in response and rubbed his eyes in frustration. "It's like we're back at the beginning. There's nothing new here, it's all the same info," he complained, his usual large smile fading quickly. You frowned and tried to think of something positive to say about the frustrating situation. "Well, we might not know anything new right now. But that doesn't mean we won't discover something soon." You walked out from behind your desk to where he was sitting, caressing his cheek with your hand and looking down at him lovingly. He gazed at you and began to laugh. "Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it, YN." He reached up and gave you a gentle kiss on the lips before getting up from his chair. It's getting late. I'll go get us some food. I guess this will be an all-nighter, huh? Yeah, it will. Alright, what am I feeling now? Kaminari asked, a playful grin on his face. It doesn't work like that, Kaminari. I haven't even activated my quirk yet, you replied, rolling your eyes. Okay, do you have it activated now? He pressed. Yeah. What am I feeling? A sense of foolishness, and an overwhelming thought that you might never be good enough. Kaminari's expression fell. I don't think I like your quirk. They didn't activate their quirk, Kaminari. Their eyes turn a dull white when they use it, Tsuyu interjected, sitting down in front of you with a smile. But that doesn't mean they were wrong, she added with a playful ribbit. You burst out laughing at Kaminari's reaction, which only made him walk away in embarrassment. Tsuyu's joke had you chuckling, and you didn't notice her cheeks turn a light shade of pink as she glanced at you. You continued to smirk even after class ended. You and Tsuyu lived close to each other, so you decided to walk home together on Friday. It was the first time you had no homework, making the leisurely stroll even more enjoyable. The weather was perfect, and you both chatted amiably under the warm sun. It's supposed to rain. Did you bring an umbrella? Tsuyu asked, her large eyes fixed on you. What? No way. The forecast I saw said it would be sunny all day, you argued, but she only smiled softly. How much do you want to bet it won't rain, Tsuyu? Just as you said that, you felt a light drop of water on your head. Tsuyu's smile widened as she replied, I guess I'll bet 9,000 yen. Never mind, ugh. What began as a light sprinkle quickly escalated into a torrential downpour. The wind whipped the rain across your faces, and Tsuyu decided it was best to seek shelter to avoid you getting sick. You both ducked into a nearby cafe. The cafe was warm and cozy, with dark wooden floors that reflected the soft lighting beautifully. It was empty except for the barista behind the counter, and the only sound was the rain pounding against the large windows. It's really coming down, Tsu. I can't believe this, you complained as you bought a small bottle of water. When Tsu didn't respond, you turned to see her gazing intently at the rain outside. But I guess you love the rain, huh? You murmured, joining her at a table by the window. Why, it's really beautiful, isn't it? Tsu said, tapping her finger against her mouth as she admired the storm. It's so relaxing, ribbit. You looked out the window, watching the rain gradually calm down, leaving deep puddles everywhere. While it was soothing now, you knew walking home would be a hassle. But if Tsuyu enjoyed the rain so much, you didn't want to hold her back. Want to go outside? It might be better experiencing it out there than in here, you suggested, standing up and extending your hand to her. Her cheeks flushed as she took your hand, letting you lead her outside into the rain. The wind had calmed, and the rain was now just a gentle drizzle. Water rushed into the gutters like tiny rivers. Tsuyu held her hand out, letting the raindrops hit her skin softly. She still held your hand tightly, and despite the chill, warmth spread across your face. You never imagined it would feel this nice holding her hand. Just as you were about to speak, Tsuyu suddenly said, I like holding your hand, YN. Let's do this all the time, ribbit. Your heart raced, hoping your hands didn't feel clammy. I like holding your hand too, Tsu, you stammered. Maybe you should try being straightforward like her. Do you want to go on a date with me? There was a brief pause before you felt her squeeze your hand tightly. You glanced at her, anxious about her reaction. Please don't be crying, please don't be crying. To your surprise, she wasn't crying. Instead, her cheeks were rosy, and she wore a wide smile, looking completely content. You waited patiently for her response, feeling her soft hand in yours. Was this awkward? No, it was fine, everything was fine. Of course I'll go on a date with you, YN. Huh. I said, of course I'll go on a date with you, YN, she repeated, a bit louder this time to ensure you heard her. You gasped, realizing you had been holding your breath in anticipation. All right. Thank you. Where do you want to go? You asked, letting go of her hand as excitement bubbled within you. You were thrilled she had said yes. What about the water park? I hear there's a frog-themed ice cream stand there, she suggested, tapping her finger against her mouth. Yeah, that sounds fun. And then we could go to the beach afterward. We'll have a water-filled day, too. Ribbit, she exclaimed, grabbing both your hands? You jumped slightly, but a smile spread across your face. Yay! Walking home with Siyu that day wasn't what you expected, but it certainly wasn't a burden because of the rain. In fact, as you both left the cafe hand in hand, you splashed in every puddle you could find. You haven't told them yet, Todoroki? Fuyumi asked her younger brother as they shared dinner. With Endeavor absent, they felt at ease dining together in the dining room. Todoroki paused, sipping his water and contemplating his response. They don't really need to know yet. I don't want to add to their stress, he replied, setting his glass down. His words rang true. All of his classmates were working so hard, the stakes were high, especially since it was their last year at UA High. He didn't want them worrying about his issues, even if they were his friends. Fuyumi studied her brother, concern and surprise evident on her face, though her gray eyes remained resolute. Todoroki should know better by now. He should understand how much his friends cared about him. I just think they wouldn't mind meeting him, you know? They'll be nothing but supportive, Shoto, and deep down, I feel like you already know that. Trust me, she said, offering him a small, reassuring smile. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes widened at his sister's wise words. He realized she was right. He couldn't keep this from his friends any longer. Doubts lingered, as they often did, and he swallowed hard, trying to mask his nervousness. He knew he couldn't face this alone. The next day, Todoroki missed homeroom for the first time all semester. Iida was the first to notice his absence. The day has already started, and now we're in history. Midoria, do you know where Todoroki is? Iida asked the green-haired boy anxiously. Midoriya shook his head and apologized. I can text him if you want. Maybe he's out with Endeavor on a mission? Uraraka suggested, prompting Bakugu to sigh loudly enough for everyone to hear. Who cares if that half and half is out today? Let's just start class already, he exclaimed, his crimson eyes narrowing in irritation. But it's the first time he's been late. What if something is actually going on? And something is always going on, Tsuyu remarked, ignoring Bakugu's angry comments entirely. Everyone stop. Class is starting now, with or without Todoroki, Midnight instructed as she gracefully entered the room, placing her textbooks on the podium near the chalkboard. I want to discuss the assigned readings today, and as you know, your second essay on modern hero laws will be due by Fuyumi Wednesday at the start of class. Hello, students, did you all hear me? Unfortunately, they had all stopped listening long ago. Their attention was now on Fuyumi, Todoroki's older sister, who stood nervously by the classroom door. She held a large blue baby carrier in one hand and adjusted her glasses with the other. Sorry, Midnight, I know this is unexpected, but can I have a moment of your time? Midnight glanced at the baby carrier, her intense blue eyes narrowing. Of course you can, this seems like a nice change of pace, she replied, walking over to assist Fuyumi with the carrier. Midnight easily took the carrier, holding it with one strong hand. Fuyumi approached the front of the class, wringing her hands together nervously. She cleared her throat several times before speaking in a quiet voice. Sorry for the intrusion today. It's just that there's something Todoroki wanted to show you all, she stammered, her hands still fidgeting. What is it? Does it have to do with that baby by any chance? Kaminari asked, his curiosity piqued. The whole class fell silent for a moment until a muffled cry came from the carrier, and Midnight smiled. Todoroki should probably tell you all himself, she said, a glint of excitement forming in her blue eyes. Fuyumi nodded in agreement, adjusting her glasses once more before stepping aside with Midnight. Todoroki then entered the quiet room, opening the door gently, and his eyes widened. Everyone's attention was on him, even if they pretended otherwise. He inhaled quickly to calm his nerves, and Fuyumi smiled encouragingly at him. This was the moment to release the weight he had been carrying. Hi, everyone. You're probably thinking, what is happening right now, and why is there a baby? That's exactly what I'm thinking, Todoroki. Kaminari exclaimed loudly. Me too, Kirishima added, his red eyes shifting between the baby carrier that Midnight still held and Todoroki. Todoroki gulped and said, That baby is. I'm the father. Silence enveloped the room as everyone processed his words. Then Midoriya stood up and walked over to Todoroki. Before he could react, Midoriya wrapped his arms around him in a tight hug. Todoroki didn't resist. He returned the embrace slowly. Midoriya pulled back, tears forming in his green eyes. "Why didn't you tell us?" he asked, his voice a soft whisper. Todoroki's lips tightened as he struggled to contain his own emotions. I wanted to tell all of you, I just wasn't ready. I never expected this." "Don't worry, Todoroki. You did the right thing by telling us. Now all we have to do is be there for you," Kirishima said as he stood up from his chair. "Yeah, Todoroki, it's all right," Tura added, and others nodded in agreement. "The circle of life must continue." "It is a dark dance indeed," Tokoyami remarked, causing Uraraka to shift nervously but still smile at Todoroki. Even Bakugu's usual scowl softened slightly. "Todoroki, can we see it?" Mina asked, a huge grin spreading across her face. Todoroki nodded, and Midnight handed him the baby carrier. "He's 9 months old, so you can hold him if you want," Todoroki said, his eyes sparkling with pride for both his baby and his class. Mina nodded eagerly as everyone gathered around Todoroki, trying to catch a glimpse of the baby. He was sound asleep, despite the commotion around him, his blue-striped onesie contrasting with his pale skin. Yaoyorozu was the first to comment. "Todoroki, your son. He's beautiful. But his hair. It's pink. Just like mine." Mina exclaimed proudly, almost waking the baby. Midnight shushed her, and she pouted. Todoroki smiled softly. "I believe it's because he got a mixture of my red and white hair." Midoriya gasped, muttering to himself, So that means if he inherited recessive traits for his hair, then what would his quirk be? Would it be exactly like Todoroki's, or is there a chance for him to?" "Deku, you're scaring the baby," Uraraka said, half-jokingly. Bakugu leaned over and scoffed. "So what does he do all day? Besides eat and sleep?" he asked, his intense gaze shifting to Todoroki's calm expression. "Well, I guess Toma's a lot like you in that way. He enjoys his naps," Todoroki replied. "What does that even mean?" "I'll show you," Bakugu shouted. "Bakugu, you're going to wake him up." Midnight yelled, causing Bakugu to flinch slightly. There was a brief pause, but miraculously, Toma remained asleep. "Is that his name, Toma?" Iida whispered. "Yeah, is it a good name?" Todoroki asked. "That's a cute and manly name, Todoroki," Kirishima said, grinning at the baby. Toma stirred slightly, his gray eyes opening slowly. The whole class gasped, waiting with bated breath to see what the baby would do next. He crinkled his tiny nose, observing his surroundings. 20 teenagers and 2 adults were all focused on him, and he loved it. He broke into a small smile and giggled, stretching his chubby arms out, trying to reach someone from his new audience. Midoriya leaned in closer to Toma, curiosity getting the better of him. Toma took the opportunity to squeeze Midoriya's nose playfully. "He's strong," Midoriya remarked, backing away quickly, impressed nonetheless. Todoroki almost laughed at his son's antics until Bakugu stepped in. "I guess he doesn't like you, Deku. Let me show you how it's done," Bakugu bragged, walking up to Toma and putting his hands in front of his face. "Where'd I go, Toma?" Toma's stormy eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open in surprise. Bakugu then removed his hands, exclaiming, "Here I am, Toma." Toma shrieked with joy at Bakugu's sudden reappearance. Todoroki rolled his eyes. "I would appreciate it if you didn't call him that." "Thanks." Bakugu only smirked, continuing to play with the baby. How is he so good with kids? Everyone in the class thought, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he captured all of Toma's attention. "Hey Todoroki, can I hold him?" Mina asked, practically pleading. "Why yeah, hang on, let me get him out of the carrier," Todoroki replied. He placed the carrier on the floor and expertly unbuckled Toma. Lifting him gently out, he whispered, I know you're being such a good boy today," as he handed him over to Mina. Her eyebrows furrowed in concentration, but once Toma was in her arms, her body relaxed. "He's not heavy," she commented, her usual boisterous self replaced with a quiet presence. "Thanks," Todoroki said, unsure of what to add. You all can hold him if you want. Lovely. I know the most relaxing way to hold a baby. They really love it, Momo began before Bakugu interrupted. Yeah right, Ponytail. I'm holding the baby next since he obviously likes me the most. The kid has good taste. Kaken, we can all hold him. We need to wash our hands first. As your class president, I can't let Toma get sick because of us. As the students fawned over Toma, Midnight and Fuyumi joked and chatted with each other. You think they've never seen a baby before? Midnight remarked, chuckling. Thank you for letting us do this, Midnight. When I called you, I wasn't sure if it was. Oh please don't worry. It's more than alright, it's actually great. I think this was really good for Todoroki. Plus, I enjoyed playing along and tricking the students today. Fuyumi nodded, grateful for Midnight's support. She looked over at her brother and his classmates, the next generation of heroes. Her heart swelled with pride, happiness, and hope all at once. Shoto, I'm so proud of you. Get out of here. Why can't I go with you today? You asked Tamaki defensively. His dark eyes darted around, moving from your face to the floor and then to the ceiling. Because that it's a secret hero meeting, why? Fat Gum told me and not even why you can go, he replied, folding his arms across his chest. But our agency usually works together, plus it's such a weird meeting time. I mean, who has a meeting at lunchtime? It's terrible. Why yeah, I wonder why he did that myself. So strange. Well alright then, if that's how it's gotta be. Have fun, sweetie, you said, pecking his warm cheek and watching as he became a stuttering mess again. 3 days earlier. I think I've lost my touch, Mirio. The cafeteria was crowded today, and you had called in sick. Your recent outing with Ryuko and Nijire had ended with you capturing multiple villains and catching a cold. Tamaki poked at his chicken, looking bored. I didn't touch your touch, Mirio replied, reaching over and taking one of Tamaki's chicken strips for himself. And no, I meant like .my romantic, confidence? I didn't know you had romantic confidence, Tamaki. That's cool. Mirio responded, gulping down the chicken strip in one big bite. But I've lost it, Mirio. Now that I'm dating YN, that I feel like I haven't been doing enough. You know romantically. Aha. And so I thought that a little gesture of, like, appreciation would be good. What do you think? Is it too cheesy? Mirio narrowed his dark blue eyes, looking lost in thought for a moment. His face brightened up suddenly like he had been struck with an amazing idea. One time on a show I was watching, this guy had his crush go on a scavenger hunt. He made them go all over town, and at the end of it, he confessed his feelings. Mirio exclaimed, smiling widely at Tamaki. You could do that for YN, wouldn't that be fun? Tamaki paused, thinking the idea over. It seemed possible, simple enough, and definitely something he thought you'd love. I'll do it. After this secret hero meeting, Tamaki was supposed to meet you at your house for homework help. Hero laws and procedures were drilled into your head every day, but you still struggled with the more complicated terms. Tamaki had agreed to help you, but he was late for the first time today. Should I text him? Maybe the meeting is just dragging on and there's nothing wrong, you thought as you paced around the house. You sighed, going over to grab your phone from the couch when it suddenly buzzed loudly. Tamaki's name flashed across the screen, and his text read, YN, can you meet me at the place we first met? Why would he want me to meet him at school? You asked yourself out loud. That was where you two had first met, during your first year at UA High. It was definitely out of the blue, but you figured since you had the spare time, it shouldn't be a problem. You texted him back, alright, I'll be there in a minute, smiley face. Maybe he just wants to study at school? Grabbing your light jacket and placing your phone and school ID in its pocket, you stepped outside into the bright sunshine. It was kind of a long walk from your house, but you knew of one major shortcut that took you through winding side streets. You had only shown Tamaki this specific shortcut, and whenever he walked you home, you both would use it. You rounded the corner, looking up at the trees above that hung like a canopy overhead. On a low-hanging branch, a red string with a bell on it caught your eye. It was tied carefully to the branch, and the golden bell twinkled, reflecting the speckled sunlight filtering through the trees. You looked around, wondering why it was here. Curiosity got the better of you, and you reached up to untie the thin string. Holding the tiny bell in your hand, it was surprisingly light, but it did not jingle when you moved it around in your palm. That was when you realized the bell had hinges on one side. You gingerly opened the strange bell, and inside was a tiny folded-up note. You unfolded the note, placing the bell and the string in your jacket pocket. The note was small, but the handwriting was legible. I've laid out little surprises on our path, YN. Try to find them all. Tamaki, he planned this all out, you exclaimed, folding up the note and putting it back inside the golden bell. Eager to get to the next surprise, you walked quicker along the uneven sidewalk. Tiny pebbles crunched under your shoes as you turned left down another street. You looked up and noticed 4 yellow sticky notes placed in a neat vertical line on the street stop sign. Smiling, you snatched the top one and read it. 3 things I love about you. You gently removed one sticky note after another and read them silently. You are passionate about things you love. You are fearless. You are one of the kindest people I have ever met. Your heart flipped and you smiled widely at every word you read. Only Tamaki could make you blush when he wasn't even there. You added the sticky notes to the ever-growing collection in your jacket pocket and set off again, your pace quickening. You wondered what else could be in store. By the end of the hunt, you had accumulated a small bouquet of wildflowers, a bag of assorted candy, a miniature leather notebook, and 2 more sticky notes with sweet messages on them. You were a blushing mess at the end too, and your hands strained from carrying everything. It was a good thing that the place you had first met Tamaki was right in front of UA's huge entrance. It wasn't exactly a smooth first meeting though. I really don't want to think about that now. You walked hurriedly, heading straight towards UA, excited to see your boyfriend for the first time today. As you rounded the corner and bounded past UA's front gate, you saw Tamaki standing near the gate, his shoulders slightly slouched. His tousled dark hair looked so cute. His eyes were stunning. The nervous way he looked at you as you sprinted up to him made your heart flutter. Tamaki, you're amazing. You yelled in excitement as you collided with him, pulling him into a huge bear hug. Tamaki, caught by surprise, stumbled back but quickly regained his balance, holding you tightly in his arms. You did all of that. Did you even have a hero meeting today? You asked, your voice muffled as you buried your face into his shoulder. Sorry for lying, YN, he replied softly. I bought everything today and set it up too. You pulled away, smiling at him. He returned a small smile. Tamaki, I am going to kiss you now. Okay. Leaning forward, you pressed your lips against his softly. You both eased into the motion naturally, like it was second nature. Unable to touch his face since your hands were full, you pulled away from his lips and trailed tiny kisses over his entire face. He kept his eyes closed, his hands gently squeezing your waist. You kissed the tip of his nose before hastily kissing his lips again. Thank you, Tamaki. It was so wonderful and so much fun, just wow, you said in a breathy voice. You deserve it, why you're so amazing to me and to everyone else. I just wish I was better, he confessed, his head drooping down. You gasped dramatically, dropping the flowers, candy bag and notebook on the ground all at once. What? You're kidding me right now, Tamaki? You're amazing. I just told you that. But I'm usually busy with hero work. I thought I don't spend enough time with you, he stammered, and you shook your head furiously. No, sweetie, I don't care about that. I'm busy with hero stuff too, and I know I don't always have time to spend with you either, even though I really want to, you told him, cupping his face in your hands. His eyes widened, and the tips of his ears turned pink. It's not perfect. Our relationship. But it's ours, and nothing will ever change that. Don't bring yourself down like that, Tamaki. It's okay, you said before Tamaki captured your lips for another gentle kiss. You smiled against his lips, his affectionate touch making your heart race. Yes, your relationship took work. Juggling 2 busy hero schedules was not easy. But you wouldn't trade it for the world. Oh no, Tiki, the candy's on the ground. You turned over on your side, pulling the puffy blanket over your head to block out the blinding sunlight filtering into the small bedroom. It was way too early to get up, wasn't it? You felt a strong arm reach over your body and pull you closer gently. Oh no, I was trying not to wake him up, poor thing. Good morning, YN. Aizawa's deep voice was raspy and sounded sleepier than usual. His warm breath tickled the back of your neck, making you smile. Morning, Shoyuta, you whispered as you groggily sat up and yawned. Don't worry, I can make breakfast, babe. You got out of bed, your bare feet treading lightly over the cold tile floor of the apartment. You heard Aizawa mumble something at you, but you couldn't quite make out what he said. Walking into the kitchen, you pursed your lips, trying to think about what to make. Eggs were always a safe bet, but since you had the day off, you decided to make omelets. As you took out all the ingredients you needed, you heard Aizawa shuffle into the kitchen slowly. He wrapped his arms around your waist and rested his chin on your shoulder, whispering in your ear, "What are you making?" You grinned sheepishly. "Just omelets, with cheese and bell peppers. Did you want toast?" "Yes, please," he said, still leaning on you. He seemed more needy this morning, and you started to wonder why. The cast iron frying pan was warmed up, so you took out some eggs from the carton. You cracked them two at a time into a white bowl and whisked them around quickly with a fork. Shoyuta, are you okay?" you asked sweetly as you whisked the eggs until they were perfectly blended. You poured them onto the pan, and they sizzled wonderfully. He sighed audibly and removed his hands from your waist. Confused, you turned around to face him. His long black hair was a mess, sticking out in all directions, but his eyes looked different this morning. In fact, his usually heavy-lidded eyes were wide, bright, and serious. It was a little intimidating. "Why? We are compatible, right?" he asked, and you grew more confused. "Yes, definitely. And we love each other, right?" "Of course," you replied quickly. "What is he getting at?" "And I also think that we both have busy schedules, but we've reached an equilibrium that we both like, right?" "Yeah, our schedules do meld together. It's pretty great, actually," you told him, more confused than ever. There was a long pause. The only sound in the tiny apartment was the eggs sizzling away. "YN? Why yes. The eggs are burning." Gasping, you whipped around and immediately turned off the burner. "Oh no. Gross," you complained as you tried to unstick the charred eggs from the pan with Aizawa's metal spatula. "I'm sorry, I didn't even smell them burning, Shoyuta," you said, throwing out the remains in the garbage. "It's all right, I'll cook another one." "I got distracted because of you." "What's wrong, Shoyuta?" "You can tell me anything," you said, leaning your back against the kitchen counter. You faced Aizawa, who was also leaning on the counter on the other side of the small kitchen. His lips tightened and loosened as if he was trying to form his words but couldn't. "Shoyuta. YN, let's get married already." Aizawa suddenly blurted out, momentarily breaking his usual aloof composure. You could feel your heart rate quicken as everything he said hit you all at once. Your eyes widened, and you gaped at him, at a loss for words. "What do you say? Isn't it logical?" he asked, his voice softer than it had been all morning. I don't have a ring yet, but I can get one really soon, of course. And we could have a small wedding if you want, or even a huge wedding if you want. Whatever you want, YN we could." He's rambling. I better put a stop to this. With only 2 strides, I closed the small distance between us and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. He stopped talking, waiting for me to take the lead. "Yes. I will marry you. It is logical after all," I joked dryly, before leaning in and pressing my lips against his with enthusiasm. I caressed his face, the stubble tickling my hands, which almost made me laugh. He leaned into the kiss happily, wrapping his strong arms around me. "Emambich." Aizawa grunted as he broke the kiss momentarily. "YN I love you." "I love you too, Shoyuta." "I love you so much," I said breathlessly, in an almost hushed whisper. He planted a gentle kiss on my cheek as I jokingly added, "And I can't wait to see you in a tuxedo, babe." You took a deep breath, trying to steady your racing heart. Your gaze focused intently on the green potted plant a few feet away on the gym floor. With trembling hands, you concentrated all your energy on one goal: to create a medium-sized black hole, control it, and make it affect the plant in front of you. This should definitely boost your confidence in your quirk, right? Training during summer break was one of the best decisions you'd ever made, and it should help you improve. Slowly, you extended your arms, palms facing forward, as a small black dot began to form in front of your hands. The dot expanded into a tiny spiraling black hole, no bigger than a tennis ball. You furrowed your brow, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. This requires intense control, you reminded yourself. You had never attempted to create a medium-sized black hole before. Just concentrate. You can do this. Suddenly, the gym door swung open, and a familiar voice called out, "Hey, do you want to go get ramen? Tamaki gave me a coupon." Mirio burst in, his signature bright smile lighting up the room. You jumped in surprise, managing to deactivate your quirk just in time. "Mirio! What the heck?" you exclaimed, your heart racing. Mirio blinked, his dark blue eyes darting between you and the plant. "Whoops! I didn't know you were training." "Sorry." He stuck out his tongue playfully, making you smile despite your initial shock. "What else would I be doing here, sunshine? It's alright, let's go get that ramen." After your meal, Mirio suggested taking a stroll around the Kiyoshi shopping mall before heading home. You agreed, but only if you could stop by the world-famous ice cream stand in the food court. "You know, I've never actually eaten at the world-famous ice cream stand before," Mirio said, squeezing your hand gently as you navigated through the bustling mall. "Then you haven't truly lived, my friend. It's seriously the best," you exclaimed. But on a more serious note, did you hear about the villain attack in this very mall? It happened a few days ago. I saw it on the news. They're still at large, though." Mirio replied, his brows furrowing in frustration. You nudged him playfully, trying to lift his spirits. "Don't worry, sunshine. We'll catch them for sure. I'm 90% confident," you assured him, leaning over to give his warm cheek a quick peck. He laughed, his bright smile returning. "So, are you going to be training at UA every day?" he asked, and you rubbed the back of your neck sheepishly. "Yeah, I don't know. I know it's summer break, but I could really use the practice, Mirio." "You know I can always help you train if you want," he offered, his blue eyes shining with enthusiasm. Even though you appreciated the gesture, you felt a bit hesitant. "No, it's alright, you don't have to. It could be really fun. We could become a tag team, totally in sync with each other." "That would be so cool," he continued, his excitement infectious. "Mirio, we should probably start with basic training and build you up. How are your hand-to-hand combat skills?" "What? Oh, who am I kidding? I'm sure you're great. We could probably just start with quirk training then." "Mirio, I don't want to train with anyone, okay?" you blurted out, loosening your grip on his hand and pulling away slightly, feeling frustrated. Mirio's expression shifted to surprise. He seemed taken aback by your sudden outburst. "What's wrong?" he asked quietly. You turned away, walking toward a nearby bench surrounded by artificial plants. You sighed as you sat down, searching for the right words. Mirio sat beside you, concern etched on his face. "Mirio, you're amazing. You're incredible and you've progressed so fast. It's honestly intimidating." He nodded, encouraging you to continue. "But even though you're so gifted, I can't just lose to you that easily. My quirk, it's a powerful ability, and if something went wrong during training, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I think it's best if I do this alone." "No, you can't build yourself up on your own. I may not be the smartest guy, but even I can see that life doesn't work that way. I just don't want anyone to get hurt. Especially you. I'm glad you care about people getting caught in the crossfire, but I've seen your determination and skill. Remember when you couldn't even create a tiny black hole for more than 2 seconds? Yeah, that was so frustrating. And now look at you. You can create tiny black holes that last for more than 20 minutes and even make more than one at a time," he said, smiling softly. "You think I'm intimidating? You're a force to be reckoned with." Thank you, Mirio," you replied, blushing. "I still want to train alone for a little while longer, okay? Then we can be a tag team." "That's fine. I'll always be here to help because I really like you," he said. Suddenly, he leaned closer, gently turning your face to meet his gaze. He pressed his lips to yours for a brief moment before pulling away, his ears slightly reddened. He smiled, eyes closed in happiness. I really like you too, you said, returning his smile. Come on, we should get going before the ice cream stand runs out of sweets, he exclaimed, jumping up from the bench and offering his hand to you once more. You took it happily, excited to be able to spend the rest of the afternoon, and the whole summer, with someone as amazing as him. I don't know why, but just looking at a picture of Midoria makes me happy. I got a bit carried away with this one, I'll admit it. In this one-shot, the reader has a quirk that specializes in defense. They can create illusions that can deter an opponent by making them hallucinate. Enjoy. Go again, you ordered. From across the gym, Midoria lowered his body into a fighting stance. His body began to glow as he activated full cowl with ease. In just 3 swift steps, moving in a zigzag line, he was nearly in front of you. You gritted your teeth and activated your own quirk, trying to visualize the illusion you wanted to use. Think why and think. You created a fog-like smoke screen, putting your plan into action. Midoria punched through the smoke screen easily and tackled you to the ground. Sorry, Wyan, but I guess I win. But just as quickly as he pinned you down, your body began to crumble into a pile of dust. Midoriya's green eyes widened as he jumped up, preparing for a sneak attack. His eyes scanned the gymnasium, but you were nowhere in sight. Wyan, he called out warily. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I've been dying to test this illusion out. You were hiding in one of the huge storage closets in the gym, like a puppeteer pulling the strings from behind the scenes. You visualized the new illusion you wanted to try out and released it. Hoping that your illusion was working, you waited patiently for Midoriya to give up. Instead, you heard an ear-piercing scream, and you tensed up. Maybe this illusion was too intense for him. Coming out of the closet quietly, you looked around, slightly worried about your friend. Midoriya, it's okay. It's not real, you know. Oh, I know. Gasping, you could only make out a green blur coming towards you. Midoriya immediately pinned you down to the floor, knocking the air out of you. Why you tricked me? Darn it. You spluttered as you began coughing. Wyan, are you okay? Oh man, I got carried away. No, Midoriya. You were amazing. How did you know that if you screamed, I would come out of hiding? You asked him, regaining your breath. I guess I just thought it was a good strategy. It was nothing special. Midoriya explained bashfully. But that last illusion you created. Man, it was scary. Have you been watching horror movies lately? You confirmed, nodding your head. But I had to visualize it in parts, you see, because it was really complicated. Hey, Midoriya, did you want to walk home together? You asked the green-haired boy as your other classmates from Class 1A started to leave for the day. Uraraka had to leave quickly because her parents were visiting, and Iida had an important family meeting to attend. So, that just left you and Midoriya. Of course, Wyan. Hang on, let me make sure I've got everything, he said, getting up from his desk. As he rifled through his plain school bag, you started to feel a bit nervous for some reason. You wished Uraraka or Iida could be here to ease your sudden tension. It was just you and Midoriya walking home together. Alone. Just the two of you. Hey, Midoriya, I just realized that I have, an important meeting I've got to get to. I completely forgot about it. You told him, unconvincingly. Oh really? That's too bad, Wyan. Let's walk together tomorrow then, he said, beaming at you brightly, instantly making you feel guilty for lying. Never mind, I don't have a meeting. I don't know why I said all that. I'm sorry, let's just go. But now I'm really confused. Why'd you lie like that? He asked, his eyebrows furrowing together as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. You gulped, trying to relieve your suddenly parched throat. I'm sorry about that, I don't know. I felt nervous. Because of me? He asked, his face saddening almost immediately. He lowered his head, his eyes boring into the floor tiles of the classroom. A new wave of guilt washed over you at seeing his glum expression. Please don't be sad, you whispered to him, almost pleading. Without even thinking, you gently cupped his cheek in your hand. He tensed at the sudden contact and immediately shot his head up. His eyes were wide and his face was a fiery red. Well, why, and you've made it this far. Plus ultra, I guess? You leaned forward, tilting your head slightly. Your lips met his, and you could feel your heart hammering in your chest. He squirmed a little against you, his hands moving from your face to your shoulders, then to your hair. You were just as unsure of what to do with your hands too, so you rested them comfortably at his hips. Midoria broke the kiss first, trying to catch his breath. His flushed face looked so heavenly to you, it almost made you dive in for another kiss. Instead, you paused and tried to gauge what he was feeling. With amazing gentleness, Midoriya's hands ran through your hair before landing on the sides of your head. You waited with bated breath for what he would do next. His big green eyes gazed at you intensely and you gulped. "YNW, is that a good kiss?" he asked shyly and quietly, almost too softly to hear. You nodded, feeling his calloused hands rub against your skin. He smiled but withdrew from you for a moment, leaning for support on a nearby desk. "Midoriya, you're shaking," you said, actually starting to worry for his well-being. He waved a shaky hand at you dismissively and laughed. He never kissed anyone before. "Man, was that nerve-wracking, YN," he said, running his hands through his messy green hair. "I'm sorry, was it not? Wanted?" "Yes." Your heart dropped. "Yes, it wasn't wanted?" Or, "Yes, it was wanted." "No." "Yes, I wanted it. I liked it a lot, YN," Midoriya said, scrambling for his words. He stopped leaning on the desk and took a few steps toward you. "I really liked it," he whispered, his warm breath tickling your face. He looked at you through half-lidded eyes, and you could feel yourself blush. He was so close. This time, though, he was the one calculating the moves. He leaned in slowly, his arms wrapping around your lower back, pulling you closer to him. He caught your lips in a quick peck before tilting his head to the left and deepening the kiss with surprising confidence. Your hands got lost in his soft hair. You felt so elated. "Oh my gosh! Midoriya and YN are kissing. That means I lost the bet." "Pay up, Kaminari." Gasping, you jumped back, and Midoriya let out a startled shriek at the loud voices. Ashido, Kaminari, Siro, and Kirishima were all standing near the huge doorway of the classroom, their mouths agape at the two of you. Midoriya looked like he had blown a fuse, his face bright red and his infamous shaking returning. His eyes were wide, and you were certain you probably looked the same. "Why, you guys had a bet?" you asked, trying to keep your voice steady. "Of course we did. You two have real chemistry. You look so cute together," Ashido exclaimed, a bit too excitedly. "Plus, I totally won a bunch of money in that bet." Kaminari was the only one who lost, actually. "Let's not talk about that," Kaminari interjected dryly. The duo bickered back and forth as Midoriya shyly inched closer to you. "I'm sorry, YN. I'll make it up to you, I promise," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. You smiled at how genuinely sorry he looked, even though it wasn't his fault. "How does dinner sound to you, Midoriya?" "That sounds great, really great actually," he replied quietly. "So, this is where listening to that plus ultra catchphrase can get you? That's pretty cool if I do say so myself. Ground Zero, I've lost sight of you. Where are you?" Uraraka yelled hoarsely into the small communicator in her ear. Smoke billowed around her, making her eyes water. Dust and dirt clung to her hair and coated the large warehouse-like room she was in. All she remembered was Bakugu yelling at a group of 4 villains and setting off a giant explosion right in the center of the warehouse. Thankfully, she immediately heard Bakugu's voice coming through the earpiece. "I'm chasing this guy on the 2nd floor where I need." Muffled grunting and sounds of a struggle could be heard, making Uraraka worry. "Ground Zero, you're cutting off. I'm going to the 2nd floor." Uraraka said swiftly, running up the concrete stairs. This was definitely not an ideal fighting situation for her. There was nothing to control in the warehouse, and she didn't have enough time to gather materials. Uraraka swung open the large metal door at the end of the stairs. "Put your hands where I can see them. I'm a pro hero," she yelled, her voice echoing throughout the large room. The large empty room. "Huh." Uraraka swept her eyes over the room, but no one was there. Her heart dropped, and her blood ran cold. Ground Zero, do you copy? Where are you? She only heard static. Maybe they moved to another floor? Uraraka thought as she tried to keep a level head. As she walked around the room, she heard a slight crunching sound under her foot. She lifted her foot slightly and gasped. Bakugu's earpiece. Suddenly, she heard a faint booming sound coming from overhead. They must be on the roof. All right then, let's do this, she yelled as she sprinted straight toward one of the large windows in the room. She crashed through it, glass shattering around her. Immediately, she pressed her finger pads together, activating her quirk. She floated up to the roof of the 3-story building as quickly as she could. She caught sight of Bakugu, who was taking on the villains, but he didn't seem too heavily injured. Ground Zero. It's about time, Uravity. Come on, let's finish this. After the fight, Uraraka was still buzzing with adrenaline. She leaned her back against the cold concrete wall outside the warehouse and closed her eyes, trying to calm her racing heart. Oi, Uraraka, you're bleeding, Bakugu said, interrupting her moment of peace. She furrowed her brows and pouted. Really? I don't feel anything, though. Here, let me clean it, Bakugu said, pulling out a clean cloth from his pocket. He leaned in close, gently pressing and dabbing around a particularly nasty cut on her scalp. Oh, darn it. That must have happened when I jumped through the window. You jumped through one of those huge windows? Uraraka smiled at his reaction. Of course. We're a team, and you needed me. It was a lot quicker than using the stairs anyway. Just don't be so reckless next time. Bakugu lectured, removing the cloth that was now slightly damp with blood. I can't believe you're lecturing me about being reckless. I'm a lot more careful than you think, Uraraka. Phew, that meeting was so long. Lately, there had been countless civilians complaining about the constant damage villains and heroes caused to urban areas. Uraraka was called into the meeting because her quirk would be perfect for helping repair a lot of the damage. She had agreed to put in overtime hours just for repair missions. Uraraka quickly walked down the long office hallway toward her own office, eager to get home and rest. Oi, Uraraka, are you going home? She heard Bakugu ask from his office as she passed by. Yeah, I'm beat. That meeting went on forever. I wasn't invited to that meeting. Probably because your quirk isn't suited for repairing buildings. It actually does the opposite. That's nonsense. I'm still a pro at this agency. Whatever. Just pick me up some spicy curry at that takeout place before you go home, Bakugu said, only looking up at her once as he furiously typed on his laptop. You're not coming home yet? No, I have to write an apology letter. Can you believe that? Uraraka smiled and chuckled at her frustrated boyfriend. She was used to his outbursts and knew just how to handle them. Oh, you mean that guy you shoved so hard that he sprained his wrist? I was pushing him out of the way. I saved his life. Bakugu yelled, slamming down the space bar angrily. I believe you, Bakugu. Don't worry, I'll get the curry. Thank you. You hadn't felt good all day. Your head throbbed and ached as you struggled to keep track of the paperwork sprawled across your desk. A simple headache that started this morning had morphed into a blazing migraine as the day progressed. What the hell? I can't concentrate at all. You pinched the bridge of your nose roughly, frustrated by your condition. You walked across the hall to inform the office's main secretary that you were going to leave early. Did you want me to send your draft and your brief on the new hero laws out to the divisions? She asked. That would be amazing. Thank you so much. She looked at you with concern, tapping her wooden pencil against her chin. You look very pale. Do you want me to call someone? No, I already called my fiancé. Thank you, though. You're seriously a lifesaver for sending my work out. She smiled, assuring you it was no problem at all. You gathered your important papers and folders into your large black leather bag as quickly as you could, closing your office door behind you. Your phone buzzed in your pocket. Toshinori had just sent you a text. I am here. In a car. Out in front. Smiley face. You breathed a sigh of relief at his silly message. Maybe spending some time with him would help you feel better. You walked out of the building, the crisp, cool air of late fall hitting your face. Toshinori beeped once. and you smiled at his excitement despite your painful migraine. The warm heat from the car surprised you as you jumped in and fastened your seatbelt. "Hi Toshi, thanks for picking me up," you said, leaning over to give his cheek a quick peck. He smirked, though he still looked slightly worried. Well, he always looked perpetually worried, but this was different. "Do you feel lightheaded? Are you in pain anywhere else?" he asked. "I feel a little queasy, and my head is killing me. I just don't know, it feels like food poisoning to me. But I'm the one who cooked dinner last night." "Yeah, then it's probably food poisoning," you said half-jokingly, rubbing your temples soothingly. Toshinori glanced over at you, his usual scowl returning. "Are you sure you're all right?" "Yeah, I'm okay. Let's talk about something else," you said, eager to distract yourself from the growing unease in your stomach. "How was your day, Toshi?" "It was fine. Aizawa still acts cold towards me," Toshinori replied. "I'll get him to come around sooner or later, though." "I believe you will." "How's Midoria?" you asked. You knew all about One for All, and Toshinori had explained his decision to make Midoriya the next owner of it. You were nothing but supportive, and after seeing Midoriya's performance in the sports festival, you began to understand what Toshinori saw in him. He was passionate, that was for sure. He's still adjusting to One for All. And he's going to train with Gran Torino. Wow. Aren't you really scared of him? No. Not anymore. I think I've grown out of it. You wanted to tease him about it, but you decided to let it go. Oh, well then I'm sure Midoriya will be fine. He'll improve, just wait for it. Shit, I missed the turn. You smiled weakly at your fiancé, your stomach still churning. Maybe if I make a right here. And a left here, and then cross over then. Toshi, can you pull over? Right here. You gulped in air and heaved once. Toshinori, pull over now, you exclaimed. His dark eyes widened at your outburst. He quickly jerked the steering wheel, and you could hear the tires squeal against the pavement. Before he could even turn the car off, you were outside, struggling to regain your composure. The drive to the drag store was spent in silence. After your incident, Toshinori offered his thoughts on what was happening. As he pulled into the parking lot, you broke the silence as best as you could. You know, not everyone gets sick. Not everyone gets morning sickness, you know. I do know that, it's just that I know what you think. You think it happened during that night at the Mexican restaurant we like. Yeah, I do, he replied softly. We had too many margaritas that night. I had too much tequila. I should have known. Well, we won't know anything until you take the test. Whatever happens, it'll be all right. Everything will be all right, he said, his striking blue eyes shining with determination. He was ready for anything. Now you just had to be ready. Your head was still pounding as you waited with Toshinori for the test to be ready. He bounced his leg nervously, but he was rubbing soothing circles around your hand with his thumb. You breathed in and out, trying to calm yourself. Toshi, we never talked about what we would want. Or what about names? We don't know for sure if you're Pyarjin in teeth, though. But if I am... Your voice trailed off. So many thoughts swirled in your head. Who would take care of the baby? You had spent many long nights at the Hero Law office working tirelessly, and Toshinori, being the ever-important symbol of peace, was just a stressful combination. But then you thought about the positive side. This could be your only chance to have a family, considering his health. Toshinori interrupted your thoughts, his voice softer and more comforting than usual. If you are, then we'll figure it out, I promise. We can take it in steps, you know? It will be all right. His hand gripped yours with newfound strength. You smiled softly at him, grateful for his support through thick and thin. Let's just wait and see then, Toshi. 5 years later. Oh, what did you draw now, Aiko? You asked, leaning over curiously from where you were sitting on the floor. You had taken your first day off all year, and you were planning to spend as much time with your daughter as possible. It's a bird. See the wings. Aiko replied, her bright blue eyes shining with excitement at her creation. Her drawing was quite good. The bird's feathers were a colorful mess, but it worked. It's so beautiful, sweetie. Want to hang it on the fridge? Yeah, she exclaimed, jumping up from the floor with excitement. Just then, The front door of the small house opened, catching Aiko's attention. Toshinori walked in slowly. As soon as he appeared in the living room, Aiko dashed straight toward him. "Papa! You're home!" Aiko shouted, wrapping her arms around his legs. Toshinori stumbled back a little but smiled down at her. "Aiko, be careful with Papa, please," you said, getting up from the floor. You scooped Aiko up, and she beamed at both of you. "Hello there, young Aiko." Did you draw this?" he asked, pointing to her slightly crumpled drawing. She nodded quickly, her smile wide. "Mama said we could hang it up," she said. "Sounds like a splendid idea, Aiko. Hang it up wherever you want, sweet pea." "Yay!" she cheered, trying to wiggle her way out of your arms. Sensing her eagerness, you gently placed her down. She zipped past you both and headed into the living room to look for a magnet. You chuckled at her, amazed by her almost constant excitement. Toshinori wrapped his arms around you, placing gentle kisses on the top of your head. "How was your day, Toshi?" "It was tiring, but good." "Hey, Toshi." He hummed against you, his chin resting on your head. He felt so warm and safe that you instantly relaxed. "I love you." "Love you, YN." The humid summer air made everything seem foggy and slow. But despite the uncomfortable weather, you still needed to go to work. You threw on your work clothes and grabbed your retractable baton, placing it in your jacket pocket. Your quirk didn't give you any physical advantage, so you had taken matters into your own hands by getting some concealed tools. With that taken care of, you headed out to work. You worked for a hero law firm as one of their best paralegals. Your memorization quirk was perfect for recalling old and new hero laws. Every day, you tried to read a new book just to store more information in your head, even if the headaches got worse each time. The firm was a little ways away, so you had invested some of your money into a gently used black Kawasaki Ninja motorcycle. It was super fast and you loved the thrill of speeding along the twisting roads. Safety first, you thought as you put on your black helmet and matching black and white biker gloves. You hopped onto the large bike easily and peeled out of the driveway. The sunlight pierced your eyes as you drove, speeding along the winding streets of the city. Your helmet didn't cover your face, much to your annoyance. You slowed down, anticipating the upcoming red light. The motorcycle's engine purred as you clicked your tongue impatiently. You hated waiting with a passion. At least there was no traffic. In fact, you were the only one waiting at the intersection. Suddenly, you heard a loud scream coming from an alleyway to your right. Your heartbeat quickened, worried about what you might find if you went over there. "No, I need to be helpful. Maybe someone just fell over or something." It's not always a villain attack. You turned your bike to the right, driving up to the sidewalk slowly. You got off and parked it, calling out to see if anyone was all right. You listened intently but were met with silence. You quietly walked into the dim alleyway, feeling beads of sweat start to form on your forehead. "Is everything okay over here?" you asked, looking around. But no one was in the alley. It was empty except for a few trash cans and what looked like dust. You walked over to the pile and squatted down, curious. It wasn't dust, it was too dark and dense. "Don't move, or you'll end up just like that guy on the ground," a deep and sinister voice warned from behind. You felt a warm palm touch the small of your back, and your breath caught. "Great. I guess it is always a villain." Sweat rolled down the sides of your face, and you gulped. Please, I'm not a pro hero or anything." "Then what are you exactly?" You must have heard that guy scream, and you thought you could help, huh? Yeah, I did," you admitted with a shaky voice. There was a long silence, the palm on your back growing uncomfortably hot. You seriously wondered if you would make it out of this in one piece. You felt the weight of your baton in your pocket and wondered if you could take him in a head-on confrontation. But before you did anything rash, you rifled through your limitless memory, trying to recall if you had read about this villain before. "That pile is definitely Ash." "Fire quirk?" "Mel sounds young. Is he a new villain?" "Who the hell do you think you are? You think you've got the right to hand out justice?" he asked in a low voice. "It's not my right. I just wanted to help." "Dobby." "Oh, so you've heard of me?" he asked, his voice sounding less bored now. You were still terrified, but you held your ground as best as you could, trying not to let fear seep into your voice. Of course, why you were in the newspaper a few weeks ago, you're part of the League of Villains, you stated from memory. The article wasn't long, and it didn't even have a picture of him. The crimes he had committed were mostly petty, so why did he just harm that guy? What was his plan? But if you're going to take me out, can I at least call my parents first or something? PSH, don't be so dramatic. I'm not gonna hurt you, he said, his voice quieting, and you felt the hot palm leave your back. I guess this is my chance. With blinding speed, you whipped out your baton and felt it click into place while simultaneously turning around to face Dabi. With one swift and powerful motion, you swung the baton at his knees. It connected with a loud snap, and you smirked. His lidded blue eyes widened, and he looked extremely annoyed as he fell to the ground with a resounding thump. He definitely looked different from what you had imagined. Patches of purple skin clung to his body and adorned his face, held together with shiny silver stitches. His jet black hair almost covered his striking blue eyes, but it was clear he was furious that you had attacked him. Despite your surprise at his appearance, you seized the opportunity to aim a swift kick at his face. He quickly crouched down and grabbed your leg before you could connect. With a rough yank, he pulled you down to the hard concrete ground. You gasped as you fell. Instinctively, you swung your baton at his face, but he dodged just in time, causing you to barely graze his nose. As he moved back, he extended his arm, palm facing you. Dark flames erupted from his hand, and you instinctively jumped back. Fortunately, the flames didn't reach you, but they created an effective smokescreen. TBI, get back here, you shouted, coughing as the thick smoke filled your lungs. You twirled the baton in your hand and dashed out of the alleyway, but he had vanished. Talking to the police didn't take as long as you expected, but by the end of the day, you were completely exhausted. Using your quirk all day had drained you, and getting attacked by a strangely attractive villain had left its mark too. Finally, you were back on your motorcycle, eager to head home. You zipped around the streets and reached your house in record time. After parking your motorcycle in the tiny carport and locking it up, you couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that someone was watching you from behind. Still shaken from the encounter with Dabi, you quickly pulled out your baton. Turning around, you found Dabi standing casually in your carport, his hands stuffed in his pockets as if he had done this 1,000 times before. "Gee, get away from me," you yelled, getting into a fighting stance immediately. To your surprise, Dabi raised his hands above his head as if surrendering. Your eyes widened, but you kept your baton ready just in case. "I don't want to fight, I want to make a deal with you." "Huh? I said I want to." You cut him off. "I don't make deals with villains." You get out of my carport now," you screamed, and he flinched slightly. Despite your harsh words, he kept his hands raised and stood his ground. "Look, I know you have a strong sense of justice, but just hear me out. Please." You clicked your tongue and frowned, scrutinizing him. He seemed sincere, but you knew he could be a good liar, so you remained cautious. "All right then. What do you want, Dabi? If you help me track down a certain villain, then you won't tell the cops about the guy in the alley today." That doesn't seem like it helps me at all. In fact, that deal benefits you more than me. "Not if you know which villain I'm talking about," Dabi replied coolly. Your breath hitched. He couldn't possibly be referring to. "How do you know about that incident?" you asked, desperation creeping into your voice. "Duh, I researched it, obviously." "More like I researched you today," he said, his blue eyes narrowing. "You used to work for another firm as a paralegal, but then they were attacked by a villain with a strength manipulation quirk. They called him the Brawler. 10 people died, and 30 were seriously injured." "You don't know what you're talking about, Dabi," you cried out sharply. "I wasn't even there that day. I called in sick. My colleagues, my friends, they all got hurt, and I wasn't there to help. I don't know why you're after that villain, but I wouldn't pursue him. He's dangerous. Don't you want revenge? Wouldn't it feel nice to give him a taste of pain? Think of how much pain he caused you. I mean, isn't that why you carry that baton? So, you're trying to give me closure, in your own twisted way? Yeah, what do you say? I think we'd make a pretty great team," he said, lowering his hands and stuffing them back in his pockets. He seemed aloof about the whole matter, but you were seething with rage. After all this time, you could finally confront the man who had hurt your friends. You could look him in the eye and decide his fate. You didn't care why Dabi needed to confront him, you just wanted your own revenge. I'm in. And just to be clear, my name is YNLN. That's a pretty cool name. Let's just get going. You swerved your motorcycle into the next lane with skill. You felt Dabi's grip on your waist tighten slightly as you drove recklessly. Countless people honked, but you didn't care what anyone thought. You and Dabi were headed toward a dry cleaning store that acted as a cover for underground smuggling. Dabi told you that the hidden back room of the store was a regular hangout for both new and old villains. Go screw yourself, you yelled at a person in a blue truck honking at you. Making a swift left turn, you pulled into the side street where the dry cleaners was located. You parked and hopped off the motorcycle, quickly removing your helmet. Dabi got off too, side-eyeing you with a hint of admiration. I kind of like this mean side of you, YN, he said, and you frowned. Well, don't get used to it. I don't plan on working with you again, you said, walking purposefully toward the door. Just as you were about to kick it down, Dabi's voice interrupted your thoughts. YN, stop. We need to be smart about this. We can't just barge in and do whatever we want. Oh, we can and we will, you said angrily, kicking the door open with a loud bang. You burst into the tiny business and raised an eyebrow at the cowering young man behind the counter. Hey, I know there's another room back there. Let me in now, you said, your voice low and firm. He visibly gulped and replied, it's right through that door. Without hesitation, you walked through the door, Dabi following closely behind. The dimly lit room was crowded and stuffy, filled with low whispers and jazzy tunes playing from a small radio on the bar counter. Strange and dangerous individuals eyed you and Dabi, and your confidence began to wane. You had never encountered so many villains in one place before. Your instincts urged you to let Dabi take the lead. Sensing your hesitation, Dabi stepped in front of you, his blue eyes scanning the room. He approached an older man with a wispy beard sitting alone at a round table. The man was carving random words into the table with a small knife, and you instinctively placed your hands in your jacket pocket, gripping your sheathed baton just in case. Hey, old man, I contacted you about the whereabouts of the villain who attacked that law firm. Where is he? Dabi asked. The old man stroked his white beard and smirked, his eyes glinting. First, you'll have to pay up, kid. Where's the item I asked for? What item? You thought, confused. Right here, old man, Dabi replied, reaching into his pocket and slamming down an extremely tiny gun on the table. It looked unimpressive to you, but the man's expression turned ecstatic. Good job, kid. All I could find out about the brawler is that he might have moved to a small town up in the mountains called Takayama. It's actually a bit of a tourist spot now, he explained. But he pretty much left the villain scene after only attacking one law firm. Your blood boiled at that last comment. Only? He killed 10 people, you exclaimed, your voice rising in anger and filling the room. A strong hand gripped your shoulder, and you looked up to see a concerned Dabi. Why, and let's just go. We've got all the information we need, he said, his gaze shifting between the gun in the old man's hands and you. Realizing how dangerous the situation could become, you decided to let it go. As you both walked out of the room, you heard the old man whisper good luck to you and Dabi. I don't need luck, you old villain, I just need revenge. Takayama was quite a drive away, but with your incredible speed on a motorcycle and Dabi's surprisingly good navigational skills, it only took about an hour. The old man hadn't given you an address, but you figured it was a small enough town that people would know each other. You and Dabi pulled into a small market and asked several people about any men who had moved to Takayama around the time after the attack on your firm. Never heard of that attack. I would know if there was a villain living in this town, one person said. Doesn't sound familiar at all. Minute. I feel like we're so close to catching this guy, and yet, you trailed off, frustration creeping in. Dabi looked at you, running a hand through his disheveled black hair. We don't need these people's input, YN. Let's find this guy on our own, Dabi said, starting to walk down the street aimlessly. You sighed and followed him, wondering how long this would take. You and Dabi searched the small town but came up empty-handed. It seemed the brawler wasn't a well-known name at all. People just didn't recognize him. It was starting to look like you would never find him until… Dabi, hide, you whispered urgently, pulling Dabi into a small alleyway. You peeked out to confirm you had found the right person. Yes, there he is. After all this time, I can finally confront him. Is it really him? Dabi asked, craning his neck for a better look. The man in question was strolling leisurely, looking at the sky and whistling. He was muscular, but he didn't appear as intimidating as the news had portrayed. In fact, he looked rather average, with only his extremely short hair standing out. He also seemed unarmed, but you weren't entirely sure. But his shifty gray eyes were unmistakable. That's him. That's definitely him. Dabi eyed you, likely trying to gauge your next move. You felt a surge of anger but tried to keep your emotions in check. You couldn't just confront him in the middle of the street, or could you? I know what you're thinking, but you're the one who told me that the brawler's dangerous. We need to be cautious and quick enough to get away easily, Dabi advised, and you had to agree. Fine, let's follow him for now, you replied. You know, for a villain, you have the mind of a hero. Who are you? It's a secret, Dabi said, a dangerous edge creeping into his voice. You decided to drop the subject for now. He stepped out of the alleyway, and you followed closely behind, with Dabi leading the way. The brawler wandered down one street after another, and unease settled in your stomach. It felt as if he knew you were trailing him and was trying to shake you off. You and Dabi backed off, taking slow, careful steps. Just then, the brawler turned and shouted, "If you think you can catch me, you're dead wrong." He spun around, scanning the area. You quickly ducked behind a nearby wooden fence, cursing under your breath. Dabi, he's onto us. We should Dabi. Your heart sank as you realized Dabi was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I knew I shouldn't have trusted him. That low-life scumbag ditched me as soon as he had the chance. He probably went and hotwired my bike too. You knew you wouldn't stand a chance against the brawler without Dabi, even if you gave it your all in a fight. But could you live with yourself if you didn't even try? Hey, do you know who I am? You yelled, stepping out from behind the fence with confidence. He looked you over, his gray eyes narrowing in annoyance. Should I? He replied, his voice low. You glared at him fiercely, standing your ground despite the fear creeping in. You attacked a law firm a while back, didn't you? You hurt my colleagues and my friends that you did it without a second thought. His mouth dropped open in mock surprise at your words, and he stifled a laugh. You think you're the first person to confront me? I've done a lot of things, and you're not the only one seeking revenge. No, I didn't think so. But I'm going to be the first to succeed. With a fierce battle cry, you leaped at him, pulling out your baton, ready for the fight of your life. Yeah, I found him. With some help. All right, just get here soon. Dabi hung up his phone, frowning. He felt uneasy about leaving you behind, but he needed to ensure his call went through without interruption. This operation had to go smoothly, otherwise, the League of Villains would face serious consequences. He rushed back to where you and the brawler were, hoping you could hold him off until the rest of the league arrived. As he rounded the corner, he heard your muffled scream, panic rising within him. He shouldn't have left. He should have backed you up, no matter what. Dabi! Your urgent cry pulled him from his thoughts and back to reality. You were crouched on the ground, cradling your injured hand, your batons shattered nearby. The brawler loomed over you, but you still looked at him with a fierce determination that could intimidate anyone. Watch out! Dabi shouted as he aimed his outstretched hand at the brawler. You rolled out of the way just as Dabi's dark blue flames shot forth. The brawler cursed loudly, retreating to avoid Dabi's fierce attack. You dashed behind Dabi, your heart racing from both fear and adrenaline. Dabi, where were you? You asked, your voice trembling. I had to take a call. Don't worry, this fight will end quickly, he replied, his blue eyes shining with determination. You gritted your teeth, hoping he was right. Oi, I know you. You're a small-time villain, right? Why are you attacking me? We're on the same team, the brawler said, coughing slightly from the dark smoke enveloping the area. "I'm not like you," Dabi shot back, almost growling. His dark flames flickered at his fingertips as he prepared for another strike. But before he could act, a dark swirling spiral appeared beneath the brawler's feet, pulling him in. What is this?" he yelled as he began sinking into the dark portal. In an instant he was gone, and the portal closed as quickly as it had appeared. "Dabi, what was that?" you asked, wondering if this was part of a larger plan. Dabi smirked as he extinguished his flames. "It's about time they showed up. Don't worry, Wine, it's just Kurogiri's quirk. It's safe." "Who?" "Dabi, you should have contacted us sooner," a hoarse voice interjected. "He put up too much of a fight." You turned toward the voice and cringed. A gray-haired man emerged from a smaller portal resembling the one that had swallowed the brawler. He had a hand covering his face, and other hands were crudely attached to his slim body. Holy cow! That's the guy who attacked Uehai," you exclaimed. News of the attack had spread quickly, despite Udare's attempts to keep it quiet. "Yeah, and who the hell are you?" he asked, eyeing you as the portal behind him morphed into a human-like form, more like a figure shrouded in dark purple mist with piercing yellow lines for eyes. Shigaraki, they helped this operation go smoothly and got injured because of it. They aren't a threat to us," Dabi said, stepping protectively in front of you. The gray-haired man, Shigaraki, scratched his neck before sighing. "Whatever, let's just get out of here. Creating Numis is hard work, but at least we have the brawler now." "That's a good step," he said, trailing off as Kurogiri opened another portal for him. He stepped in quickly and vanished, while Kurogiri continued to observe you. "You're injured, so we can take care of your hand as thanks for helping us," Kurogiri said, and you frowned, unsure if you should trust him. You looked at Dabi, who seemed completely fine with you staying. His aloof expression gave little away. "Hey, alright, but can you teleport my bike too while we're at it?" you asked weakly, and Dabi chuckled at your request. "Of course," Kurogiri replied coolly, unfazed. "Let's just say, the League of Villains hideout was much cleaner than you had imagined. The medical care was excellent too. Kurogiri examined your hand and confirmed that your wrist was broken. It feels like a clean break, so let's just elevate it for now. I'll get the cast ready," he said, walking away. "Wow, you guys have casts and everything. So cool," he said as Dabi approached you. He looked tense but was trying to hide it. "You know, you don't have to stay here if you don't want to. You can leave. You've done enough," he said, shoving his hands into his pockets. His piercings glimmered in the dim light of the bar, and you looked around at your surroundings. You felt more relaxed than you had in a while, which was ironic considering you were surrounded by villains. But there were still questions you needed answers to. "Dabi, what's a Numu? What are they going to turn the brawler into?" you asked, glancing down at your hands. "A Numu, well, it's kind of like an overpowered, mindless monster. It only follows commands, making it the perfect pawn." "Hey, and you guys are going to turn the brawler into that? He won't be human anymore, he'll just be a mass of flesh. Kind of. Sweet. It's what he deserves." You leaned back against the firm black couch, closing your eyes and breathing in and out slowly. The faint whir of cars outside filled the air as the exhaustion of the day settled in. Your body felt sore, yet relaxed. "Dabi. Is there an application process if you want to join the League of Villains?" "No. That'd be weird, YN. I think I want to stay here forever. But you need a softer couch first. This one is uncomfortable." I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable," Dabi said, joining you on the couch. He leaned forward, his breath brushing against your face as he said, "Let's be a kick-ass team again, YN." He smirked, and you felt a warm excitement spread through your entire body. This new feeling made you nervous yet thrilled. You wanted to see how much better it could get. You wanted nothing more than to be near this dark-haired man, even if he was a villain. "Hell yeah, Dabi. Let's take this city by storm." Here comes another underappreciated character for you all. This one-shot is kind of based on the fact that Shinso likes cats, so there's that. Also, for this one-shot, the reader has a quirk that allows them to heat up their hands to melt anything they touch. Enjoy! You were walking home after a long day at UA High, your sore legs burning with every step. Well, you shouldn't complain. No one ever said that the hero course at UA was easy. As you walked, dry yellow and orange leaves crunched beneath your feet, and a gentle breeze rustled your hair. Fall was in full swing, and you couldn't be happier. You kicked up some leaves as you walked, smiling to yourself. As you rounded the corner, you suddenly heard faint whispering. You stopped, straining your ears to catch what they were saying. Cute, you're so cute. Where'd you come from? Ugh, it sounds like they're trying to flirt with someone. Maybe I should just cross the street. In the end, you decided to keep walking forward and ignore whoever was there for your own sake. But as you rounded the corner, you saw only one guy standing there, his hand outstretched as he petted a fluffy black and white cat perched on a concrete wall. The cat meowed softly, pushing its face into the boy's hand, and you chuckled at the adorable sight. The boy turned, hearing your soft laughter. His bright violet hair was slightly tousled by the breeze, and his crisp uniform contrasted with his tired appearance. You immediately recognized him. You smiled widely and said, "Hey Shinso, I didn't know you liked cats." His tired-looking eyes widened for a moment before he regained his composure. "You're in class 1A, right?" "Sorry, I don't remember. My name's YNLN. No worries, I didn't transfer to UA until after the sports festival. I really regret that actually, huh?" You rubbed the back of your neck sheepishly. You tapped your foot against the sidewalk a few times before continuing. "Midoria and Ojiro talked to me about you. You really have an amazing quirk. I wish I had it." "Huh, yeah, it's an alright quirk. But don't you think it's scary, like it's suited for a villain or something?" he asked, continuing to pet the cat. You wondered if he had to justify the greatness of his quirk to others before. It seemed to be a sensitive topic for him. "What? No, it's a super cool quirk, Shinso. I mean, if you want to talk about scary quirks, let's talk about mine." "What's your quirk?" he asked, curiosity in his voice. "Well, basically, my hands can get super hot, which lets me melt metal and stuff. They can get burned after using it for too long." You explained. He stopped petting the cat and smirked at you. "That doesn't sound too dangerous to me, YN. You know that no one has ever wanted to hold my hand? Even my friends flinch back whenever I touch them, just in case. But I'm used to it now. I wouldn't want to get melted either." You chuckled a little at your sad story. "I'm sorry, YN. You don't deserve that." He turned his head to look directly at you for the first time. No one's ever told me that." Thank you." You replied almost in a whisper. His purple eyes gazed at you for a moment before returning to the purring cat. "Shinso. Yeah. You don't deserve to be seen as a villain either. I think you'd be a great hero, and I hope one day we can be classmates," you said, your loud voice breaking through the quiet neighborhood. Shinso's eyes widened and he gaped at you, his hands falling to his sides. The cat looked between you and Shinso, as if assessing the situation. "You really think so?" he asked softly, his mouth pressed into a thin line as he waited for your response. "Yes, of course I do," you replied, smiling widely to show your support. The cat jumped off the wall and began to rub against your legs happily. You reached down and petted its incredibly soft black and white fur. Shinso looked at you and uttered a quiet thank you before gazing up at the sky aimlessly. The cat soon lost interest in your petting and gracefully walked up to Shinso instead, meowing all the while. You chuckled at the feline's rejection. Shinso squatted down, rubbing the cat's back as it purred loudly at the gentle touch. "I've always loved how cats purr. It's so cool," Shinso said, smiling a little. He seemed to be growing more comfortable talking to you now. "Did you know that when cats nibble at you while you're petting them, it can sometimes mean they really like you? It's a sign of affection," you explained, squatting down next to him. You noticed Shinso getting a little red due to the closeness, but he didn't move. "Oh well, that makes cats even cooler in my opinion," he replied. "I mean, they're so cool. They don't even have a concept of time. But don't all animals?" "Nope," he immediately said, and you burst out laughing. You never knew that such a stoic-looking guy could be so humble and down to earth. Shinso smiled softly at you while you let your laughter subside. After a moment, you sighed, caught your breath, and stood up. You didn't want to leave yet, but you didn't want to worry your parents with your absence. Oh, do you have to go now? Shinso asked, rising from his crouched position on the ground. The cat looked displeased about him moving. Yeah, I just don't want my parents to start worrying about me, you know? Of course. Hey, before you go, did you want to train with me sometime? He asked, his voice uncertain, as if he was already expecting rejection. Instead, you felt elated. He wanted to train with you? You had never seriously trained with someone before, and the thought of it made your heart race with excitement. This could be a major step toward your dream of being a hero. I'd love to train with you, you exclaimed, leaning closer to him with a wide smile. It's going to be so awesome. Did you want me to bring anything, or did you just want to do strength training or? No, you don't have to go all out or anything. Just like a weekly training day or something, Shinso replied, his eyes widening as he looked at you. Cool, yeah, that sounds great, you said as you began to walk away. I'll see you at school tomorrow, Shinso. And I'm not going to go easy on you when we train either, you shouted as you waved goodbye. He ran a hand through his purple hair and smirked at you playfully. I wouldn't want you to, see you tomorrow. Oh, someone looks happy. Did you make a new friend or something? Your mom asked when you finally got home. You couldn't stop smiling during the whole walk home, you were that happy. Your mom gazed at you curiously, waiting for your response. Yeah, I guess I did. Yue is really cool. As the snow slowly fell outside, you wondered if you would be able to walk to school safely today. There was already at least 5 inches of snow on the ground, which was rare for this part of the city, and the only snow boots you owned were at least 2 sizes too small for you. Nevertheless, you hadn't received a cancellation notification from Yue, so you assumed that school was still in session. You sighed as you trudged around the house, trying to find your warmest coat. Your eyes fell on a simple light blue coat that had huge dark blue pockets in the front. It looked like an 80s nightmare, but it was all you had. I'm leaving now, Dad. You don't have to give me a ride to school or anything, you said, your hand resting on the doorknob, hoping that he would offer to drive you. Alright, be safe out there. It's snowing a lot, he replied from the living room, not even looking up from the book he was reading. You had decided to wear your red rain boots, which you had never really worn until now. You walked carefully on the sidewalk, not wanting to slip on the thin layer of ice that had formed on the ground. You breathed out, your breath coming out in white wisps that drifted off in the cold wind. Ciro's house was nearby, and you wondered if he had an extra scarf you could borrow. You rubbed your hands together, trying to warm them up as you approached Ciro's plain-looking house. You heard the front door open, and Ciro came bounding out, a huge grin on his face. Hey YN, it's beautiful out, huh? Yeah, really beautiful, you replied dryly, shoving your cold hands into your coat pockets. He laughed and looked you up and down. That's a real nice coat, YN. But I'm a little confused about the rain boots. You huffed and narrowed your eyes. He looked like he was ready to hike Mount Everest. His outfit was so intense. He had on at least 2 black scarves bunched around his neck, puffy black gloves, a white and black winter coat, and black lace-up snow boots to match. He also wore a bright yellow beanie that looked especially comfortable. I just don't own a lot of winter gear, it's not that big a deal. He isn't that far from here anyway. At least take this, he said, unraveling one of his scarves from his neck. He edged closer to you and gently wrapped it around your neck. It felt impossibly warm, or maybe it was just you reacting to how close he was. His gloved hands brushed your neck as he finished tying the black scarf. You blushed, grateful that it was cold outside so your blush might not be as noticeable to him. Maybe. Thank you, Ciro, you said quietly, pressing your bare hand against the warm, soft scarf. He grinned widely at you and started trudging through the snow. If you walk behind me, you can step in my footprints so snow won't get into your rain boots. All right, let's go. Ciro's strides were long and purposeful, and you struggled to keep up. The only sounds were the snow crunching beneath you and Ciro's feet, along with the cold breeze that ruffled the tree branches overhead. One particularly strong gust of wind blew by, shaking some snow off a tree branch right above you. You gasped as snow fell on your head and ran down your neck. You brushed most of it off your hair, but it still left you damp and cold. Shiro looked over his shoulder, and his eyes widened at your snow-covered form. He only looked surprised for a moment before bursting out laughing. What happened, YN? It's not funny. It just fell on me, and now I'm even colder, you said, gritting your teeth and rubbing your arms to warm yourself up. Hang on, YN, he said, taking off his yellow beanie and gloves. You can use these. What? Then you'll be freezing, you said, shivering. He smiled at you and placed his beanie on your head without saying anything. Gimme your hands. Okay. You held out your cold hands, and he handed you his black gloves. You put them on and wiggled your hands around in the large gloves. I'll adjust them. Like this, he said, pulling on a Velcro strap that wrapped around the gloves. They instantly felt more snug, and your hands began to warm up little by little. Thank you, Shiro, you exclaimed gratefully. He nodded and tucked some of his black hair behind his ear. No problem, let's hurry up before it starts really snowing or something. All right. Shiro, you didn't prepare for the weather at all, huh? Kirishima said jokingly as he leaned against his desk. Shiro scoffed and puffed out his chest comically. Yes, I did. I was the one who wasn't prepared, Kirishima. He gave me all of his winter gear when we were walking to school, you explained to the redhead. You heard Shoto giggle and say, duh, it's because he likes you, YN. You laughed awkwardly, trying to fend off the intense blush rising on your face. You saw Shiro duck his head down, his eyes focused on his desk. Shoto laughed obliviously, completely unaware of the awkwardness she had created between you and Shiro with just one sentence. You sat at your desk behind Shiro, trying not to overthink things. Shoto was just being her usual self. Shiro probably didn't feel anything special toward you anyway. But if he did, we are having a pop quiz today, everyone. I'll only accept the most rational answers, Aizawa said, interrupting your busy thoughts. I guess Shiro will have to wait. The day was finally over, and the sun was starting to peek out from behind the dark clouds. You were almost done packing your things in your backpack, just waiting for Shiro. It seemed warmer outside, so you decided to return his winter gear. You zipped up your backpack and walked up to Shiro. You ready to go? You asked him, and he nearly jumped in surprise at the sound of your voice. Yep, I'm ready, he stammered as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. He grinned at you, but it almost looked strained. Are you all right, Shiro? You look a little uneasy. What? No, I'm fine, totally fine. Hey, did it just get really hot in here? No, I don't think so. Wait, are you acting like this because of what Shoto said? You asked him. He averted his dark eyes and pulled his mouth into a tight line. I thought about what she said, YN. And there was definitely truth to it, you know? You raised your eyebrows in surprise and inhaled sharply. Was this seriously going to be an after-school confession? Have you always liked me? You asked, your voice coming out almost like a whisper. He smiled softly at you, his eyes crinkling a little at the sides. Ever since I met you, I've always liked you as a person. You're fun to be around, and I think you're really cool and strong, so of course, I wouldn't mind being more than friends. But, do you feel the same way? It's all right if you don't, I just want to know. You paused for a moment as you tried to process his important words. Having a relationship with Shiro seemed like such a good idea. After all, you two were great friends. Why not try to be romantic? I have always liked you as a person too, and I think I'd be lying if I said I didn't have feelings for you. Do you want to have dinner sometime? You asked, wringing your hands together as you tried to calm your nerves. He beamed at your words, and you felt your heartbeat quicken. Do you want to go right now? I know this great place with all these fancy desserts. I have some money in my backpack too. Yeah, that sounds great. Let's go. And with that, you and Shiro walked out of the school together. You didn't even feel the coldness in the air the entire time you were walking with him. The minute you woke up, you knew. Your body ached, your nose was runny, and your throat felt incredibly parched. You groaned and rubbed your nose a few times before going to get a tissue box. You must have gotten sick because of your most recent outing with Tsuyu at your internship with Selkie. You all were out on the cold open sea doing standard patrol when suddenly a storm started developing. Seawater had slammed against the boat, completely drenching your clothes and probably made you get sick. That ocean patrol. You shuffled down the small hallway near your room, sniffling loudly as you did. Your mom side-eyed you, knowing full well what had happened. There was no way you could go to school today, so you decided to call Tsuyu and tell her the bad news. You grabbed the old landline phone from the living room and quickly dialed Tsuyu's number. Hopefully, she wasn't at school already. It rang a few times before she picked up, right as you started to cough uncontrollably. Hello, Wyan, is that you? You heard her ask, and you tried to suppress your coughs as much as you could. Wyug. Achoo! You half yelled and half sneezed suddenly, and you could hear Tsuyu make a surprised rib-bit sound. I'm going to be absent today. I just called to let you know. Achoo. Oh, alright, Ribbit. I'll let Aizawa know. Are you going to be alright? I can come over after school. You don't have to. Hang on, I need a tissue box. I can get you a tissue box too. You went into your mom's room and snatched her tissue box from off her nightstand as she observed you with a frown. You can what? Oh, I don't need a tissue box. Your mom hummed, raising an eyebrow at you and motioning to the glass of water she had put on the table for you. You smiled weakly and walked over to the small table. Alright, Wyan, I will still. Oh, I have to go. Class is starting, Ribbit. Call me if you need anything. I will, thanks, you said quietly as you sipped on your water. With that, Tsuyu hung up and your mom gave you a soft pat on your head. I gotta go to work, sweetie. I trust you won't burn the house down, right? And no promises, Mom, you said, trying not to cough. She smiled at you, put on her shoes and left. I thought missing a day of school would be more exciting, you thought as you looked around the empty house. The first thing you did was drink an entire gallon of water and swallow down a small decongestant pill. Then you took a short nap, which made you feel slightly better. After that, you crashed on the couch and surfed the internet, chuckling at the recent hero news. New up-and-coming hero gets his fingers stuck in a fence. Endeavor is called to the scene. I can't wait to be a hero. Suddenly, you heard a soft knock on the door. You got up from the couch with a groan and shuffled to the door. Who is it? Wyan. It's me, Ribbit. You smiled and opened the door. Tsuyu burst in like a gust of wind, closing the space between you two. Her black eyes were filled with worry and concern as she gripped your cold hand in hers. Are you okay, Wyan? How did you get sick? She asked, letting go of your hand for a moment to take off her shoes. You covered your mouth in the crook of your elbow and blinked a few times. I think it was because of that storm when we were on the boat. Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun. Well, until this, she said bluntly, and you giggled at her words. The internship had been a blast, and having her around just made it better. Getting sick was just an inconvenient price to pay for such happiness. I'll make you some soup. Did you also want some tea? Don't you have chamomile tea? Yeah, it's in tea bags inside that blue container, you said as you sat down on the couch. You could hear Tsuyu walking back and forth across the kitchen, and soon you heard the faint sound of her chopping vegetables on one of your cutting boards. You felt an immense rush of gratitude for her caring ways, and you knew you would have to repay her somehow. I'll give her a peck on the cheek when I feel better, you thought, your face warming at the idea. In no time, you heard the soup boiling, and the intoxicating aroma drifted through the house. It smelled like chicken soup, and you heard Tsuyu walk into the living room. She had 2 bowls in hand and a smile on her face, already putting a spoon in each bowl. Here you go, Ribbit. She handed you your bowl, and you smiled back. Thank you, you're really my hero, Tsuyu, you remarked quietly as you waited for the soup to cool down. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks turned a lovely shade of pink. I'll get you your tea, she said, stammering a little. It seemed like she was hiding her embarrassment at your comment pretty well. She walked back into the kitchen and you smiled at her. Suddenly, you heard another knock on the door, and your mom walked in. Oh my, what's that lovely smell to? I should have known. Wyan can't cook whatsoever, your mom said, and you scoffed. I can hear you, you know, you said before blowing your nose into an overused tissue. I know, your mom replied curtly. How are you feeling? She asked. I'm feeling a lot better, you said with a grin. Her eyes softened as she walked to the bathroom. I'm beat. I'm going to take a shower. Tsuyu, don't worry about the dishes, I'll do them. Alright, thank you, Tsuyu said, pouring your tea into a big green cup and walking it over to you. It's hot, so be careful, she instructed, her tongue poking out slightly. How cute. Thanks, Status. Oh, what did I miss today? She paused for a moment, tapping her finger against her chin as she thought about the day's events. Well, Kaminari cried a little bit because he stubbed his toe in the hallway. Uraraka got sick during rescue training. And Aizawa took a nap in the middle of class, but we were taking a test, so it didn't really matter. Oh geez, it sounded like an eventful day, Tsu, you replied, sipping your tea gingerly. Wow, this tea is so good. Did you add something to it? I just used the tea bags that you had. It never tastes this good when I make it, though. Well, I guess you can't really cook after all, huh? Did I take offense to that, Tsu? She smiled at you, and you pouted, feigning hurt. She stayed with you until the sun set outside, and you made a vow to give her a big kiss once you were feeling better. For now, her company was all you needed to feel better. Another ship one-shot was requested. I'm seriously considering creating a separate collection for My Hero Academia ships. Let me know if you'd like that. Enjoy. A frail girl can't hold a candle to him. He should go easy on her, it's just not fair. Man, I feel bad for her. Uraraka tried not to dwell on the comments she had heard after the sports festival. She aimed to stay positive and cheerful, always marching forward toward her future with a smile. But occasionally, those thoughts would creep back in, making her feel like she hadn't made any progress at all or that she would never stand as an equal among the best. Getting accepted into UA had been an incredible experience, and landing an internship at Gunhead's agency was a huge step forward. So why did she always think back to the sports festival? Why did she always think about her fight with Bakugu? Ah, she hollered as she swiftly kicked the hard punching bag. It creaked on the chain that it hung from but quickly stopped moving. Not good enough, she remarked before continuing to kick it, trying to summon as much strength as she could. Soon her legs became wobbly, so she resorted to punching it until her knuckles began to sting. When it became too painful to hit, she returned to kicking it forcefully but precisely. Hey, today was supposed to be my day to train. A deep voice interrupted her flurry of attacks, and she paused briefly to address whoever it was. She turned her head, and her big brown eyes met Bakugu's angry red ones. Panting, she tried to weakly smile at him. Sorry, I just got a little carried away. It's all yours, Uraraka responded, wiping some sweat from her forehead. Her clothes were nearly soaked, but she could probably keep training for a few more hours if she wanted to. Bakugu looked at her, his hard and angry expression softening slightly as he noticed the state of her raw knuckles and knees. Uraraka walked away to grab her water bottle and gray duffel bag from the gym floor, her knees wobbling slightly as she moved. I'll see you tomorrow in class, Bakugu. What the hell's wrong with you? Bakugu asked, his gruff voice cutting off Uraraka's tired one. Her eyebrows knitted together, unsure if he was insulting her or genuinely concerned. What do you mean? She asked nervously. If he was going to throw in a quick insult, she wished he would just make it snappy, as she wasn't in the mood for his angry words right now. I mean, you look like a crazy person. Why are you training like this? There's such a thing as overwork, you know. And you look like you're way past that. I still have a few good punches in me. Don't worry about it, she replied, relieved that he wasn't just insulting her harshly. But his concern surprised her, considering his usually off-putting personality. His red eyes narrowed, and he pressed his lips together tightly, looking like he was contemplating something important. Uraraka decided to leave him to his thoughts as she picked up her belongings from the floor, preparing to leave. Why don't you want to take care of yourself? He blurted out suddenly, and she pet her head to the side, gazing at him with a frown. I do take care of myself. It's none of your business what I do. I'll train how I want to, thank you very much, she said, her tone starting to sound too defensive for her liking. Bakugu stood his ground, never one to back down from a fight. It just wasn't in his nature. There has to be a limit, Uraraka. Even I have my limits. I need to go further. I need to surpass my limits, otherwise, I'll never be able to stand tall and support my parents. I'll never be able to beat you. she yelled at him, hot, stinging tears starting to form in her eyes. Rubbed at them furiously, trying to regain her composure. Bakugu looked away, allowing her to wipe her tears without him watching. After she was done, her gaze became less angry, and she just felt really tired and drained. I'm sorry, it's not like I want to beat you up or anything. I was just talking about how things ended for me at the sports festival. I think back to that a lot, actually. If you keep looking back at that fight, you'll never be able to look forward and improve. And it wasn't that bad of a fight either. It was all right. Uraraka processed his surprisingly wise words, feeling a familiar heat rise in her chest. She felt pride for what he said, and it felt like a huge weight had been lifted off her. She could finally breathe again. Thank you, Bakugu. I hope we can face off again in the next sports festival. Uraraka said, her brown eyes widening with newfound determination. Her spirit was lifted, and she felt more optimistic about the future now. And to think all it took were a few gruff words from the explosion boy himself. Bakugu looked away, a faint blush forming on his face, nearly matching his deep red eyes. But her positivity was infectious, and he couldn't help feeling a little excited at the thought of facing her again as an opponent. She was definitely worthy. Yeah, Uraraka. This was requested a long time ago, but Wattpad did not notify me about the request. This has happened a few times, and I'm getting a little frustrated, so I might change how requests are done. Perhaps just sending them to my inbox would be the quickest way. Anyway, here it is, my first rival reader one-shot. The reader's quirk will be the ability to delay someone's speed by looking at them. It's a type of time manipulation quirk. Enjoy. If you're so great, why can't you get a hit on me? You asked the young UA prodigy Todoroki Shoto while you two sparred in the gym. He gritted his teeth together and grimaced slightly. He was approaching his limit with the amount of ice he could create, but that was the whole reason for this sparring session. He had suggested that he only use his ice quirk to test his true limits. That was his first mistake. Laughing, you easily dodged the large ice spikes that jutted out of the floor while activating your time quirk. Todoroki immediately started to move slower, and his eyes widened. You had never actually used your quirk on him before, and it was a really scary experience for a lot of people. Your friends described it as that feeling you get when you're running slowly in a dream while being chased by a terrifying monster. Todoroki gasped for air as he tried to move quicker, but it was futile. He barely seemed to be moving at all. Once your quirk was in effect, you could control someone's speed for about half an hour. But during that time, your own movements would become strained and sluggish. You walked up to him, scoffing at his predicament. Guess we'll have to work on, you started to say, but were interrupted by a cold sensation creeping up from your feet. What the hell? I guess you forgot that I can use my quirk without moving, Todoroki said, his tone condescending. The ice that had formed around your feet quickly encased your legs and then your entire body, leaving only your face exposed. Now, stop using your quirk, You've lost. Screw you, ice boy, you yelled indignantly, despite the chilling discomfort you felt. He shook his head slowly and gazed at you with an expressionless stare. Just stop, It's over, he told you coldly, his icy glare attempting to intimidate you, but it only worked a little. Screw you. After about 10 minutes, Aizawa finally erased your quirk so Todoroki could move. Immediately, he used his left side to melt the ice around you, even though you insisted you didn't need his help. You could have gotten frostbite, you stubborn person, he said as you both walked out of the gym. Aizawa had instructed you to visit Recovery Girl just in case. You glared at him, and he returned the glare tenfold. Whatever, you're just mad that I almost won. Almost is the key word there, Huh? You want to fight me again? He interrupted, stopping in his tracks. His mysterious aura annoyed you, and you wondered why he felt the need to interrupt. What are we? People? You replied, utterly confused by his strange question. No, like this, he explained, waving his hand between you and himself. You raised an eyebrow, growing more annoyed. What was his problem? Well, I don't know. All I know is that I want to be better than you in every possible way. That's it, you replied, satisfied with your blunt answer. Todoroki didn't seem satisfied, though. He furrowed his brows as if struggling to think. But I kind of want to be better than you too. I mean, yes, you lost the match today, but you could have won just as easily, he said, his eyes focused on the hallway floor. And I just think that I want to be better than you. You laughed loudly at his sudden outburst of emotion. He opened his mouth as if to say more but closed it quickly. All right then. I think we just answered the question ourselves. Really? Duh, you dense person. We are rivals. Todoroki hung his mouth open in surprise, looking contemplative as he processed your words. You gazed at him, impatiently tapping your foot on the floor. Wow. I've never had a rival before. Is there a certain code we have to follow? No. We just kind of always try to one-up each other? Like it's a competition, you replied, growing more excited. Having Todoroki as a rival meant you must be a strong opponent, which definitely boosted your ego. This day was going great. Well, if we're both competing, I'll be sure to win, he said, a soft smirk playing at his lips. You laughed at his bold and completely untrue words. I won't lose to you that easily, you replied, accepting his challenge with determination and excitement. Having a rival was a lot like having a constant headache. It was annoying, distracting, and, if you were honest, a little fun. Todoroki got flustered easily, especially when he lost a match to you, which never failed to amuse you. Today, you had beaten him to class by at least 5 minutes, and even though it was petty, you couldn't help rubbing it in his face. Get up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, Todoroki? You gloated, leaning forward in your desk right behind his. You laughed at your own teasing words, and Todoroki slowly turned to face you. Stop it, YN, he told you with an icy glare. His words lacked any playful tone, and his eyes bore into yours harshly. You gulped, feeling strangely intimidated by his cold demeanor. Usually he would retort or roll his eyes at you, but this was different and kind of unlike him. Sorry, you replied softly, leaning back in your chair. He frowned and turned back to his seat. Neither of you spoke for the rest of the class. The day finally ended, and you quickly packed your things, eager to get home and eat. You said goodbye to Yaoyorozu and Jairu and left the classroom. UA was not close to your house, so you had to walk to the train station and ride for a few stops before getting home. Luckily, the station was nearby. You walked in silence, trying to think of new uses for your quirk, when a familiar voice cut through your thoughts. YN, wait for me. I don't feel like it, you said coldly, turning around and activating your quirk. Todoroki immediately slowed down, frowning at you. Stop it, YN, he said, still frozen in place. For some reason I'm getting déjà vu right now. Oh yeah, because you already told me that today. You shouted, growing more agitated. Despite your annoyance, you deactivated your quirk, not wanting to yell at him while using it. I know I snapped at you. I just had a bad morning is all. My dad said some upsetting things, he said, looking down at the cracked sidewalk. He looked genuinely sad in that moment, and you felt compelled to say something comforting. Well, there will always be bad mornings, Todoroki. You can talk to me about it if you want. I mean, only if you want, you said, cupping your face with your hands. I know we're competing with each other, but if we're struggling with something, we should let each other know. Todoroki looked at you, his intense bicolored eyes wide with surprise. He seemed taken aback, as if no one had ever said anything like that to him before. He opened his mouth to speak, his voice soft. Thank you, YN. That means a lot, especially coming from you. What do you mean? I'm always wise like this. No, you're not. You're always mad and stubborn, and you never want to admit when I'm right. You shook your head vigorously. I don't see the problem with those things. I'm awesome and you know it. Yeah. You are, Todoroki said, and your mouth fell open. He didn't look like he was joking, which both surprised and thrilled you. You exclaimed, your voice sounding more like a startled animal than a human. You quickly tried to regain your composure and cleared your throat. Thank you for saying I'm awesome, Todoroki. Are okay too. Wow, thanks, YN, he replied, rolling his eyes playfully. I'll cherish that compliment forever. You're such a tease, Todoroki. But remember, only I'm allowed to make you feel bad. Got it? Not your dad, not any villains. Only me. Roger that, Wyan. And only I will always be able to beat you when it comes to grades. Don't talk about my grades right now. I don't want to feel sick. With that conversation behind you, you and Todoroki walked to the train station in comfortable silence. Todoroki was good at being quiet, and even though you would never admit it, you enjoyed being around someone as calm as him. It was very soothing. As you both approached the train station, you glanced at your phone to check the time. Your eyes widened and you groaned. I'm late, so I missed my usual train. Now I have to wait an extra 10 minutes. Oh no, YN, you might not make it. Shove off. It's no joke, I have tons of homework to catch up on and now I'm going to be late. There was a pause in the conversation before Todoroki spoke up. I can help you with your homework if you want. But we're competing with each other. We need to help each other be better. Plus ultra, right? Todoroki said, raising his fist in the air weakly. People eyed the two of you as you walked into the station, and you waved your hands in front of your face wildly. Todoroki, stop. People are staring. Yeah, they're probably staring at you. Whatever, you huffed, crossing your arms. But I accept your offer to help me with my homework. Even though you know it's very painful for me to ask for help. I know, but it shouldn't take that long anyway, Todoroki said, and with that he walked into the station. You hurried to match his brisk pace, making sure you were heading towards the right platform. The station was busy and loud, but when you were walking with Todoroki, the whole world seemed to melt away, leaving only the two of you. Ugh, what am I thinking? This isn't some romantic situation. We're in a loud and dirty train station for crying out loud. Why and keep up? You might miss your train again at this rate, Todoroki said, looking over his shoulder at you with mild concern in his mismatched eyes. Todoroki, wait. Hang on. I need to say something, you said suddenly, stepping over to the side near a worn-looking silver bench. He maintained his aloof expression as he followed you to the bench. What is it, Wyan? You're acting stranger than usual, he said, his voice almost drowned out by the incoming train. A slight breeze from the train whirring past ruffled his neat red and white hair, and you felt your face growing warm. But it was now or never, right? Todoroki, let's get dinner sometime or something. You yelled out, your voice coming out strong and determined despite the loud train that had finally stopped moving. I want this to be a friendly rivalry, so let's just have dinner. Is that all right with you? Just then, tons of passengers flooded out of the train, rushing past you and Todoroki, who looked incredibly dumbfounded. Todoroki, hurry up and say something. Yes. Let's get dinner, Wyan. I want this to be a friendly rivalry too, he said, his face flushing more with every passing second. Sheet, you exclaimed as the warning sound cut through your conversation. You mustered all your speed, lunging towards the train door and squeezing yourself into the train car just as the sliding doors closed shut. You moved to a small window and waved at Todoroki, who was smiling softly at you from the platform. You gave him a thumbs up and beamed as the train started to move. It looked like he was chuckling as he gave you another weak, plus ultra, fist. You laughed and watched as he became a blur as the train picked up speed and disappeared into the dark tunnel. I did it. That's plus ultra for you. Diamante, he wants to go to a place that serves cold soba. This is going to be expensive. Admittedly, didn't have a lot of money, and it was your idea to have dinner with Todoroki. But did he have to pick such fancy food? Okay, it's just cold soba, it's not that big of a deal. The cheapest thing here is the water. It's really nice, huh, Wyan? I've always liked this place, Todoroki replied, unfazed by your loud complaining. The atmosphere of the restaurant was lovely. The pristine red and gold walls reflected the soft lighting from the beautiful ornamental lamps that lined them. Yeah, it's really nice, Todoroki. Just kind of expensive. Oh, don't worry. I'll be paying for it. You looked up from your menu in surprise, and Todoroki met your eyes. His expression was aloof as he looked at you, waiting for your response. How did you get the money for this? I borrowed it from my dad's office. Well, I'm not going to turn down the chance for a free dinner. Let's order. While you both waited for the food, you talked about UA and other strange uses for your quirks. I bet you'd be one hell of a massage therapist, Todoroki. With the fire and ice combined, it'd be so cool. And your quirk would probably be good for making slow-motion videos? You chuckled at the thought of doing that with your quirk while Todoroki stared at you intently. He always looked serious, but this seemed different somehow. It was like he was really looking at you and studying everything you were doing. It was a bit nerve-wracking, to say the least. Todoroki, are you all right? Yes. Oh, okay then. Sorry for asking, you said, nervously fiddling with your red cloth napkin on the table. Todoroki breathed out slowly and looked down at his lap. This dinner had officially turned awkward. Cold soba with jasmine tea? The waitress interrupted the awkward silence happily. Todoroki raised his hand politely, and she set his plate down and then set yours down. Need anything else? She asked you both. Yeah, I need a good conversation starter, please. No, thank you though, you chose to say, and she smiled brightly before walking away. Todoroki began to eat, and so did you. You hoped that maybe the food arriving would STMLT some conversation. You were wrong. Wow, this is good, you exclaimed as you took a huge bite of savory chicken. I know, Todoroki replied coolly. You raised an eyebrow, finally getting tired of the awkward silence. Todoroki, stop being so distant, you said, tapping your fingers on the table slowly. He coughed on his tea before looking up at you and frowning. I didn't even do anything, YN, he said, his mismatched eyes narrowing at you from across the table. We agreed to help each other out. And we agreed to talk to each other about things. So why are you acting so weird now and not telling me why? He shifted in his seat, obviously taken aback by your loud words. I'm not acting weird. Yes, you are. Do you not want to be here with me? Is that it? You asked, your once loud voice coming out small and quiet. You could feel your cheeks burning with embarrassment. It was hard for you to be vulnerable, especially with someone like Todoroki, who was usually so reserved and poised. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, YN. I just didn't know how to act around you because this dinner had started to feel like a date to me, he blurted out, staring at you with intense, bright eyes. A date? You exclaimed, cupping your face in your hands. Of course that it all makes sense. Especially after he offered to pay for my meal. I'm sorry, YN, that I didn't mean to act weird or tense. I'm sorry for getting so agitated so fast, Todoroki. I really should have seen the signals, you replied, biting your lower lip in frustration. Now I'm just upset with myself, honestly. Don't be. I should have said what I was thinking before things got awkward. So did I this a date then? You asked him, too nervous to look him directly in the eyes. You could hear him cough a few times before he responded. I'm not entirely opposed to that idea, YN. Todoroki said, and you shifted your gaze to his face. Out of all the times he had lost matches to you, he had never looked so flustered and disoriented before. All right then, it's a date. After dinner, the sun began to set, and Todoroki insisted on walking you to the train station. You accepted his offer, glad to have some company. YN, can I hold your hand? Sure. As soon as you said that, you felt Todoroki's cold right hand grasp yours tightly. Out of all the ways you thought this night would end, you never imagined you would be holding Todoroki's hand. You could see the station in the distance, knowing that soon you and Todoroki would have to say goodbye. Todoroki, is it all right if I kiss you? Yes. You hesitated for a moment, gazing at his face. His prominent scar, his soft straight hair, and the way his eyes shone even in the darkness were all so appealing to you at that moment. He closed his eyes, waiting for you to initiate the kiss. You leaned forward, your nose brushing against his cheek as you tilted your head to the right. You softly pressed your lips to his, cautious not to add too much pressure. Todoroki cupped your face and leaned in closer, deepening the kiss, which took you by surprise. He pulled away, and you struggled to catch your breath. It felt like the wind had been knocked out of you, but you were also incredibly happy at the same time. Thank you for that, YN, Todoroki said in a hushed whisper. It was my pleasure, Todoroki, you replied, finally steadying your breathing and your racing heart. Todoroki gave you a soft smile before reaching down to grasp your hand again, and with that, you both continued walking forward together. You had never walked to that crowded train station with such a pleasant feeling in your heart. You could get used to this. Shoji was requested, and I'm thrilled that the underappreciated characters are getting more love. For this one-shot, the reader has a quirk that allows them to breathe a gas that can paralyze someone for 5 minutes. However, the amount of gas they can create decreases with use over time. This takes place once they are both pros. Enjoy. Bnha. I've lost sight of him, Shoji. I haven't. He's running down this street. Shoji yelled, his tentacle arms spread out like wings as they surveyed the area. This should have been an easy capture. You both thought the villain was surrendering. But then he made a run for it, which was a real pain for you and Shoji. You had hoped you two could get home early for dinner, but that plan didn't seem to be working out. It was an especially busy day too because it was the weekend, and you both were patrolling the shopping district, which, in hindsight, was not a smart idea. As you and Shoji rounded the corner, you spotted a man sprinting down the busy street. There he is, Shoji said, and you nodded. Stop right there. We know it was you who robbed that store. We are pro-heroes, you yelled at the guy, who kept running. You and Shoji kept him in your sights, maneuvering past people as quickly as you could. Several bystanders gasped and pointed, excited to witness a high-speed chase. Bnha. I can't just use my quirk right now and risk injuring civilians. What should I do? Your quirk was definitely not suited for crowded spaces. It could end up causing harm if not used carefully. You had to think of a strategy. Shoji, you run ahead and keep following him. I'll cut him off, you yelled, and he narrowed his eyes, nodding in agreement. Let's get this guy, YN. All right. With that, you and Shoji parted ways for now. You dashed down an alley and scaled a chain-link fence that stood in your way. You breathed in and out, preparing to use your quirk. The knockout gas you could exhale was powerful, but it had an unpleasant taste and smell. You often wondered if people were just knocked out from the odor alone. You landed on the hard concrete and swiftly ran down the alley. You charged out and found yourself right behind the villain. His eyes widened at your sudden appearance, and he pulled out a small knife from his sweatshirt pocket. It's over, you declared, releasing a light blue gas in his direction. His eyes widened in horror at your surprise attack, and he tried to back away but stumbled instead. He was obviously new to this villain business. As he hit the ground, he inhaled a big gulp of the blue gas, and his body began to freeze as your fast-acting quirk took hold. However, before he was completely incapacitated, he threw his small knife directly at you. You flinched and ducked, trying to dodge the weapon as quickly as you could. But, in a sudden flurry of movement, a huge figure stepped in front of you, shielding you from the knife. The figure whipped around and punched the villain right in the face before turning to face you. Shoji? Are you okay? You asked him. He grunted and doubled over, clutching his chest tightly. Your heart nearly stopped from fear as you knelt in front of him. Whatever happened, it was all your fault. This was your plan, and he was your responsibility. Shoji, talk to me. Are you okay? You asked again, desperation creeping into your voice. Why and upft? I think we're going to have to add this knife to our collection at home, he said, laughing softly. You raised an eyebrow as he held out one of his tentacle arms in front of your face. It was holding the knife, unscathed and clean. Why you caught it? You never do that to me again, Shoji. At the end of the day, the only person who was actually injured was the villain, who had a nice bruise forming on his eye, courtesy of Shoji. You were extremely tired, from the physical exhaustion of the patrol mission to the emotional roller coaster of Shoji's joke. You and Shoji headed home as soon as your patrol was over. Your eyes nearly drooped closed as Shoji hailed a cab for you both. Night had fallen, and the city lights illuminated the busy streets, reflecting off the glass windows of the towering skyscrapers surrounding you. Shoji looked down at you and closed his eyes for a moment. You look really beautiful, YN, he said, opening his eyes, and you felt grateful it was dark out, so he couldn't see you blushing. His compliments always caught you off guard, even after all this time together. Why you look great too, Shoji. Thank you for protecting me. And not just today, you've always been by my side, and I'm really grateful. I love you so much. I love you too, Wyan. And I'll always protect you. You'll always protect me too. That's why we make such an awesome team, he told you, his deep voice sending shivers down your spine, despite the warmth in the summer air. You smiled at him and motioned for him to come closer. He obliged, his dark eyes contrasting beautifully with his silver hair as he leaned down slightly. Standing on your tiptoes, you brushed his long bangs out of his face and pressed a gentle kiss to his warm forehead, chuckling softly. We'll always be an awesome team, sweetie. Now let's get home and eat. I'm starving. Your body physically ached as you kept your eyes glued to the screen. If nothing else, you could at least be with him like this, supporting him from afar. Out at OW. Hold still, Shoyuta. I know you have a high pain tolerance, but please don't make this harder than it has to be, you said, gently applying cool water around a cluster of tiny cuts decorating his left shoulder. He sighed, deciding to let you take care of him for a little while. You carefully placed 3 thin bandages on the cuts and proceeded to wash your hands in the bathroom sink. He remained seated on the toilet, gazing at you with tired eyes. Thank you, Wyan. I know this isn't fun or anything. I don't mind. I knew what I was getting into when I started dating a pro hero, you replied, your voice playful. I'm just sorry I can't be more help. Your voice trailed off as you dried your hands on the fluffy green towel that hung near the sink. Aizawa got up with ease and placed his hands gently but firmly on your waist. You're amazing, Wyan. I wouldn't want you anywhere near the fighting anyway, he said softly, patting the top of your head with one hand. Thanks. You know, I think I know what we should do now, you replied, a wide smile spreading across your lips. The door to the cat cafe opened quietly, and you and Aizawa strode purposefully into the small, charming building. Your mission: pet as many adorable cats as possible. Hey, you too, the woman at the front desk said with a smile. You and Aizawa were both regulars, and Aizawa even had a membership with the cafe, so she recognized you immediately. Hi. I heard you guys got 3 new cats, you exclaimed excitedly, leaning over the counter slightly. That's right. Go check him out, she said, and Aizawa handed her his membership card. She quickly hole-punched it, mentioning that the next visit would be half off. Dang, Shoyuta. I guess we'll be coming back soon. Definitely, he replied, and with that, you two walked into a larger room, greeted by the sounds of multiple cats meowing loudly. You immediately made a beeline towards a fluffy tabby named King, who was sitting near a shiny metal water bowl. He was your personal favorite, plus he had the loudest meow you had ever heard. Aizawa, on the other hand, loved all the cats to pieces. He enjoyed sitting cross-legged on the floor, allowing as many cats as possible to gather around him. They always seemed to be drawn to him, as if there was an invisible pull. Shoyuta, King sure is getting a bit round, you noted, petting King's pudgy stomach affectionately. Indeed. He's very spoiled, so I can see why you like him, Aizawa said, simultaneously petting 2 gray cats who were purring loudly. You scoffed, feigning hurt at his teasing comment. King is the greatest cat ever. Maybe you're just jealous of how much attention I give him. Your words earned a soft chuckle from Aizawa, and he motioned for you to come over to him. You complied, sitting on the floor next to him, with King following closely behind. What is it? You asked your scruffy boyfriend. Without saying anything, he tenderly cupped your cheek in his calloused hand, rubbing soothing circles on it with his thumb. I appreciate everything you do for me so much, YN. I love you, Aizawa said, his voice quiet and low as his dark eyes locked onto yours. I love you more than you know, Shoyuta, you replied, giving him a small smile and placing your hand over his. His eyes began to glint, and he smirked at you teasingly. Show me then, YN. With pleasure, you said, closing your eyes and leaning in to place a gentle kiss on his lips. He leaned into it, making your heart race. Even though the motions of kissing were familiar to you both, he still had a way of making it feel like the first time. You pulled away, gently resting your forehead against his as you kept your eyes closed. Well, this was definitely a great idea, YN. Good job, Aizawa said, and you couldn't help but laugh at his dry humor. You're very welcome, Shoyuta. How many times do I have to hammer this into your head? Do you still not understand it, or what? Bakugu exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. So if hero costumes became popular in the second generation, then that means it means. It basically means that our entire economy changed because of how many jobs the hero industry created in the second generation. That was the turning point. You sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and anger. History could be fascinating at times, but this wasn't one of those moments. Why did you have to learn all these facts anyway? What good would they do once you became a pro hero? But Bakugu had been kind enough to offer his help with studying, just like he did with Kirishima, so you couldn't refuse. After all, he was third in the class for a reason. You invited him over to your house after school, hoping your parents wouldn't mind his loud personality. Thankfully, they hadn't barged into your room yet, so it must not have been too bad. You have to memorize these facts soon or else you'll fail. Bakugu shouted, pulling you from your thoughts. You looked up at him, your eyes meeting his intensely bright red ones for a moment. "Oh right. Yeah, I will," you replied, glancing back down at your messy notes. It was exhausting being around someone as intense as him for so long, especially when you were trying to focus. What does that mean? Do you want to pass or? I said I will, all right, you shouted, your voice louder than his for once. His mouth fell open in surprise, and his eyes widened. "Ha! I am sorry, Bakugu. I'm just frustrated." "What are you frustrated with?" Bakugu interrupted, his tone sharp. You furrowed your eyebrows and sighed, trying to regain your composure, but Bakugu seemed to make it worse. He narrowed his red eyes and leaned closer. "Spit it out." "Myself." "Bakugu, I'm frustrated with myself," you yelled, clenching your fists tightly. "You just don't get it. Everything comes easy to you that you don't struggle with things like I do. That's why your confidence is so high. You've never known hardship." "Oh, stop feeling sorry for yourself. I've worked hard to get where I am," he yelled back, and you gritted your teeth. You were prepared for a shouting match until your dad burst into the room. "What's happening in here?" he asked, and Bakugu huffed in annoyance at his presence. "Nothing, Dad." "Bakugu was just leaving, right?" you asked, eyeing the blonde. He looked almost hurt at the thought of being kicked out, but it didn't last long. "Yeah, fine. Whatever," he said, already packing up his books. He pushed past your dad and left your room. You buried your face in your hands and exhaled, and your dad mirrored your reaction. "That boy is something. I wouldn't want him rescuing me." "Pfft, well, I'm sure he wouldn't want to rescue you anyway, Dad." "How mean." The next day at school was awkward. Bakugu usually hung around you and teased you, but today he was outright ignoring you. You wanted to apologize so things could go back to normal, but he wasn't giving you a chance. Every time you approached him, he would huff and walk away quickly. The school day ended, and you didn't want Bakugu to act cold toward you again. So, you practically sprinted to catch up with him as he walked home. "Bakugu! Wait for me," you called out breathlessly. He glanced over his shoulder at you, narrowing his eyes in irritation. "Go away. You're annoying me," he yelled back. Well, that was the only thing he had said to you all day, so in your mind, you were making progress. "Bakugu! Go away," he shouted, his voice nearly cracking with how loud he was. You immediately halted, trying to assess the tense situation. You were only a few feet away from him now, but it felt like you were miles apart. "I just wanted to apologize for what I said yesterday. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings." "You didn't hurt my feelings," Bakugu interjected, sneering at you. "But you better understand that I've worked hard every day. That's what makes me strong, all right." "I know. I shouldn't have assumed you haven't worked hard," you replied, looking down at the concrete sidewalk. It was hard to meet his gaze when you were being so open and vulnerable. "That was really rude of me. I'm sorry." "That I'll be a better tutor today then," he said hurriedly. Your head shot up in shock. He still wants to help me even after all this. "Bakugu, you still want to tutor me?" "Yeah, sure. I might have yelled too much yesterday, so I'll try not to do that as much today, all right?" he replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as you continued to look at him. "I appreciate it, Bakugu." Geez, it's not that big of a deal. Let's just go. Bakugu said, turning away from you. You smiled widely at the angry blonde, and with a sudden surge of confidence, you reached down and clasped his hand. His hands were rough and calloused, but you didn't mind. It showed how determined he was to master his explosive quirk, and you found that admirable. He tensed at the sudden contact, but you held on tighter. Thank you, Bakugu. You know that you're a very caring person under that tough exterior. And you're always spouting off useless stuff. Let's go already, he yelled, but his loud words lacked any real anger. You laughed and nodded, eager to head home. You didn't notice it until later, but during the entire walk to your house, he never let go of your hand. You had been through quite a lot, to say the least. Against what seemed like impossible odds, you had made it into UA High, survived 2 League of Villain attacks, and witnessed All Might's true form. Now, you were alive and ready to earn your provisional hero license. But as you looked around at the intimidating students from Ketsubutsu Academy, you felt more nervous than ever. Was your quirk strong enough? Would you be able to stand out and earn your license? Ms. Joke's laughter pulled you from your swirling thoughts, bringing your attention back to her. Hi, Class 1A. Nice to finally meet you all in person. You all look really strong, must be thanks to Aizawa. Ha, she cackled, and you fought the urge to smile and laugh along with her. It was definitely infectious. Aizawa seemed to be trying to ignore her comments and motioned for everyone to follow him to the exam waiting room. As you walked, you felt a light tap on your shoulder. You turned to see a messy-haired guy smiling at you sweetly. Hey, be careful out there. I wouldn't want a pretty face like yours to get hurt, he said, and warmth spread across your cheeks. I think I can handle myself just fine, thanks, you replied, surprising yourself with your cool tone despite feeling flustered by his compliment. I'm sure you can, he replied in a low voice, his sweet smile shifting into a playful smirk. You huffed and walked away, rejoining the rest of your class. You just hoped he wouldn't be a problem during the exam. Alright, the rules of the first exam are simple. You will attach 3 targets to your bodies, ensuring they are all visible. Then you will be given 6 balls to hit each other's targets with. Once all of your targets have been hit, you will be disqualified. Good luck, said the exam proctor, and you fidgeted nervously in your place. Other students looked just as anxious as you felt, which made you feel a little better. The proctor looked bored and left as quickly as he arrived. Only 3 chances, huh? Well then I'll try my best. Students, please enter the exam area now. An automated voice announced from an intercom speaker above you. You shook out your hands and followed everyone else through the huge double doors. The bright sun hit your eyes, and you squinted as you tried to adjust. Once your vision cleared, you realized you were in a massive stadium. Wow, is this Takoba Stadium? You exclaimed, and Uraraka gasped along with you. This is incredible, YN. Look at all this terrain. Uraraka said, and you felt your nerves spike again. Midoria approached you both, his expression serious. We should all work together. Everyone will be after UA, so it would be better to utilize our quirks together, Midoria suggested, and you nodded. Uraraka agreed too, but as soon as Midoria voiced his plan, Todoroki, Bakugu, and Kirishima walked away, likely thinking they could go it alone. Guess they want to be lone wolves, huh? Good luck, guys. All right, Midoria. Let's work together. Let's get our licenses today, you shouted, trying to calm your chattering nerves. Uraraka nodded excitedly, and Tokoyami gave you a thumbs up. The ball for the exam were distributed, and the exam began almost immediately. The battle was on. You and the other students from Class 1A who had joined Midoriya were fiercely attacked by several students from other schools. There's too many of them, you shouted, extending your hands and releasing a powerful sound wave at the group of students attacking 1A. They were blown back by your major attack, giving you a moment to gather your thoughts. But before you could, you heard Midoriya yell, "Everyone watch out." The ground suddenly shook violently beneath your feet as an earthquake rippled through the arena. You cursed and aimed a small sound wave at the ground, propelling yourself upwards slightly. Because this is insane. Hey, it's you. It's too bad you go to you, or else we would have made a great team, a teasing voice called out, and you scowled when you saw who it was. The guy with black hair waved condescendingly at you, clearly having decided to attack 1A with his own class. How clever of him. You landed with a thud on the uneven ground. I'm Shindo, by the way. Shindo Yoda, what's your name? Stop messing around, you yelled, throwing 4 of your ball into the air and propelling them forward with another sound wave. Shindo and his classmates covered their ears in pain from the sound, and you managed to hit one person, disqualifying them, and hit another 3 times, disqualifying them as well. Shindo frowned at you, and you rushed toward him, your confidence growing. You didn't know where your other classmates were, but you could handle yourself. I don't know what his quirk is, I'll keep my distance for now. Geez, all I wanted to know was your name, Shindo said, squatting down and preparing for your attack. It's YN. You better remember it, Shindo, you declared, releasing a powerful sound wave right at him. He quickly covered his ears, but the sheer force of the sound wave still knocked him back. You could feel your energy waning the more you used your quirk, so you decided not to engage with him any further. I'll see you after I've passed the exam, Earthquake Boy. You narrowly passed the first exam, much like Iida and Aoyama, but the second exam was more your style. You disintegrated rubble with your quirk and easily rescued many civilians. Unfortunately, you weren't involved in defeating Gang Orca, but after surviving so many villain attacks, you weren't disappointed. In fact, you felt incredibly relieved. However, you heard that Shindo was involved in taking down Gang Orca, and you were definitely impressed. As you held your provisional license in your hand, you couldn't help but think about how much more work you had to do. You needed to stand as an equal with someone like Shindo. You had to. Hey YN. Thanks for the ear injury, by the way. You gasped in surprise and looked up to see Shindo walking toward you with a smile on his face. His left ear was bandaged, and you felt a pang of guilt. I'm so sorry. I got carried away. It's fine, YN. I created that earthquake that could have hurt you. So I guess we're even, right? He said, his dark eyes shining in the sunlight. I'm still really sorry, though. I was just really pumped up and excited to finally take the exam. He smirked at you and reached into his pocket, pulling out a small white card. I was excited to see I passed. I saw your name on the list, good job. You smiled and held up your provisional license for him to see. This picture isn't that great, though. They kind of caught me mid-blink. I think you look great, YN. I look forward to seeing what kind of hero you'll be, he replied, putting away his card. He began to walk in the opposite direction, and you called out to him. Give me your number, so that way you won't be surprised when I make my debut. Pfft, sounds like a good deal to me. You definitely looked forward to seeing what kind of hero Shindo would end up being too. You had a feeling that he would be amazing. This was just the first step, after all. Uraraka wasn't usually one to complain. In fact, she almost never voiced her concerns about trivial things. But even she had her limits. Recently, Bakugu had stopped coming home nearly altogether, opting to spend his nights on patrol with other heroes. Uraraka couldn't judge him for that. She was a hero just like him. Still, she made every effort to carve out time in her busy schedule for just the two of them. She cherished the brief but sweet moments they shared at the office, and she loved the exhilarating thrill of a successful mission alongside Bakugu. However, she believed their relationship should be about more than just hero work. There needed to be more depth. It was nearly 11 o'clock when Uraraka decided to call him. She pulled her cell phone from her purse and dialed Bakugu. It rang only once before he answered, his gruff voice sounding unusually tired. What's up? He asked, and Uraraka hesitated for a moment, trying to gather her scattered thoughts. Hey, I wasn't sure if you were still out on patrol or… Nah, we ended early. Nothing was happening for once. Why were you calling? I just wanted to know if you were coming home or not. Uraraka's voice became small as she tried to mask the sadness within it. She wondered if Bakugu could sense her tension over the phone or if he would choose to overlook it. Of course, Uraraka. I'll be there soon, Bakugu replied, surprising her with a softness in his usually rough tone. You don't have to wait up for me if you don't want to. Obviously I'm going to wait up for you. See you soon. Alright, bye. Uraraka tossed her phone onto the couch and sank down with a huff. The stress of the day seemed to catch up with her all at once. Bakugu did indeed arrive shortly after, taking only a few minutes to get home. He had cut off a few frustrated drivers on the highway who were moving too slowly for his liking, but he wasn't going to lose sleep over that. He shuffled into the living room, bracing himself for the inevitable affection Uraraka would shower upon him. But instead of a warm welcome, he was met with the sound of loud snoring and a peacefully asleep Uraraka. "Great," Bakugu muttered. He leaned down and gently gathered her into his arms, lifting her off the couch. She didn't even stir, her snoring beginning to quiet as he carried her down the short hallway and into their small bedroom. He couldn't help but think about how adorable she looked while fast asleep like this.